Hey everyone, I welcome you all to the live session on Website Design Tutorial by Intellipaat. This session is conducted by industry experts who are having more than 15 plus years of industry experience. But before we begin the session, make sure to subscribe to our channel and also hit on the bell icon so that you will never miss an update from us. Now let's see the agenda of the day. Firstly, we will begin with Introduction to Web Development. In that, we will tell you what is web development, why do we need it, and also tell you about backend and front-end web development. Then later on, we will be telling you how to build a website from scratch. Post that, we will be learning few important concepts of web development like HTML, CSS, JavaScript, and lot more interesting concepts. Then post that, we will tell you what can be built using JavaScript. Then post that, we will introduce you to ReactJS and Node.js. Then finally, we have covered a very interesting hands-on demo on how to create a full-stack application like Netflix. So guys, this is the agenda. Now let's begin the session.
What is web development? So guys, web development is basically the practice of creating web applications. So anything and everything that you see on the internet was basically developed under the umbrella term web development, right? So if you visited facebook.com, if you visited Instagram, if you um have a chance to visit Intellipaat.com, all these websites are basically created by web developers. So today in this session, we're basically going to understand, the different type of careers that are there in web development, right? And how you can actually go about learning them. All right. So web development is basically the practice of creating websites, and these websites have a lot of things inside them, and that we are basically going to understand what are different kind of skills are required to create a website like Instagram or Facebook or even Intellipaat.com. Okay, so what are the different types of work in web development? Let's understand that. So there are basically 3 or 4 types of categories which are there in web development, guys. The first one is front end. So what you see on the browser, the design that you see on the browser, the text that you see on the browser, that's basically called the front end, right? So there's a separate person who designs the front end of the website and decides how the look and feel of the website is going to be, right? So that's the front end part of the website. Then you have something called as the backend part of the website. So backend part of the website basically has all the logics. For example, let's say on when you go to Instagram or when you go to Facebook, let's say you search for a friend of yours, right? So when you search for a friend of yours, that query actually runs in the backend, and only the results are given to you the front end. Now, how is the search happening in the backend? Probably, there's a programming language which has been written in the backend, which takes in the argument which you give in the search bar, then searches all your friends in the database, gets the result, sends it back to the front end, and then it is rendered on the browser. That's when you see that these are all the friends that you searched for. So that's basically the backend. So backend is basically yet another programming language which is written to have all the logics which are required by the front end to show the results. Okay. Then you also have something called as databases. So databases again you will have to learn separately because, like I said, backend is a programming language where you write all the logics. Now, this programming language will sometimes require databases. Like for example, in the search example that I gave you, you require to know about or you require to communicate with database. But let's take some other example. Let's say you are doing some video processing, or when you're doing some image processing. So in that case, databases are not required, but computation is required. Let's say you want to convert an MP4 file into an AVI file. So for this, what you will need to do is you need to uh, convert the uh, MP4 file into the AVI file, and for that, the code, the logic has to be written in the backend. So what you have in the front end is just basically some buttons through which you can browse to your video, and then you finally click on upload. The moment you click on upload, what happens is a logic is fired in the backend through which your file now starts gets uploading, or it starts getting uploaded to a certain place, probably the server, right, the backend server. And once the file is uploaded over there, then the processing starts according to the logic that you have written in the backend. And once the logic is complete, the video is then ready. It basically is given a shareable link, and that shareable link is then forwarded to the front end, which is then given to you guys. So in this case, since video processing is all about logic, you do not require a database over here, but in some cases you require to rely on data, and in that case your backend has to interact with databases. So knowledge of database is also very important. Then there is a specialized person who understands backend, who understands databases, and who understands front end as well, and that guy is called a full stack developer, right? So in web development, there is also a field where a person understands the whole stack of the website. That is, not only this person will be able to design front ends, not only this person would be able to design backends, but also this person would be able to work with databases. And that's what full stack is all about. Okay. Now, today in this session, our focus is basically to understand how full stack development basically is working, and also at the same time what are the kind of opportunities that you have in full stack. Okay, so obviously a person who is a full stack developer gets paid highly. Reason being, the skill set that he has acquired is actually very rare, because sometimes people make careers in front end only, or they make careers in back end only, or they make careers in database only. Probably some people might be just database administrators, some people might just be backend developers, some people might just be front-end developers. But when you combine all these skills, the resultant what you get is a full stack developer. And obviously, because of the skills that he knows now, his salary is way higher than that of a front end or a back end engineer. Having said that, let's first understand what is a front end engineer, or what is the front end technology basically, uh, that you need to understand. So in front end, guys, you have mainly three technologies. You have HTML. So HTML is the base. HTML is the place where, so all the text that you see on the website, that is basically written in HTML, right? All the buttons that you see on the website, that is basically written on HTML. So HTML basically provides a structure to a web page. Now, once you have the structure, then you start adding colors, then you start styling your web page, and that is possible using CSS. CSS basically means cascading style sheets, and the main job of CSS is to basically provide style to your website, is to provide colors to your website. All right. So if you want a certain font, if you want that font to be underlined, if you want that font to be italics, that is what CSS do, right? If you want a button to be a certain color, if you want the button to be a certain size, that is possible using CSS. So a person who is a front-end developer, or who is probably wanting to become a full stack developer, he should understand how to write HTML files. He should understand how to write CSS files in order to style your web page. Then the third thing that he should know is about JavaScript. Now, what is JavaScript? Now, you would sometimes see, let's take an example. If let's say I go to Intellipaat.com, okay, so this is our website. Now, on this website, if you hover on courses, you will see automatically this. pop-up comes in, right? And this only comes when I hover on courses. So this is called a dynamic element on a front end page. Okay, so whenever you have to deal with dynamic elements, whenever there is a logic involved in the front end. For example, the logic over here is the moment I hover on courses, it should show the drop down, or let's say this pop-up comes up after a certain amount of seconds, or let's say this chat application came up after a certain amount of seconds. So whatever uh, dynamic things that you see in the front end are basically done using JavaScript. Now there are obviously some things, for example, let's say if I search, so if I'm searching anything, let's say if I search for full stack over here, and when I hit enter, at this point in time, JavaScript is not being used. At this point in time, my request was sent to the backend. My backend fetched all the results and then it sent it back to the front end. Here, JavaScript was not involved. But let's say, uh, like I said, if let's say I do anything which basically is dynamic in nature, for example, okay, for example, when I'm going to this login button, you can see that the color is being changed, right? It's changing to gray color. So this is again possible using JavaScript. So anything dynamic on the website which happens based on certain events, if you're trying to configure something like that, that is possible using JavaScript. So JavaScript is basically responsible for all the dynamic content that you see on the website, which basically responds to events. Okay, so this was the front end part of the website. Now let's understand, what the backend part is. Uh, okay, so before we understand what backend is, there is also something called as front-end framework. Now, what happens is there are two ways that you can create any front end of a website. You can either write everything from scratch, or what the open source community has done is they have written some functions which they understand are the most used in any website when they are created, right? And a framework is nothing but a collection of these functions so that the job of a front-end developer becomes easy. For example, let's say we were talking about highlighting that button, right? Or let's say there is some other uh, aspect of feature that you want to add in your front end. Now, if let's say you do not use any framework, in that case, let's say you have to write 200 or 300 lines of code in order to achieve a feature. But when you're using frameworks, because there are inbuilt functions, there are inbuilt features in this framework which are ready to use, instead of writing 300 lines, that same work can now be done in 50 to 60 lines, or let's say even 10 lines in some cases, right? So frameworks are already created features for a particular front end programming language. And these frameworks are for different languages. uh, for example, you have a JS framework, or let's say you use some other programming language, you would have a different framework for that as well. So in this session today, we will be focusing our attention on JS frameworks. So, so the most some of the most popular front-end frameworks are Angular. So Angular is a front-end framework which is used for front-end development. Then you have something called as React. Then you have something called as Vue as well. So these are some of the most popular front-end frameworks which are used in a website. Right now, all of them cannot be used together. Only one of them will be used in a website to achieve a job. Right? Angular and React are the most famous ones. But lately, what has happened is the focus has now shifted more onto React than Angular, because with React you also get features such as mobile development. For example, there is something called as React Native. So React Native basically helps you to create responsive mobile design templates. Okay, so not only the code that you're writing will run great on a computer like this screen that you just seen, but if you also visit that website on the mobile, even there the responsive elements will work great, right? So if you were to do this in Angular, you would have to write separate code for mobile and then make it work. But with React Native as extension in React, what you can do is the same code can be used, what you wrote, using the React Native feature of React, and that same code can also be now implemented on mobile with a little tweaks, right? So because of this reason, because of less time being involved in getting a website ready for both mobile and PC, React has become more popular. And even when you search for a full stack developer, you will see that 70 to 80% of the job descriptions will basically have React as a skill set in the front end technologies. Okay, so React is something that has become very important, and I told you the reason because React also has components which are readily available for mobile development. For example, React Native. Okay, then again you have something called as Vue. Now Vue is again a JavaScript framework or a front-end framework, and it is very similar to what Angular is, and but it is not that popular. I mean, it's a good framework. I mean, it can get the same job done as Angular or React, but I mean, like I said, there are some more features in React, for example, mobile development. So the intent is same. The intent is to make the job easy to create front-end websites. But yet again, when you talk about jobs which are out there, React is the most popular framework among all the front-end jobs which are out there. Okay. So now that we understand this, let's also talk about the backend technologies. So in backend, like I told you, that backend is basically a place where you write all the logics, where if any communication is required with the database, that is done, and then the information is passed on to the front end. So that's what a backend, language is. So it's also called server-side language or server-side programming, and it basically deals with uh, anything and everything which is required in terms of running a logic, in terms of running a job, which probably you do not want to run on the client system. So when I say client system, what happens is, let's say we are dealing with this website, right? So this website has now been loaded on my system. It has been loaded on my browser, the code, and that's how I'm able to see it. But let's say if I search for something, and if that code I include in the front end section of the website, then I as a user, what I can do is I can just right click over here. I can go to view page source, and then I can see the code that you have written, right, in order to connect to the database. But for connecting to the database, you need credentials. For connecting to the database, you need a lot of things that you don't want to make public, and that is the reason that connection to databases are actually implemented in the backend. So whatever you write in the backend, you cannot see in the view page source. In the view page source, you can only see the front end part of the website. So let's say if I go to view page source, this is the whole code which is written for this website, and I can go through it. I can understand what the code is. I can see what they have done, etc. But when you talk about the backend code, that backend code is not listed over here, right? Similarly, one more thing that I wanted to point out was that the the processing part, you do not want to load your client's computer with logics. For example, if you have to do image or video processing, that processing you want to do it on your server so that your user's system, is not hampered with any performance issues. For example, if I as a user, if I go to Instagram and I suddenly realize the moment I go to Instagram, my system, my CPU level goes up, my CPU level is used more, or if I'm using a laptop, the battery is getting consumed more when I'm using Facebook.com. Obviously, I'll try not to use that website. Obviously, I will try not to, use an application which drains my battery. You would have also seen when you use a mobile phone, some applications take up a lot of battery, right? For example, when you play games on your mobile phone, it takes up a lot of battery. Why? Because in that case, when you're playing a game, the processing is happening on your device, right? Similarly, you do not want the processing to be happening on the client side because you want to give the user the best experience possible. So in that case, to differentiate between just showing the results on a user's computer and separating the processing part on some other computer, you have backend languages. Now in backend languages, some of the few languages that you can write in is PHP. Then you have something called as Python, then you have Ruby, then you have Node.js, then you have Java, right? And then there are a lot of other programming languages as well, where using which you can basically write a backend logic. Okay. Now the most famous among these is basically Node.js. Why is it the most famous? Let me give you a recap when we saw the different kind of front-end frameworks that are basically there. So all these frameworks, they are basically JavaScript frameworks, which basically means that anyone and everyone who wants to write dynamic code for the front end, they need to learn JavaScript, and only then they will be able to implement these frameworks. Now, given the fact that you have to learn JavaScript, let's now again come back to backend technologies. So in these technologies, you will notice that PHP is yet another programming language to learn about. Python is yet another programming language to learn about. Ruby is yet another programming language to know about. But Node.js is basically a backend framework which makes use of JavaScript again. So if you know how to write JavaScript for front end, it will be very easy for you to even learn Node.js, because in this case, you do not have to learn one more programming language. You just have to understand how this framework of Node.js basically works, and that's about it. If you learn that, you become a backend developer automatically. Now, because it's first of all very easy for developers to transition from front end to back end technologies because of the JS part being common, a lot of companies to save costs are using Node.js as a backend technology, because in that case, they don't have to train their employees extensively on a new technology. They can just tell their employees, let's learn about a new framework, and then they become automatically backend developers and they start developing for you. Now, obviously, it's not that easy the way I'm telling you, because when you start writing logics for the backend, you have to have high performance code, uh, which basically means it should be very efficient in doing whatever it is doing, right? It should not take much resources. It should take the minimum resources possible to get a job done. And when you have to write a code like this, obviously it requires a lot of experience from your side, right? But given the fact that whenever you are writing any backend code, it is very important to have the ease of learning factor into learning something. For example, if you guys are new to web development, obviously you would prefer to learn the whole stack with minimum effort possible. And for that minimum effort, you have the React.js framework, because if you understand the front end part completely, you understand JS completely, then it will be very easy for you to learn front end framework and the back end framework that we're discussing about, which is Node.js. Now, because of this particular fact that uh, ease of transitioning is there, companies have started using Node.js in the backend, but also the fact that Node.js is very light in nature, and also it is very powerful in nature as well. Because of that feature as well, companies have now started to use Node.js. Okay, now 90 or 80% of the job descriptions that you're going to find out there will have Node.js as a backend, listed, right? So obviously there is a job market for Python as well. There's a job market for PHP as well. But most of the modern companies, most of the modern software that you work with, that you see, or that you use every day is basically based on Node.js. Okay, moving forward, what is full stack? Raj says React. Yeah, so React is, I think I've already talked about React, which is basically a front end technology. And it is again, it's the R in the MERN stack stands for ReactJS. Okay, moving forward, now let's talk about what full stack basically means. So full stack, primarily when you talk about popularity, there are two types of stacks which are prevalent in the industry. One is the main stack, the other is a MERN stack. I'll talk about it in a little more while. But talking about the skill sets that a full stack developer has, he knows the complete front end paradigm. He knows completely the backend paradigm, and he also understands databases. So if you have all these three skill sets, if you accumulate all these three skill sets, you can easily become a full stack developer. Okay.
See, for example, there's 4,000 new devices that keep connecting to the internet every single minute of a day. Well, how cool is that? 4,000 new devices. And the number that you see on the bottom is the total number of devices that are connected to the internet across the globe, active devices right now. Now, what is the world's population? And look at the number of devices that we have that's connected to the internet, making use of an internet in one way or another, right? So it might be a person who's using a computer to watch a video on a website or something, or it might be a person who's coming online to shop or whatever it is, right? The active number of devices that are connected to the internet is astounding. Now, we live in a world of internet, right? See, websites are something which has been super commonplace right now, right? So everyone has a website. You might have friends who have resumes on their websites, portfolios if they're photographers. People who have their own businesses have websites. People who have brands have websites. People who are writing blogs, keeping journals have websites. So everyone in today's world has a website. Now, when you think about it, why is this kind of a trend going on, right? Well, the internet is one of these things where you can do anything that you wish to, right? If you want new information, if you want to learn new thing, understand something new, just like how you're doing right now, you come to the internet and then you want to buy something. Of course, you can buy whatever you want, right? I mean, there are many, many ways to buy many different products of your choice. And then do you want entertainment? Yes. Do you want to watch your favorite TV shows on Amazon Prime, Netflix, or wherever it is? Yes, even that is possible. And I've just put in three of the main use cases of the entire the website era and the internet rush. But when you think about it, even if you want critical information, right? So for example, how do you perform CPR on someone, right? So it's an emergency procedure that is very much required in the knowledge base of everyone. So you can find multiple videos regarding medicine. So it's wealth of information that I'm sure you guys already know about it for now. Now, the question is, who is a web developer? Well, a web developer is this person who creates websites, who has the capabilities to write code to create web applications as well. So what he or she does is that, he or she works on the logic of an application, building the basic framework, building the basic backbone of a website. And of course, it's not only just doing all of this, it's about doing it in a clean way. What we call as clean code is in a way the code is not redundant, it is very efficient at what it does, and of course, it is reusable, right? So, this is something which is very important, and since you guys are looking towards building a website, becoming web developers and whatnot, I think this is something you definitely should choose. So circling back to the same point of which one you should choose, right? If you like visual designs, if you love creating user experiences, you should consider working in the front end. But then if you like working with data, algorithms, optimizing complex systems, then guess what? A backend developer's job is something which is very which would appeal you to the max, in my opinion. Now, with that, you will have a question saying, okay, all of this is fine, but what are the building blocks that make up a website? Well, The first things first, whenever you see a website, what's the first thing that you notice? The layout, right? What's laid out? Where are the images? Where are the text? Why is it laid down the way it is? The animations and whatnot. So the layout is the first thing in the front end that you notice. And after that, as a person who's willing to build your own website, you'll of course look at the content, right? Now the content is very different for two different websites. For example, one e-commerce site might look very, very different from another e-commerce site, even though they might be selling the same items. You will have had experiences with this, I am sure. So you look at the layout first, you'll be thinking about the content next, and the next thing is, where is it on the internet? Where is the data stored, right? This is where we'll talk about web hosting. We'll get into that in a while, but you really should know.
Just a quick info, guys. Test your knowledge of web development by answering this question. What is WordPress? A. It is a software used to press text. B. It is a text formatting software. C. It is a content management system. D. It is a mail service. Comment your answer in the comment section below. Subscribe to Intellipaat to know the right answer. Now, let's continue with the session.
That a layout is something you would notice first. Of course, there's content that makes up a website. Then all of this layout plus content creates the front end. It's all hosted on the internet somewhere, and it's not only this, many times it has to be as secure as possible. In that particular case, adding a lot of security methodologies for a website to make sure that it is prevented against unauthorized use is something that's important. And lastly, we are living in a mobile era right now, correct? I mean, 99% of the tasks we do today is on our mobile phone. So when you're viewing websites, if it works fine on a computer monitor, but it fails on let's say on a TV or something, or on a laptop, or even a tiny device like an iPad or a mobile, then it doesn't make sense. If it's all jagged, if it gets cropped out and whatnot. Now, in that particular case, making sure that your website works both on the desktop screen and of course on mobile platforms with various resolutions, that is something that you should be looking at as well. So what are the steps that one can use to build a website? Well, the first thing, in my opinion, that would help you get started quickest if you come from a non-technical background, or if you, let's say, you do not have the time itself to go on to build a comprehensive website of your own. In that particular case, you should know that there are multiple free website builders out there. What these free website builders are is that they'll give you a layout, they'll give you a template. All you have to do is fill in the content, and at the end of it, you will have a complete website ready without you having to, write a single line of code. Now, you might be wondering, well, I do want to write code. I want to become a developer. I'm going to work with HTML, CSS, JavaScript, Bootstrap, all of this. Well, correct. You can do all of that, but this is the case in case if you do not want to do that. See, a simple Google search. See, it's very simple. All you have to do is go onto Google, type free website builders, right? See, you will see multiple, famous websites through which you can build your own website. For example, one really famous one is Wix.com, and even Google is now giving you a free website builder as well. Wix is definitely something that a lot of people I know, a lot of friends that I know have started their businesses with, and they give you a lot of beautiful looking templates to start with if this is your particular case. As I just mentioned, even Google does provide a free website builder. So one of the things that you definitely could be looking at if you want a quick start is by making use of a free website builder. Now, the second thing you might be wondering is, okay, if I do use a free website builder, do I get a free hand in adjusting the layout that I want, or am I stuck with whatever they give? Well, many website builders have the limitation where you have to use their own templates, right? I mean, they would have created a lot of drag and drop facilities there to make sure your experience of creating a website is easy. In that particular case, definitely I would suggest, whatever is your requirement here. See, there might be all the templates in the world, but it might not satisfy your exact requirement, right? This is like art. You will have an idea in your head and you want that on your website, and there's a very good chance that there won't won't be a template that exactly matches that idea. Now in that particular case, you definitely should look at working with code, writing your own HTML scripts, writing your own CSS styling elements, and going on to creating something from scratch that works just for you. So your second step of building a website is somewhere you definitely should sit and give some time to think about if you are okay with using a template and starting from it, or if you want to build from scratch. Now based on this decisions, the next couple of steps will change, but then most of the commonalities, the basic scaffolding is the same, so follow through. Now as I told you, with using templates, with using website builders, right, see, there's a lot of drag and drop facilities where, as I told you, you really do not have to write any piece of code. If you want to add a functionality, if you want to add a picture into your particular website, all you have to do is drag the picture from somewhere else and place it wherever you want on the website. Well, how convenient is that? If you have to do it manually in code, you will have to at least write, let's say, 10 or 15 lines of code to go on to do it really well. So if you are well versed with that, if you like that kind of an approach, again, both of this will have the same result at the end, where you can place images wherever you want, but it depends on how you want to approach it. If you want to approach it from a non-technical aspect, use a drag and drop facility. If you want to monkey around with code, definitely you can do that too. So after understanding all of these features, one very important thing is that it is your website. It is what you are doing, right? It might be because you're doing it for yourself, your business, or whatever it is. Customize it as per your requirement. Sometimes there are website builders, there are templates online which are customizable in a way where you can use something as a foundation that they provide, and of course customize it later, change it around to have it as per your choice. It is not like you are given one HTML file or something where you cannot edit it. All HTML files are actually to an extent editable, and you can work with it, which I'll show you at the end of this video. But it is very important that you have to customize it in a way which fits your requirement, and there is no one solution that fits all problems here, and I'm sure you already knew it at this point of time. So you can have certain drag and drop facilities, but at the end of it, if you want to perform some nifty changes to it, you can head to the code and you can write then and there, do some changes to the code, and you can see it reflect directly on the website, again, which I'm going to show in the demo as well. And after that, you'll be looking at something called as free hosting. Now let's say you have designed a website, it's on your computer, everything is ready, your website is working fine, you've put in good security methodologies, you have user authentications done, you have a login page, you have forms, you have many things, and your website is ready. But to get it out to the world, you have to use something called as hosting. Hosting is when you take the entire data of your website and put it on a server that is always running. Now what happens if you're hosting from your own home with your internet connection is that as soon as you turn off your laptop or PC where it's been hosting from, your website is not live anymore. So whenever someone searches for it when your PC is off, it means they cannot reach the website because there is no data that's being shared to the internet. But with hosting, what happens is that your website will always be live no matter where it is hosted across the globe. Any user sitting on any corner of the globe, of course now even from space, they can sit and view your website. Again, there are many websites that are available for free hosting. So all you have to do is type free hosting on Google, and you, again, right, it's all as simple as Google searches. But then to do this, you need to know what to search for, right? See, there's so many places, there are so many websites. 00 web host is something which is very popular. I have used this a couple of weeks back, in fact, myself. So you will find out a lot of things that these guys provide. See, for free hosting, they're going to give you 5 domains that are already hosted. They're going to give you 250 MB of disk space to store all your data in. You can have traffic worth of 6 GB per month. You'll have 3 email accounts, you'll have databases, you'll have database storage, and you have many things, right? So it's not only just 1 or 2 websites. You will just have to see what fits your plan. For example, hosting can be very cheap as well. For example, hosting, it says they're ready to give you plans from 59 rupees a month, right? So you'll have one website, one email ID, you can have somewhere around 100,000 monthly visitors, SSL certifications, resources. There's so many things, right? Even if you pick up a premium plan, for example, something that's like 115 bucks a month, this is of course Indian rupees, guys. So if you want to pick something up, you will have a good working website which is hosted online, which won't really cost you a lot of money, and that's my point. Free, of course, yes, you can do it, but if you have to pay for the premium features, yes, you can do it, and the returns on hosting is definitely something that will help you a lot. And the next thing is, after hosting or while hosting itself, you need something called as a domain name. Now, what should people search for to go on your website? website. Now, of course, see, they can punch in an IP address and they can get into your website, but that is not the point here, right? People cannot go on to remember IP addresses for 100 different websites, so they need a domain name. For example, www.google.com is a domain name. Facebook.com is a domain name. Instagram.com is a domain name. Harvard.edu is a domain name, right? So you will require one domain name of your own. For example, my name is Anirudh, right? So I can have www.anirudhrao.com. That would be my website, my domain name. So you can purchase these kind of domain names, based on whatever is your requirement. And again, a simple Google search will show you what all free domain names you can pick up. And there are, the popular choice here is to actually buy a domain name, because you can get it at whatever name that you are requiring for, and you're going to hold it, right? So if you build a brand around that, you're going to copyright that, you're going to carry it forward throughout until the end of the business. So there's so many things here that you should know, but then a domain name is one of these important things. So after having a domain, after setting up all of your backend servers, after creating your website, after hosting it, pushing all your data online, you will have to publish it. Now, once you publish it, this is when people across the world can land on your website. They can check it, they can interact with it, whatever it is that you're trying to convey via the website. You're showing a video, you're showing images, you've written a blog, whatever it is, people will get to know that at this point in time. But it's not only just publishing, right? So you want people to come to your website. This is where we call something called as driving traffic into your website. Traffic is general population who are online, and these guys are the ones that will come on your website and interact with it. Now, there's two ways of bringing in traffic. One is called as organic traffic, where you really do not have to spend any money for people to actually come and visit your website. But then there's another way where it's paid traffic. So basically, you put up advertisements, you pay for people to feature your website in a way where through that people will definitely come on your website too. So driving traffic is something which is very important, because if you have the most beautiful website in the world and if you don't get viewers to it, there's no point there, correct? So how can we bridge that gap? In my opinion, marketing is something that will work hugely, right? And in fact, we have comprehensively put together videos on our channel itself of how one can go on to mix and match marketing with a brand, right? Digital marketing. And in fact, a couple of days back, I myself had a session on how social media marketing can be used for all of this as well. So make sure to check that out after this video. But then understand that, well, marketing is something where you can take an idea and grow it out into a full-scale product, into a brand, and things really explode on social media, especially, right? When you think about it, if something is trending, everyone wants to see it. There are 4 billion people across the globe using social media right now, and in that particular case, if you appeal to even 10% of that population, your website can go from 0 to 100 real quick. Now, that is my point. It's not only about creating your website, you have to think about the big picture, which is also marketing your content there. But then all of this is okay. You can build a website for free. We've checked that out now for sure. But what does it do for your career in terms of website building? Well, understand this. A web designer's career, a web developer's career is among the top 10 jobs in this particular decade. And the second thing is that there are business requirements, right? It's not like whatever brands we have right now are going to be the only brands forever. Every day there is hundreds and hundreds of businesses being floated around, new businesses coming up, new individuals wanting business. So there will forever be a requirement for websites no matter what. This is a bulletproof career domain in a way where there will always be a requirement for a web developer, a web designer, a person to create websites no matter what. And of course, this is the mobile era, right? It's so convenient to open a website. All I have to do is unlock my phone, which I don't even have to touch my phone anymore. I have to show my face. My phone unlocks. One click will take me to a browser and it'll already load a website for me. That's how convenient it is. 2 clicks maximum, right? So that is something which definitely adds to the simplicity of majority of humans hunt for today. And it's a one-stop solution, right? If you are a small business, a big business, an individual, a lawyer, a painter, a photographer, whatever you are or your client is, having a website means that no matter what details they want about you, it is there. Do they want to contact you? Available. Do they want to see your work? It's available. Do they want to reach out to you for problem solutions, questions, whatever it is, whatever content that you're putting up? Everything is possible with a website, right? That is exactly my point with this particular field. Now, the average salary of web designers are something which is very interesting, because in the US, the average salary of a web designer is somewhere around $80,000 per annum. In India, it's somewhere around 6 lakhs per annum. And of course, in the UK, it's somewhere around 47,000 pounds. Now, this is a very lucrative job, but of course, you need to have the skill, you need to be trained, and you need to have this kind of a passion for art. You need to have this kind of an interest towards building a website, right? See, now you can put the most amazing content on a website, but if it doesn't look good, if the aesthetics are not good, it will not work, because people, when they go onto a website, the first things that they see is definitely the aesthetics aspect of it, at least in my personal opinion, because I subconsciously look for a website which looks beautiful at the start itself, and then my head goes into the content, right? And I'm sure you guys can agree to that at this point of time. But then now, to show you how you can go on to do all of this for yourself, right? So I'm going to take the initial approach where we spoke about templates of how you can customize it, how you can use it all on your own. So to do all of this, I actually have a demo here. See, I will just open one HTML file to show you what it is that I've created first. So this is a sample website that can be edited as per your requirement by making use of basic tools such as HTML, CSS, JavaScript, and Bootstrap. Well, HTML is one of the foundational concepts that gives you this kind of a foundation for your website. CSS is cascading style sheets, which is used to style all the elements. For example, adding color to the box, changing the color of the header, so many things, right? So all of this is taken care by CSS, which looks after styling. And now that you have...
Okay guys, a quick info: if you're looking for an end-to-end training in JavaScript, Intellipaat provides a full stack web developer course which covers JavaScript and all the JavaScript frameworks you need to know. For more details, check out the description box.
Now that you have a foundation, now that you have styling to it, you need some functionality, right? So, for example, if you have something like a form or something where someone has to fill up their name, email, and hit submit, that is where you would require JavaScript. And Bootstrap is again complementary to CSS, where you'll be using that to create even more aesthetically pleasing websites. For example, you can see the change in transparency and the way the website scrolls, right? That is because of Bootstrap. Now, this is what a website would look like, because it consists of many elements. Now, what are these elements? Well, first, this is actually the HTML file that I opened. So if you have any sort of HTML file, you can open it with any sort of word editor. Now let me open it with WordPad. Now, as soon as I open it with, if you are overwhelmed to see, these many lines of code, and in case if you did not know what they mean, well, do not be concerned, because at this point of time, all of this is a good amount of HTML and CSS code. And once you get trained on working with HTML, or you can go on to use all of this easily. So the basics of HTML involves, the concept what we call as tags. Each of these things that's closed by a triangular bracket is called as a tag, and each of these tags have their own meaning, and there are a couple of tags which are compulsory that you have to use. For example, the HTML tag indicates the start of a document. It has to be used compulsorily. You have the head tag, which denotes the header. You have the body tag, which denotes everything that goes on into the body. There's many tags, right? So there's double-ended tags, there's single-ended tags. Single-ended tags basically means if you use one tag, you can achieve its purpose, but with a double-ended tag, it is something like this, right? See, the first line, we opened the HTML tag and now we have to close it. By closing it, what I mean is its functionality ends at this point of time, and it has this /HTML/ denotes its closure, right? There's so many things in this simple piece of HTML code which is responsible for creating a beautiful looking website such as this. Now, to edit it is something which is very simple. For example, on the first line here, you see it in bold saying sample website, right? Now, can we go on to change this to do anything? So to put up anything of our choice, is it possible? Well, the answer is yes, of course. You can put in whatever text you want, whatever images that you want. Now, which is the section that would contain a sample website? The simplest way to check out is for header tags. If you do not know header tag, it is the H1, H2, H3 class. And now I've put in here saying sample website, right? Now let me change this. Instead of sample website, I'm going to say welcome. Welcome dear learners. Now that I've changed it, let me refresh the page. Well, it did not change, right? Why? Because I have not saved this. Well, now let me save it, and as soon as I saved it and hit refresh, you can see it says welcome dear learners. So you can go on to change anything like this in a very simplified way by creating your own website. You can have images inside these boxes, you can change the color of these boxes. It's not only just this is a very simple example of making use of HTML, CSS, JavaScript and Bootstrap, but at the end of the day you can do a lot. Again, if you are trained in working with, let's say, jQuery and HTML, CSS and all of these tools, you can create a website which is probably 10 times more beautiful than this in your first 1 or 2 months of learning itself. So this is one of the most important things that you have to know, and it's not only just this kind of a file that has all the details, right? It's not only the .html file that contains everything. For example, the image that you see there, right, the image that you see here on top, so we have to have a separate folder with the image. For example, here this is the image that you see on the screen. This is the free stock photo that's available on the internet. You can have any image of your choice, of course. You can have a video also, you can have a short animation, whatever it is that you require, and our HTML file is picking up the data from this particular folder. So whenever you're hosting something, all of this will be on the server where you host. For example, if I go on to measure this, it's all of this is just 4 megabytes in size. That's about it. But then there are websites which can get big, which consumes a lot of data. For example, if you're watching this video on YouTube, the YouTube video itself is such a huge size. You're watching it in full HD, I'm sure, but then it takes certain space to kind of store it somewhere, right? In that particular case, yes, it does work. And then of course we have Bootstrap, we have a folder for CSS, we have all the images as I just discussed, you have the jQuery aspect and the JavaScript part of it, and all the fonts that you see, right? We used custom fonts. Of course, you don't have to do this. All of these are present here as well. So based on what is the font that you require, images that you require, styling that you require, you will go on to work with it. Now this was in fact a template which I have customized to my particular requirement, and again, even if I had to write this from scratch, it is pretty simple. It is possible to do so. In that particular case, whatever approach that it is you are taking, I am sure you can go from having nothing on your website to creating a beautiful website which is as simplistic as this very quickly. So on that note, do head to the comment section, do let us know in case if you have created any websites of your own, or in case if you have any ideas that you think are nice for websites as well. And of course you can also let us know in case if you've come across any good tools that has helped you in building a website and more.
First, we'll start our journey in HTML. Okay, so we'll go create a new file. I mean, there are many ways to do that. You can click on this icon, you can go to the file menu and choose a new file, and then or you can also press the shortcut Control N to do something like that. So we'll go click on this icon as of now, and then it'll ask you what is the name of the file that you want to create. And in order to maintain the sequence of these topics, I'll call this as step 1 hello world .html. Notice that the extension .html is important. If you don't add this extension, the tools that we have installed may not be able to recognize this file and do the auto completion. So since many of you guys are totally beginning fresh, I would spend some time on most of these trivial coding practices that will help you scale up really fast. Now, first step is, let's say now you created an HTML file. What is the content? What do you have in HTML file? So usually you'll have an HTML tag, correct? You have an HTML tag, and inside that tag you have the head and the body tag. These are the two tags that you'll have. So if you want to technically understand, the hierarchy here, HTML contains head and the body. Head happens to be the first child of the HTML tag, and body happens to be the second child of the HTML tag. So we have the HTML tag, and inside that HTML tag we have the head and the body. Head is where all the processing information for the body tag will be stored. I mean, we can specify how our body tag should appear, or how it should be styled. How can I access it? And all of that will be in the header tag. and the body tag is what the user actually sees and interacts with. Okay, so all invisible elements are put here, all visible elements are put here. In other words, the script tags, the CSS declaration for the content will be declared in the head tag. Basically, the processing information will be stored in the head tag, and we can add some configuration instructions inside this head tag as how this document should be treated and things like that. Okay, so now typing this every exercise would become a pain. So we installed emit, correct? And with that emit, we can specify HTML:5, and this will give us the abbreviation for this code. And if you notice, we have all the standards maintained. The doc type declaration is added. Now, why is this line required? Because Vijay, you told that HTML tag should be the root. Yes, of course. But see, before this HTML tag can be understood by the browser, there are many ways to interpret this HTML tag. In fact, we have come a long way since the very first inception of HTML happened. Okay, so HTML also has a lot of versions. The one that we are working is HTML 5.01, and that's a pain. I mean, it's so much that you have to remember. Maybe it is small, but trust me, when you have to know about this in different flavors, it becomes really a pain. But that was shortened. HTML5 doc type is just doc type HTML. And again, the doc type declaration here can also be lowercase, uppercase. Browser is smart enough. Earlier, those days people used dial-up connections and browsers were very slow. Now browsers are fast. They can interpret things really fast. So we'll go with the modern approach, HTML5. And the very first line here, the HTML tag, has a lang attribute set to English. Why is this a requirement? Because see, there are a lot of screen readers who would come to your application, people who are visually challenged, people who are trying to interpret the content of this page. They all will come and try to understand your document, and they have to be told that the language that I'm using in this page is English. So we are specifying lang as en here. So the screen reader which comes to this page will immediately switch to an English language and start reading the content, so that the person who is using that application can hear the content. Okay, people who are visually challenged use a software called JAWS, and that can read English, Latin, Spanish, Russian, Japanese, Chinese, Arabic, and things like that. So which language should they be using to read the content? So you are telling in the very beginning that you should be using English. Okay, and then every keystroke, see, I'm using an English US standard keyboard. Many people out there would be using a Chinese keyboard, an Arabic keyboard, to add on to the complexity. They have created different keyboards for different countries and their language preferences, and each keystroke generate an ASCII value. That way, if I prepare a page and send it to you, and if you suppose are using an Arabic keyboard, the ASCII values will be completely different, and your page, the page that is displayed on your screen, will be completely different, because I have used English keyboard. Alphabet A on my key would be completely different on your device as well. So in order to bring that uniformity, in order to bring that synergy between different keyboard users, we'll have to specify what kind of key strokes will be generated when I press a key using this UTF-8. This is also allowed, and then I press tab and it will generate the content along with the tag. This is happening because we had installed this tool called Mithril Emit. Okay, so that generates the HTML code for us. So now I'm done with this, I want to display this in the browser. How do I display this? I want to look at the output that's being generated out of this file. So what you can do is step number 1, go to this folder where your workspace was generated. So this file, which is generated here, you can either double click this. In my case, it is configured that Firefox will open this file. Why? Because Firefox is the default browser on my machine. Optionally, you can also right click and open with. Notice, there is this command open with, and you can use a browser that matches your flavor. I can use Firefox, Chrome, older Explorer, and a new Microsoft Edge, and things like that. So if I prefer to work with Google Chrome, which I do in for the rest of this workshop, let's just use Google Chrome. So if press on this, you'll get Google Chrome opening this file. If you notice, it is on the C drive php-dev step 1 dash hello world.html. Easy. Now, instead of doing this, I told you that there is a shortcut. You can now right click this document and choose open in default browser or other browser. Now, these two menu options are available because we installed this extension open in browser, this one. Okay, so this will allow this menu, or else it won't be available with Visual Studio Code. So if I now click on other browser, and from the drop down select Chrome. If you have installed Chrome, okay, don't expect if you don't have Chrome, if you click on it, it'll magically open in Chrome. No, it won't. Chrome should be installed on your machine, and then you can select.
Just a quick info, guys. Test your knowledge of web development by answering this question. What is WordPress? A. It is a software used to press text. B. It is a text formatting software. C. It is a content management system. D. It is a mail service. Comment your answer in the comment section below. Subscribe to Intellipaat to know the right answer. Now, let's continue with the session.
Chrome. So notice, this also opened the same file. See, this also opened the same file. So HTML5 has introduced some new things into the starting. So what is HTML5? It is a standard of writing HTML content so that your web browsers and mobile devices which are having web browsers can interpret these elements and render them appropriately. The question is, why do you really need it? Because HTML has evolved over a period of time. I mean, fortunately, you guys have entered into this domain when most of the things have settled down and there is some concrete route forward. But I started working with HTML around 2000, and there's not much of clarity as to what technology will be using. I mean, many people were working on frame sets, and frame sets don't work in browsers. Okay, so HTML was actually controlled by an organization called W3C, Worldwide Consortium, for a long time. And as of now, it is doing its job, but there is one more organization which has got into the standardization of this technology, which is called the WhatWig organization. The purpose of WhatWig organization is to collate inputs from users, like even you and me can suggest what are the features that we are expecting in the next version of HTML, and WhatWig will work on it, provide that to the W3C consortium, make sure that it is standardized and it is implemented in all the browsers so that you can look at your technology rendered in the browser. Okay, so WhatWig stands for Web Hypertext Application Technology Working Group. The company actually was started as a rebel company, which was an offshoot of a debate that people had. Some years back, around 2009, I guess, many people started wondering whether is this HTML that we are working, is it going to be used in future as well. So the debate went to an extent where they wanted to thrash HTML and replace everything with XHTML 2.0, and browser manufacturers sitting in that workshop did not like the way it's been projected. So they came out and they started their own technology, and they said, okay, We will not follow what W3C is saying. We will follow our own technology, and they launched HTML5. 9 months from there, the developers in that consortium were mainly from Apple, from Firefox, and from Opera. So if you think about major browsers, which are the major browsers that come to your head? Safari for Apple users, Mozilla, that is Firefox, Opera if you are using on a mobile device and tablets, predominantly it is Opera. And then we have Chrome. So all of these people joined in one side, and who's left out? IE, correct? Frankly, nobody cared about IE, because how many of you here use IE as your primary browser? Unless you are forced to, you would not, isn't it? Okay. The rest of the browsers manufacturers went one side, and they started working on this technology called HTML5, which is what we would be using now. Gave you the date as 2009. It is 2000, around 2005, which is when the XHTML 2.0 was actually announced. Okay, so HTML5 has some new advantages. As of now, they all are old now, because between 2005 and 2021, there has been like 15-16 years, right? So this technology has standardized over a period of time, but they had a lot of advantages, which I will reveal one by one. Not many developers even till date know about these. That's the point. Okay, so I've summarized that in a few points that could be easy for you to follow along. So you have the support for broken markups. Now, if you have done any HTML programming, if you start an li tag, you need to end the li tag, right? But there is no need like that. In HTML5, it will work. So what do I mean by that is, if I go back to this page and I will use a UL tag, under the UL tag, I'll have an li tag. And I don't have to actually close this tag. I'll say list item 1 and list item 2, 3, and 4, and expect this to work. Like, this looks crazy. Why will this work? Well, let's go give this a try in our browser. Select Chrome. See, it works. And just to prove that there is no, yes, li means list item. So if I right click, there are no problems as well. Li means list item. Ideally, you should be closing these tags, but just the opening tags are supported because you are comfortably inside a UL tag, which is a grouping element for the li tags. So you have UL tags, and you also have something called as OL tags. What is OL? UL stands for unordered list. OL stands for ordered list. So if I come back, and you should see that I have got the ordered list this time, and the order is 1, 2, 3, 4. So you can also specify what is the order type that you would want to have. The type can be, we have one, but which is the default, which means to say the order type will be 1, 2, 3, 4, which is the default. You saw that. So the order would now be in ABCD. You can say no, Vijay, I want to display Roman numbers. So you see there are so many options. Okay, so I can say I, that means to say it's a Roman number. So if I now run this example, it will be in Roman numbers. So you can meet your match here. And frankly, this is not the end of the list. You can actually do use even custom list items. Actually, when we speak about CSS, I'll show you how you can customize these also the way you want. So this is for ordered list. And again, for an unordered list, also you have some different types that we can use. The type here would be by default. Notice, here it would be, it is actually showing all the syntax that we have here, which is wrong. UL, not tab index, type. The type will have a value of a round, dot, and things like that. See, as of now, the type or the icon that you see here, this one is called a dot or a disk, if I'm not mistaken. Okay, we can check this in the documentation. I don't use this often. It's not disk. Yes, you're right. But is that type disk? Can I use disk? That is, disk is default. We also have other alternates, right? So at any point, guys, when you are in doubt, okay, when you are in doubt, I recommend that you go to this website called developer.mozilla.org, okay, and I can look for unordered list. Okay, there is something called as list style, and something that we can assign here. This one, this is the official documentation, okay, and you can actually see what are the different attributes that you can go set. So notice this type has circle, disk, and square. The disk was the default. The fourth bullet also supports something called as triangle, for the type. Let's go check that out. I've never used all. The type is triangle. Oops, did it not copy? Triangle. Copy just to make sure that the words match. Let's now go to the browser and see if this is what I get. Where is my browser though? I think I've lost it. Let us now open another browser, Google Chrome. The triangle is not recognized by this browser, but I think this was another element that was added. Where is my, yeah, here. So we can use a circle if you want to, a square if you want to. I have seen all of these working, but triangle was something exciting, so I thought I'll try. But we can actually use CSS to modify these as well, the way we really want. So now you see it is actually become a square. It's very subtle. Okay, could be. I've not tried. Let me go try if it works in. Yeah, some of them may have a browser compatibility issue. Yeah, no, triangle does not work in Firefox as well. Okay, I don't know. Okay, so maybe you guys can try and explore. Did I make any typo mistake? No. So let us go check in Firefox. And I'm using the latest version of Firefox and it doesn't seem to work. Nevertheless, okay, so it's not important. Just understand that there are different types of types that you can go use for list items and ordered list and unordered list and things like that. So you can use, okay, and they have a working example right there in front of you. I don't think they have an example for triangle there, because maybe they were also not sure about it, so it's not displayed in here. Okay, so what we have learned is that there is something called as list that we can go create, and that can be of two types, ordered list and unordered list. Now what is more important here is you have opened the tag but you never bothered to close it, and that's supported in HTML5. It never used to be supported in HTML 4.01 or XHTML. XHTML though it was never supported because XHTML is what? XML version of HTML. Because it was XML, you had to close the tags. And now even badly nested tags would work. See, ideally, in the slide you can see B stands for bold. So anything that you put inside will become bold. And I stands for italics. Anything that you put inside that I tag will become italics. So if you think about it like that, I start a B tag, I put some content, I start an I tag and I put some content. Now ideally I had to end the I tag and then the B tag, correct? Because you need to properly nest them. Even if you improperly nest them, this will also work in the browser. Okay, so this is also supported. So just to prove that, what I will do is I will use the exact example that I have displayed here on the slide. There's a B tag. I will say this is bold, and I'll use another tag called I, and inside this I will say italics. And then now what I'll do, see, this is correctly nesting. So in this case, bold will be bold, italics text will be in italics, and outsider will still be in bold. Okay, if I go back to the browser, you can experience that. See, it's working, correct? Bold is in bold, outside is also in bold, italics is inside italics. Now if I come back here and wrongly nest this, I would close the bold tag before and I would close the I tag later. So this is wrongly nesting, isn't it? I mean, you can easily find out. No, Vijay, this will not work. But in HTML5, this would work. See here, this word is bold because bold. This word italics will be in both bold and italics, and this will be just in italics. So the way it would work is between this and this tag, things will be bold. And between this and this tag, it will be italics. And this will be both bold and italics. You got it? And that would work in HTML tag. So sometimes if you don't pay attention to all such trivial things, you may have an undesired outcome. Is that clear? So pay attention to all these subtle changes that has happened, in HTML recently. Okay, but just confirm if this gave you the same output that you are seeing on my screen. Yes, got it. Good. So there are some new tags. If we change the tag, this will these plugins change them accordingly? No, there is one tag that we can use. So there's one more plugin that we can use. If you change the starting tag, it'll change the corresponding ending tag. Okay, so maybe later on I'll show you how you can install it. Okay, but you can. There are plugins for that. So if you basically select the first one, it'll select the last one as well, but see, it is not in this case. But there are techniques that we can use to do that. If I were you, I would select this and press Control D. Control D would select the next occurrence, and then I can change UL, and that will change in both of them. Okay, how do I get suggestions for type or any attributes? Okay, see, these are built into the Visual Studio Code. You will be able to get them, say, automatically. So if I don't have it, if I press Control space, I do get the drop down. Correct? And see here, when I press Control space, I did not get any option. And it's then referring or suggesting me everything that I have in the content. So sometimes, it is not all that great. Sometimes it is. Okay. So the idea here is you should know which one to accept and which one not to accept. I mean, just because, this browser, this ID suggested, can I start with B tag and bold tag and, all of this? No, it would be such a waste of time, right? So you should know which one is accepted. I mean, if you know about it, then this code hints, they all will make sense. If not, life will become a mess. I mean, you're like, what? Can I type this? What will happen? And then, you go back to the browser and check, what is happening. Nothing is happening here. So you come back, oh no, car set is nothing is happening. And then, you can say, oh, let's say I do head there, and then see nothing, because the default type is a disk. Oopsie. The default type is what? A disk. The disk. That's the default. I mean, whether you use it or you don't use it, the default would be disk. You have other options like, square and round and things like that. So that you can use. But you should know what are, legitimately allowed, so you can identify them. Okay, so now moving forward. So there are some new tags that has been introduced, like canvas. We'll talk about canvas. We'll also do some practical exercises around them. There is this audio tag, this video tag. All of these are new tags. But since these are new tags, if the browser does not recognize, you can put some content in between the tag. Like, for example, I have put the word fallback in the content, as a content in between the canvas tag. The content fallback will then be displayed instead of the canvas tag. Okay, so that's a fallback option that most of the browsers support. So if you expect a new tag that was introduced, and if the tag is not recognized, the content inside the tag will definitely be recognized. So that way you can tell the user that, oh yeah, this tag is not seen on your browser, you should probably update. You can give him some default message. We'll be using canvas moving forward. And then there is this widespread practices. Developers have been using all of them since a long time. So if there is an orphan tag, now what is an orphan tag? A tag that cannot take any other elements inside, in between them. Those are called orphan tags. And inside this orphan tags, if there's an orphan tag, you don't have to close it. Just declaring the tag is good enough. And when we learn PHP, we can generate these tags via PHP. And then, it becomes very effective to understand your output if you know what these tags will do or how will it be performing outside. Okay, and there are many other utilities. HTML5 has actually added into the browser. In fact, there are different set of people or groups of developers who are contributing to this. This is an open source community. In fact, you can also join and start contributing in any which way that you can. Okay, because there's a lot of scope to work on all of these technologies, and a lot of people have started contributing to uh, creating this platform, making this platform better. So you have something called as mm, semantically declaring your application, which could be easy for the machine to interpret, and not only for machine, even for developers like us to find out, what is the structure of this application, which tag is more appropriate in this case. You can also make an application faster, even when it is not connected to the internet, by the usage of the offline API, local storage, IndexedDB. There would be something called as um, application cache internals, which is now uh, removed for some security reasons, but we still can sniff and find out if the user is online or offline. But earlier we had the ability to give some alternate content. Let's say now if the user is disconnected, I can give him a different page altogether. So those features are down for some maintenance. When they come back, we can probably explore them. But as of now, we can just find out if the device is online or offline. And when the device is offline, we can ask the user to read the data locally, which is stored in something called as local storage. And local storage has few more flavors. You have session storage, local storage, web storage, and things like that. We will get to the details in the next classes. You also have the ability to store a database on the user's machine. But now there is a challenge with this. Firefox, Safari is supporting IndexedDB, and it is also supporting something called as WebSQL. But other browsers have a lot of conflicts with that. Opera is saying we'll only support IndexedDB. IE doesn't want to support any of them. The new version supports both IndexedDB and WebSQL. So the road is a little rough. There is browsers are still contemplating on which technology would be more appropriate. So as and when things become more mature, we will be able to use the database that will be available on the browser. See, even as of now, IndexedDB is available, but the support across different browsers are limited. Okay, so we can safely rely on local storage because that's available on most of the browsers, which is what we'll focus in this workshop. But I told you that it is not supported on all the browsers yet. So if you build an application which is relying on IndexedDB, don't expect it to work on all the browsers, because not all the browsers have implemented it. See, you should understand that these browsers are manufactured by a different team of developers who are working on different core technologies. So not all the technologies support all the features, correct? So there would be some rough patches in between. And you also can access the device and its abilities, like geolocation, where the user at this point in time, the orientation API, the accelerometer. I mean, how the device is oriented. Is it tilted to the right? Is it tilted to the left? And is it tilted to the top and bottom? You also have pedometers installed in some of these devices, where we can also find out, track the user when he is moving and things like that. You also have something called as get user media, which allows you to access the camera and the microphone. Again, on this get user media is available only in few browsers, like Chrome supports it. That is why I was recommending that let's all use Chrome to a larger extent, because that supports most of the features that we'll be discussing in this workshop. Okay, so you have some better server connectivity with these APIs. We'll be communicating with WebSockets in this workshop. So let's see how it goes. I can show you how you create WebSockets and communicate, because many applications are nowadays relying on these technologies. You also have a plugin free environment where people can listen to audio, video, play video without even having a plugin on their machine. Earlier, there was a demand to have a plugin, but nowadays you don't. And you can create some uh, uh, content which creates a good impact on the user by using these technologies like SVG, stands for Scalable Vector Graphics, Canvas, WebGL, and some CSS 3D and things like that. Unfortunately, we will not be able to spend much time on these because that is not something that we are here to learn. Correct? But these are very interesting to know. I'll show you some resources that you can start using. But each one of them has its own domain. Say, for example, SVG can be used for creating dashboard applications. Like you would want to interpret huge data. Okay, you can't simply prepare tables to display. So that's where SVG and Canvas comes into play. And WebGL takes advantage of the graphics acceleration that the user may have, like graphic card. They will be able to take advantage of it. I mean, the program will be able to take advantage of it and deliver really rich content. I'll show you some applications that have been built, and moving forward, you should also be capable of doing that. Okay. And we can improve the performance of an application by splitting your main JavaScript thread into multi-threads. You should all know that JavaScript runs in a single thread. Now, how do we create pseudo threads in them? That's how the web workers comes into play. And the new version of the HTTP that we have, that is, the way to communicate from a browser to a server, has also been enhanced. There is this HTTP version 2 and XML HTTP version 2. XML HTTP version 2 is a client-side resource that the browser is capable of making a request. Okay, so that gives you a big performance boost when you start using these technologies. Frankly, there are lots that has been added. Okay, so Let's Header course code is pretty easy to follow along. So I told you earlier we had to use HTML4 semantics, the tags. The doc type declaration would be a pretty lengthy long one, and we had 3 different types: strict, transitional, and frame set. Maybe someone may ask you in an interview, that is all, but practically these are obsolete now. Nobody would even be using them. But for you to understand, when I say strict, it simply means that I am strictly following whatever W3C has told. Okay, so whatever W3C has laid out as standards, I'm following it in my application. If that is so, I would use a strict doc type. If I'm somewhat following it, and sometimes I'm not following what W3C says. Say for example, B and I that we used in the previous exercise, B is for bold and I is for italics. Actually, these are styling components, right? They were actually supposed to be written in a different file called CSS, and that would be applied onto your application. So the recommendation from the W3C consortium is any styling tags will have to be written in CSS, not in HTML. So those rules, if you are breaking them, if you are using B tag and I tag in your document, that means to say you are violating some of these rules, correct? So then you have to specify in the doc type that use transitional. If not, the browser should start showing errors. Okay. And later on, we had the ability to have a web page inside another web page using something called as frame sets. So if you don't tell the browser that this application has many HTML pages in one, it would just render the outermost frame. The frames that are inside would be simply ignored because the browser made a request and the server sent one HTML file, so browser rendered it. The server then sent another HTML file. The browser doesn't know what to do with it, so it would ignore it. Okay. So in order to tell the browser that, hey, this web page is made out of several HTML pages, so wait, I'm supposed to send you more so that you can start rendering. So you had to tell the browser that doc type would be frame set. In the bottom, you can see the doc type is HTML, and this is for HTML4, that is 4.01 also, and the doc type would be given to us by the W3C. W3C is that worldwide consortium thing. And the doc type declaration is HTML 4.01 and transitional English language. And if you want to read more about it, you go to this website w3.org/tr, that is transitional, and HTML4/loose.ddt. Loose simply means to say it is transitional. It is loosely typed language. I mean, loosely typed or loosely following whatever the implementation is. You also had strict and frame set DDTs. So you saw this. There's a lot of things that people used to do. Now that is replaced with something called as this. Don't you feel that this is so easy? At least now I can relax. I don't have to remember all of that. Okay. So moving forward, we will have to simply use this doc type. So that's the new header text. We discussed about this, but I thought I will take you to the nitty-gritties of it. And we also had this namespace declaration that is now removed. You just have to use HTML. But to give your application a better feel, it's a good idea that we specify language. We spoke about this as well because it can help the screen readers to start reading or interpreting this page in English. And we can also specify what kind of ASCII values or what is the character code that we have used to generate this this application using meta character set. But that tag was also quite a lengthy long one. HTTP equivalent would be content type, content equals text/HTML. So basically you're telling what kind of content it is. When we create some server interaction, we will again have to do this, because from the server side, we can send HTML files, we can send text files, we can send JSON files, we can send XML files, we can send whole lot of things, right? So we'll have to educate browser as to how things should be treated. So we'll have to specify this on the server side. As of now, the HTML page does not have to carry this information.
Okay guys, a quick info: if you're looking for an end-to-end training in JavaScript, Intellipaat provides a full stack web developer course which covers JavaScript and all the JavaScript frameworks you need to know. For more details, check out the description box.
Just a quick info, guys. Test your knowledge of web development by answering this question. What is WordPress? A. It is a software used to press text. B. It is a text formatting software. C. It is a content management system. D. It is a mail service. Comment your answer in the comment section below. Subscribe to Intellipaat to know the right answer. Now, let's continue with the session.
You simply will have to confirm what kind of Unicode is being used in our page. So you see the ones that are in black is what we should be using moving forward. And in order to add scripts, JavaScripts in your document and add styles in your document, the old way was script type equals text/JavaScript. This is the MIME type that we have to tell the browser. But since there is only one language, should that not be understood by the browser? There's only one that we can send. There can't be many. Earlier there were many languages that were used on the client side. You also had the ability to render VB code on the browser, C++ for a brief amount of time. So that is all removed now. You only can use JavaScript on the client side. So you don't have to even specify that you are writing JavaScript. Similarly, CSS could also be written in JavaScript earlier. So there was a conflict. Well, should I be using CSS in JavaScript, or should I be using a file by name CSS? So now that conflict is also resolved. We'll still be using just CSS on the client side. Okay. If you are working with external CSS file, then you will have to specify what is the relationship, because a document can take more than one CSS file. So these are some header tags. So what is semantics? See, earlier we used to use this tag called div. Basically, div is a division element. You can create a division of content using this div tags. The purpose of this tag is to group similar kind of tags. Let's say now there are about 3 paragraphs. I want to group them How will you group them? You wrap them into a div tag. Okay. So if you keep wrapping your content in div tags, it would create a mess of many div tags, and you would not even know for what these div tags are used. So I think we'll go create a problem, and then you'll understand the solution and you'll appreciate the solution. I'll now go create a new file, which I recommend you all do. This is going to be called as step 2 semantics.html, and we'll use our HTML:5 snippet. So let's say here in this application, we'll go create header, some footer, and I mean that is heading and then footer content, and then we'll create some 2 or 3 paragraphs to display on the page. Okay, and I'm using divs to do all of them. So this div will be to create some headings. So I'll use an h1 tag. Welcome to my application. So this is the heading. Okay, and let us say I also want to do some navigation in my document. I'll use a UL tag, and inside the UL I'll use some LIs, and this LI tag would be nested in a anchor tag. A anchor tag will have an href, that is a location where it should take the user when the user clicks on this button. I'll have about 5 of them. I'll give each one of them a number. This is 1, this is 2, this is 3, this is 4, and this is 5. So this is for navigation. And then the main part of the application comes into play. So I'm using a div tag, and inside the div tag, I want to wrap some content. Now, how do I put some content? I'll use a div tag. I'll put some content. Lorem ipsum is some placeholder dummy text. I would want to have about 3 of them, 4 of them. Who cares, right? I mean, 3, 4 is fine. And then finally, I have a footer. Footer will also have a div tag, and inside the div tag, I would put some ampersand copy and say copyrights. Copyrights reserved by my application. A is for an anchor tag. Basically, it will create a link from this page to an external file. Okay. So now if I run this page in the browser, this is how my application looks. Not all that elegant, but yeah, somewhere we can start, right? So for all you who are waiting, I will give this file, this page. I doubt, if it would be accommodated by the, no, it does not take it. It does not take it. So what I'll do, guys, is I'll put it onto a page that you can access. This website called Pastebin. Give me a minute. I'll create a login. I'll give you access to these files. I'll paste this entire page. So all you need to do is click, copy paste that link in the browser, and when the application shows you like this, click on the raw and you'll be able to copy the content. So HTML5 has introduced some new semantics. These are new names for a div tag. What is it? It's a name for a div tag. That's it. So it doesn't do anything apart from that. Instead of using div tag, you can use these now. That is all. It will also group. But the question is, when do I use each one of them? There is a specific requirement for each one of them. See, nobody will hold you by these rules if you don't follow them. Okay, if you miss one of them, it's okay. But if you are, if you want to create an application which is semantically structured, it's a requirement that you follow all of these rules. So what we have here is header. Now, what do you think a header will do? It will come on top of the page. Sometimes it can also come on top of some content, correct? That is where the heading comes. So the easiest way to think about all of this is to relate this to a newspaper. I'm sure all of you have seen a newspaper, right? All of you have seen a newspaper, right? Yeah, so you'll have a heading. Now, what will the heading say? Some very important content that you would want to display. And then you have a footer. Where will the footer come? Somewhere in the bottom. Header and footer is something that you can easily understand. Now, if you have many headings, you can group them in one H group. There would be scenarios like this. Like for example, a company name is heading. Company will also have some taglines, which is also a heading. So you have a requirement to group them. How do you group them? You group them under something called as an H group tag. Easy? Is that simple? Header is on the top of the document or top of the content. Footer is in the bottom of the document. H group is to group all the heading tags. There is this tag called a nav. Whenever there is a navigation that is happening from one page to another page, you can use the nav tag to navigate from one document to another document. Easy and simple. And now you have something called as a main tag. The main tag responsibility is to group the main content of your application. I'll show you this pictorially, that becomes easy for you to understand. Now, what is the main tag? Something that excludes the navigation and the header and the footer. That's the main content. Then you have several sections. So in the newspaper, you have several sections, right? The sports section, the finance section, the entertainment section, and each section will have a lot of articles written in it, correct? Under the sports section, you'll have a lot of articles. Under the economy section, there will be a lot of articles. Under political section, there will be a lot of articles, correct? So now you understand what is section and what is an article. Section is a group of articles put together. Is that easy to get? Okay, so now we are clear with header, H group, nav, main, section, and article. Now you also have something called as a aside. Anything that is not directly related with your with the content that we are discussing can be put aside, so that you can give a reference. I mean, if you open the Wikipedia page, you will see that there is a lot of references that are actually being given. If I go to Wikipedia, not only Wikipedia, I'm using Wikipedia as a reference, but you could also use, let us say, no, I'm looking for some, this one. See, if you click on this, you do have this main content, okay? But you also have some references. Sometimes, you know, it may come in the bottom. See, these are all references, correct? These are references that we have, notes and references. Sometimes these come in the right side or the left side as well, somewhere in the right side or the left side as well. See, on the left side, we also have some navigation, which are not directly connected with the content that we're talking about. Okay, anything that may not be directly connected to your document, but that is like an also information, read more information, they come in the aside tag. Usually these aside will be either on the right side or on the left side or somewhere in the bottom as well. Aside would be something on the left side or the right side. I mean, that's the general convention that many people have, but you can also put it in the bottom. Nobody will come and question, oh, why are you putting it aside? That's because this is an aside tag. I put it in the bottom because I don't want this to clutter the main flow of the content. So that's an aside tag. Okay, href is just denoting the link. Nav tag is used to actually do the or group all those tags that has href in it. Okay, so I was asked what is the difference between nav tag and href. See, href is an attribute of an anchor tag. You go back here. See, there is an anchor tag, correct? Anchor tag is an attribute. What is an attribute? It is a property of a tag, correct? So you write it inside the tag. That's an attribute. That is href. And you group such tags together under one nav tag. Yes. Nav tag indicates that there are many links inside this page which can take you to different pages. Now, earlier we used to, when we had a requirement to ask user to submit some information, if you had, we could gather information of the user using text input. So the user can enter some text, correct? But what if the user had to specify his favorite color to us? I mean, not a favorite color, like, he would want to share and tell us that this is the color that he would want to use on his application. Correct? So, and if he is allowed to type some color, he may make a mistake as well, right? Instead of red, he may say read. That would be an irrelevant information for us. Instead of black, he may say block. I mean, maybe, while typing, he made a mistake. Okay. So that would be an inappropriate data for us. How do we protect? That was one requirement. So validation, that is, you validate the input before the user can type. So you have some new inputs that are available here. Not only just color I'm talking about. Let us say the user will have to select a range of values. So now you have some new inputs. I recommend that you start using them if you have to build some application moving forward. So we can search, we can use the search, color, range, time, date and week and month and number, email, telephone number, URL. So these are some inputs. You see, there are tons of them, right? Not tons of them, lots of them, right? Okay. So you have at least about 10, 12 of them easily there. Correct? And then you also have some outputs. These are inputs and these are some outputs. So if you just put some space around them, these are outputs. Inputs where the user provides an input. Outputs is where we as developer give display some data onto the user's machine. So these are inputs, these are outputs. Okay. Let us now see how each one of them can be created. So what I'll do is I will create a template to add these different types of inputs, and then I will add each one of them. And not only that, I will also show as a developer how you can extract the values of these. Okay. Let's go create another example here. This is going to be called as step 3 input API.html. API stands for application programming interface. HTML:5. And I will now go use a table. And inside the table, I'll use the head. The head stands for table header. And then we'll also have table body. We'll talk about that moving forward. We have table head and table body. I'll use an HR tag. HR is for horizontal table row. And inside the table row, I'll use a TH tag. The first one will say the type or the name, input name. This is the first one. And inside this T body, we'll use the TR tag. TR is for again table row, and this time we'll have a TD tag. TD is for table data, and we'll put some empty placeholder as of now so that it is balanced. Okay, so ampersand NBSP semicolon. This is non-breaking space. So now if I go back and run this in the browser in Chrome, you should get to see this. I mean, I can probably put text here, that way you'll actually see text here. I will not only want to type the name, but I want to show you how it is rendered. How it is rendered by the browser. So here I will show you how you can use a text input type text. I'll go to this table and add a border, because without this border we won't be able to distinguish how it is working. Correct? Let's say 0.1. All would be the same. I don't think it would make such a big difference though. No, I can only, I think the minimum is just 1. You can't use. There is a property called padding. I'll give about 10. I don't know if this would work. I think it's called table padding. Nevertheless, I think border would be good enough. Just you'll note this down, and we'll keep using this. There's one more that I want to add: the value that is entered. Value entered, and we'll need one TD tag for that as well. And this TD tag will have a span tag. What is a span tag now? Like the way div tags can be used to group elements, like, you know, you want to group paragraphs into one, you can create, you know, group articles into one div, sections into one div. You can use span to group inline elements. Now, what is an inline element? See, this text that I have written here is an inline element. The value entered here is an inline element. Out of them, I want to just select this entered. Okay, how do I do that? Let's say now we have this text called value is, let us say this is a placeholder. I want to select only this text placeholder and then, you know, change its appearance. I want to select only this. How do I do that? That is where, you know, you use a span tag to select it. But as of now, we don't know what to do with that. So maybe, you know, if I were to show you, I'll use a style block. We'll be doing this, all of this shortly. So if there is a span tag, I want you to select it and apply a background color of yellow. Let us say, so run this example and it should apply. So I'm selecting only this text. That is why, you know, the span is used. What is the use of a table? Okay, so that you can structure your document into rows and columns. Okay, so let's say, for example, you want to write a table of some products, a list of some products. So there is a requirement, right? You will have to display them in rows and columns. That is why I use tables. Okay. Okay, here in this example, we'll go create these many inputs. I'll show you how you can, I will show you how you can create a input type search. And so we'll all do that together. Okay, this tr tag, paste it again, change this to search. The input type will be changed to search. And maybe here I will say search, and maybe I'll type text. So that becomes more appropriate. If I go back and refresh, the text value is placeholder, search value is placeholder. Now both look the same, right? They both look the same. What is the difference between these? So you can write some text, no doubt. You can write some text, but hey, what? There is a X mark here, which tells you that, you know, you can click on this to get rid of the text. That doesn't come with text. It comes with search, because you can change the search term as you want. You see there is a difference now, right? They're not the same. Just because, you know, you said the input type is search, it'll then become search. Now let us clone this. I will now add color. So we have search, color, range, time, date, time, week, month, and number. See, some of these are not standardized yet. I think I've removed it. It was called datetime locale. I think I've removed it. But again, you know, not all the browsers have the standard support for this. Something that you need to keep in mind. So let us go create all of these: color, range, time, date, time, week, month, and number. Okay, here, this would be color, and this type here would be color, and the color value is here. Let's clone this. Color, we have range, the type input would be range, the range value is here. This is range value. You see there is a new input type now. I can select color, I can select a range. These are new, and then we can use time, date time, and date. Go back here, we have time. So this allows the user to select a time. See, I can select the time now is 12:28 p.m. Select it over. Yeah, and you also have date and date time together. So you may want to select the date and date time. I think I'll complete all of them. This would be date and time, date time. So you see the date time doesn't work, but you have something called as date time locale. That is recognized by some of the browsers. See, date time locale is supported. Date time is not. It's something that you need to keep in mind. Date time local, because see, what do you mean by date time? It is the local date time, right? The user is selecting his date and time. So earlier we had the ability to read the date time on the server side. So that is now deprecated. So you have that is being now replaced with date time local. Then we have week, month, and number. So that should be easy for us to complete. Why we typed local 2 in date time? See here, when you use the date time local, which means to say the local system dates and time are picked. On your machine, it will be your local date and time. On my machine, my local date and time. Correct? So when we are interacting with the application, you can specify what is your local date and time and specify on the server side. When as a developer, we can read it on the server side. Okay, so now we have email, tell, and URL as well. So let's go create that also. Email, tell is for telephone number. Copy paste it, and URL. There you go. So you have all of them on the screen. And if you notice, number has a new stepper. Email does not have anything. It can take any content. URL can also take any content. They don't change much. You agree? They don't differ much, but there is a significant difference between all of them. So this is what we have. Okay. But now if you display it on a device, mobile device that is, see, this is the standard the standard keyboard for a text input if the input is text. But if the input is email, notice the space bar accommodates an @ and a dot there. Correct? Have you ever tried that? When you're typing email on your mobile phone, your space bar also has @ and dot. It happens even on an Android phone and an iPhone, both. And if you are using URL, again the keyboard layout will change. The space bar will accommodate / and .com to help the user type the URL really quick. And when the user uses number, then the keyboard will only show him the number. And when the user sees telephone number there, the keyboard will only accept telephone numbers. But see, we as developers who are using a keyboard don't expect that keyboard to change. That will not, right? So only the soft keyboards, the software keyboards, have the ability to change and accommodate the user inputs. So this is an advantage that you get. But users who are interacting with their application again are free to type whatever they want. But if you have forced it to enter a number, then the number keypad is automatically enabled. But the user can click on this ABC button and then switch back to entering some text. He can do that. And when the user is interacting with the input type telephone, he can enter a telephone number along with some special characters like pound and hash and plus and plus whatever. So they can use all of these special characters in the phone number. So now as a developer, we have created this application. The user has got this. Now the user will, let us say, change some value. Let us say we'll type some value. Hello there. I want to, as a developer, I want to read this value. How do I read this is the question. How do I read it and probably put that here? So if I have to put it here, I know I have to read it as well, isn't it? So let us go ahead and write some logic now. Okay, this is where we get into some basic JavaScript. Easy. I will write a JavaScript here. So you use a script block and write JavaScript there. Okay, we will go write a function that can be called. I'll call this as get value. This get value, the first parameter would be, let us say I will call this as input, and the second one will be called as an output. So we have an input and then we have an output. So what do I want to do with these two is I will use this input to look for an element that is giving me the value, and I'll use this output to assign the value from the input. You get it? So here I will go and say document dot get element by ID output dot inner HTML equals input document, maybe I'll say input dot value. For now, we'll have to somehow make the boat sail, right? So what am I trying to do here is I will take the value from the output and I'll assign it to the input. So now coming back to this example, let's just check if this is working. So on this input, I will listen to an event called on change. And when on change happens, I'll call this get value function. Now this get value, when I'm calling, is supposed to get two parameters. The first parameter I would say is this. The second parameter would be the ID of the span tag. So the span tag will have an ID attribute. ID is like a unique identification for this tag. It should be unique across the document. So if you use one ID here, you can't use the same ID again. I mean, if you use it, doesn't mean that your browser will get angry on you. No. As a developer, it is not a good practice to use the same ID in multiple places, because ID is meant to be unique. I mean, if you have many IDs in your document, then your document will simply start ignoring the remaining IDs as long as it has got the first matched element. So that will work against you. So watch. So this, I'll call this as text IP. IP is for input. So this value is something that I will pass here like this. This name I've passed here. So this becomes the output. This is where I'm trying to display, correct? And the input is this. We'll understand the keyword this in a greater detail moving forward. Okay, so if I now refresh and if I type something, hello there, and I come out of this, see the text is now transferred here from here to here. So what am I trying to do here is I will read the value from this input and I'll assign it as an inner HTML for the output. Okay, cool. Let's go to the next step, guys. So we can, the way I have written this function, it can accommodate any value. In fact, I can now take the same program. I suggest you can do that. We'll have to just assign an ID to the span tag, which will be, starting with this search and end with IP. Okay, so this would be color IP, so on and so forth. So let us go ahead and do that. Here, the span will get an ID, search IP, search IP. So I got search and IP there. And on this input, we'll go use that on change event and we'll say get value and we'll pass the keyword this, and then in quotes, I'll pass search IP. Easy. So if I now go back, refresh, if I type something in the search, if I say football is here. If I go back, cricket would be displayed here. Easy.
Just a quick info, guys. Test your knowledge of web development by answering this question. What is WordPress? A. It is a software used to press text. B. It is a text formatting software. C. It is a content management system. D. It is a mail service. Comment your answer in the comment section below. Subscribe to Intellipaat to know the right answer. Now, let's continue with the session.
So you can now try with all of these. Like for example, go to the span tag and assign an ID as color IP. And I go to this input and type on change get value and pass the keyword this, and in quotes, I pass color IP. That would also display the color now. So if I click on this and select some color, okay, select the color. You can also use this color picker to pick any color from the document. So if I come out of it, it gives me the hex value of the color. Okay, frankly, I can use this to do something. So I can now work with all of them. Cricket, using it as an example. Hello there, and it. Okay, so here I can select this range and then I can get the value here. So in order to do that, go to the span and I'll use an ID and say range IP. Frankly, I can copy this. So this would be a range IP. So go back, refresh. So when I'm changing, see, I'm able to get. And what we understand of this range is the minimum is 0 and the maximum is 100. And we can set any value in between. Easy. Similarly, we'll go ahead and add this on all of these inputs. Input on change. This would be time IP. And this would have an ID called time IP. This is date IP. This will have an ID as date time IP. It should have been date time dash local, but in JavaScript we can't use the minus symbol because this would be treated as minus. Okay, so I'm escaping that. I'm just using date time here, and this is sorry, date time IP. I forgot that, date time IP, and that should work. So this and this should match, isn't it? So now let's go ahead, and this would be a week. Save, go back and relaunch. Everything should work now. So if you select the date and time, that would be applied. You can select, that would be applied, and you not only select the date, but you can also select the time, that would be applied. And we can select a week. It tells you the week of the year that's taken. We can select the month that's taken. We can also change the number. There is a problem, month and number, the conflict. Let's say month and number. Yeah, so this should be month and this should be number IP, correct? Copy paste problem. So month and number, that is fixed. I don't think anything else has that problem. Let's go back, check, refresh. I can select the week. I can select the month, working. I can select the number, that's working, and add an email. I'm putting my email address, that should accept. Telephone number, some number, that works. I can put the URL http://www.google.com. That should work. Okay. So you saw how you can use these inputs, and you saw how you can extract the values. Moving forward, we'll have a lot of business doing this because most of the PHP would be related with forms. We'll be using users inputs and validate them. Okay. So we created this example where we have this header and H group and H1, H2 and all of this, correct? So I thought I'll just add one more idea to you. So here we will apply some basic styling. Here I would want to make this look like a decent web page. Now how do I make it? So as of now, this looks like this. It doesn't look like a page. It doesn't look like a website, web page, right? How do I make it look like a web page? So there is a library called Bootstrap that we can use. Getbootstrap.com is the website. I'll walk you through this. You can use this CSS sheet. So we can use this. It's available. You can simply attach to your application. Notice there is a CSS library here. You can attach this to your document and your document immediately starts becoming better. See, I'll just copy this and I paste it here. You don't have to do this because we are not going to do this either. I'm just showing you. See, if I now refresh, see, your document immediately changes, right? And you can then start attaching all the different features that Bootstrap does offer. You don't need an in-depth workshop on this. It is like this. You learn a small part of it, and then you get comfortable with it, and then you extend your learning and so on and so forth. So if you want to create a navigation, that is, if you want to create a navigation out of this, it's as easy as working with Bootstrap here. So there is a nav or nav tabs that you can click, and if you notice, they are generating from the UL, LI, anchor tags, from the UL, LI and anchor tags that we have here, we do have UL, LI and anchor tags. So that is all that is required. So if you add this class nav, I'm just doing this. If you want, you can also do this. But we will have an exclusive class on this as well. So I can attach this class here. So you are basically adding a class attribute with a value nav attached to it. Easy. And for this li tags, we need to add this tag nav item. Copy this, and where all we have this li tag here, 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 and here. So you paste this. So, and by just this, you should get your application look like this. See? Pretty easy, isn't it, guys? So this is how it is actually looking. If you want to add more styles, you can actually look for other style behaviors. So not only adding nav, but if you say justify content, you'll be able to make this in the center. See, this is now in the center. If you want that to look like a bubbles, you can. There's one more style that we can add onto it, like this nav pills. So this will make it look like nav pills. I mean, you can stack all these classes onto your element. That's what I'm trying to say. See, it's pretty easy. Now you can also say, Vijay, I want to add on to a very specific element, not onto all of them. Of course we can. See, as of now, we have made all of them active. That was a mistake. Not all of them are active, right? At any given point of time, not all the links should be active. So if I now go back, not all of them are active. You can actually click on each one of them, and it is trying to navigate. As of now, we have not created these links, but when we create these links, you'll actually see them changing from one to another, exactly like this. Now this is one of the CSS in frameworks that we have. We have others as well. So you can also use something called as foundation. It is by a company called Zub. This library is used by Facebook. Okay, so if you can click on download foundation, so of course this downloads as a zip file. We still can click on getting started. There used to be a CSS file for download for link. So the idea here is you can also use this library. I'll show you how you can use this as well. It's pretty easy. Okay, so they have removed. There are some case studies. There are some resources. So you can probably click on one of these applications that has been developed using foundation. Okay. So you definitely have a lot of help, and if you want to create something from start, which already has some amount of content for you in place, you can click on this. This will create a news magazine theme, and the CSS is already loaded for you. Okay, so you can use them. But what am I trying to say here is there are many libraries that are out there that can help us. It's not that you have to write everything from scratch like the way we did. Okay, but however, it always pays if you know what exactly these libraries are doing implicitly. So I'll go ahead and delete them. Okay, I'll go ahead and delete them. See, because this workshop is all about creating everything from scratch. That way you will know exactly why this line exists. However, once you understand how these libraries are functioning, you can go ahead and start using them. You don't have to write everything. But why would you need to know all of the syntax? Because it's usually that you don't want to use somebody else's library as it is. And if you have to make some customizations, you know exactly where to make such changes. So you come down here and let's say I would want to make it look like maybe something like this, okay, but not the nav part. It is possible, we can do it, but just that it will take more time. So we'll just stick to some basics. So as of now, this is looking like this. This is the same document that you also should have, correct? So now I'll go ahead and write some styles from the scratch. Now I want to make a selection onto this header. I want to select this header. How do I select this header? Header is the name of the tag, correct? So I can directly use that header like this. And using these curly brace, I am assigning a style property to this. In fact, this is called a style declaration block. A declaration block. So why? Because there can be many declarations in it, assigning many properties and values to them. So this is a declaration block. So this is a selector. This header is a selector. This is a declaration block. Inside the declaration block, you specify the property that you would want to select. Let us say I want to assign a background color. Background color is a property. Now, what is the value that you would want to assign? Let us say I want to assign some teal color. So if I run this example, the header will be in that color. Not a favorite color of mine, but nevertheless, if just to illustrate, okay, you can choose different colors. If you're working with Visual Studio Code, you get to see even colors here. It's quite a useful feature. So I can select the dark slate gray onto this header. So it's working, but the text here has become black. So we would want to change that. So I'll say the color property. Now background color is for the background. Color is usually for the text. So I'll select some floral white color for the text. There you go. And I want to apply some basic padding to this. Don't bother about this. I will again come back to you and explain padding exclusively, but padding is easy. It's just that you have some extra space around this element. So you basically add some padding to this element. See, you got some padding there. And if you don't like the font, we can change the font. I'll simply say the font family would be Trebuchet MS. Save, run this example. See, it's looking nice. I mean, at least compared to what we had before, this is better. And I would usually want the same font and everything for the footer as well, for the footer element here. There is a footer element. So I've selected footer. This is footer. So you've got the header and footer. Since I'm applying the same font and same style and same declaration, should I repeat myself is the question. You don't have to. You can simply comma separate, add another tag right there. So this style declaration that we have will be assigned to both header and footer. Easy. It looks the same. So I've applied some basic style declaration block, which contains several declarations, and each declaration is made out of a property and a value. And I've applied it onto this element here. And I can apply the style for nav. We will do that in the CSS workshop. For now, it's okay. I'll just leave this part aside. And I would want to take this section and I want each section to have a different color. So how do I do that? I can take this section. I want to apply a background color. I will apply a background color, but definitely not a slate gray color. I want something more maybe subtle, dark cyan. I don't know if this would make sense. Let's go try that out. Okay. And so I will also want to add padding onto that. Send 10 pixel. There's a padding. And we would also want, these sections to be apart from each other. I don't want them to be touching each other. And usually you would want to add a header for the section. I mean, if you go back to the documentation, whenever you're working with a section would usually have a heading, right? Or else how will you distinguish it? Say, I was talking about the newspaper analogy. How will you know that this is a finance section? It'll have a heading, right? How do you know that this is a sports section? It should also have a heading. So usually you will have a heading inside every section. So headers will come. Let us say this is about our company. So this is about our company here. And maybe, this is about past. And this is present. So if I go back, so I do get headings. I want them to be separated. I don't want them to be touching each other. So what I can do is go give some margin as well. So go to this section, I'll go give a margin. What is margin? Margin is space outside. And where all do I want a margin? I want to have a margin on the top, and I want it to have margin on the bottom, not onto the left and the right. So I can say margin top is about 5 pixel, 10 pixel maybe, and I want margin on the bottom as 10 pixel. So if I go back, see, on the top it has 10 pixel margin, on the bottom it has 10 pixel margin. This one in the bottom should also have 10 pixel in the top and 10 pixel in the bottom. Sure enough, it has 10 pixel in the top and 10 pixel in the bottom. But both of these are asking for 10 pixel. So that would have made it 20 pixel. But in CSS, there is a rule called vertical margin collapse, which means if vertically the same margin is applied, they will collapse. So they will still use the highest margin. So that will make sure that you have 10 pixels only, because both of them are asking for 10 pixel, 10 pixel. So it would be 10 pixel. So that would make your application look like this. And I would want to apply some different color for these articles. So we'll do that here. Article, I'll have a background color, maybe dark gray, and the font family is Arial, and the padding inside would be about 10 pixels each, and a margin on the top. Okay, all of them will have a top margin of about 10 pixels. Save and run this example, and it should start looking like this. Okay, maybe I'll make it silver, light gray. We can actually apply some styling to this. Okay, so now you got this example to work. Looking nice, isn't it? But let's see what is the problem that is associated with this now. I'll go to this main, and I'll also apply a small border around this so that let that not be left alone. Apply a border. Oops, border, 2 pixel solid gray. So let's go check. So there is a border. And we apply some. I don't think, the border is not looking all that nice. Anyways, so I'll make this a background color. Some way to represent this guy, that is all. Okay. I'll apply some padding in the top, or maybe padding all around of about 5 pixels. So you see there is a padding now. There is more padding up. I'll tell you why. Because see, there is a heading here, right? So the heading is asking for some extra space. That is all. And again, here I might have, but we can work around with that. Not a problem. So coming back to the context, we get to see the the main tag as well. That is all the point is. I'll make it even more lighter. It'll be very subtle, but you can see it. That is all it is. Okay, so now if I try and run this application, if I run this application using Chrome, this is what the users get to see. But if I try and run this application onto a client who's using an older version of IE, see, this already seems to have a problem. See, the main tag is not getting rendered here. You see that? The main tag is not getting rendered. I mean, if I put some content here, you'll know the main content. So I type, and if I render, see, this main content now is showing. But if I refresh, see, the main content is shown here. You see this? This is not how it is displayed here, isn't it? This is not how it's displayed here, which means to say every browser has its own ability to understand these components. Not all of them understand it same. Now that becomes a problem, because you are trying as a developer to make things uniform, and browsers are trying to break them. And they're not trying to break them, but they break on browsers. So how do we address this is the question. I mean, this is bad, this is okay, but if I take you guys one step back, then if I show you the developer tools, that is developer tools, and from the developer tools, if I change the version to, let us say, IE9 or IE8 perhaps, so none of the styles are working. And it looks pretty pale, isn't it? I mean, this is not how you wanted your application to be, isn't it? So what we can do here, I mean, what is happening in IE is because, see, when IE9 was around, IE8 was around, these tags never existed, correct? These were newly created, header and H group, and nav and main tag, section header and footer. All of these are new tags. IE did not know that these tags would come in future. So how do we support? But many people will still be using IE8. Let's say anybody is using, anybody who's using Windows XP would be using IE8 or IE9. So they'll have a problem. So how do we address this issue? So what we can do here, okay, HTML5 tags are not. No, it is not that it is not supported on IE. It's just that HTML5, which was introduced in 2004, 2005, they these tags were created, but IE was created much before, so they did not know that these tags would be coming at a later point in time, correct? That makes sense. So now you will have to educate the browser that, yeah, these are tags I want you to render. How do we do that? Okay, so I'll show you how you can write a small snippet to get this job done. And in fact, there are libraries that are written. In my slide, you will realize that there are some 2 slides that I skipped. There is one library called HTML5 Shiv. In fact, they should have actually called it as shim, shim. Some mistake by one of the developer. He called it shiv instead of shim. So shimming is a way of creating fallbacks for your content. Okay. So you can also use HTML5 boilerplate or a library called Modernizer and get this job to work. However, let's say I want to know what is written in this library. That's exactly what we are trying to do here. We are trying to recreate whatever that library would do for us. So what the library is doing is it is telling the browser that these tags do exist. Header, footer, section, article, and main do exist. Now, how do I tell the browser that these tags exist? We can go create a script block, a JavaScript block, and we'll go create those tags. I'll say document dot create element, a method called create element, and you'll create an element called header. Easy. So with this command alone, header component is created, and the browser should know that there is a component called header. See, headers came. But see, this is not how the headers would have actually come, isn't it? I mean, they are being displayed, that is all. The styles are now being displayed and things like that. So we need to make one more fix here. This is the style property. See, whenever you create an element like this, if you want to create an element by your name, you can do that. You can simply say document dot create element Vijay. You can create. Legally, this will be an element that is now available for you. After this line, you can actually come here and create a tag by name Vijay. That will work. This will work. So if I go back to the browser, see this hello Vijay is working. But how should this be displayed is something that we have not declared. So whenever you are creating a tag, by default, you are creating something called as an inline tag. Just keep this word inline. So I have not only created this tag inline, so this is an inline element.
Just a quick info, guys. Test your knowledge of web development by answering this question. What does CSS stands for? A. Current style sheets. B. Current sheet style. C. Cascading style sheets. D. Cascading sheet style. Comment your answer in the comment section below. Subscribe to Intellipaat to know the right answer. Now, let's continue with the session.
But I would want to declare this inline element and change its behavior to a block level element. How do I do that? I'll do that here. If there is a header, I want it to be displayed as a block level element. So with this, a combination of the style and the script, we are declaring this tag and we are declaring this to be a block level tag. I mean, can we do this in the style, in the script block? Yes, we can. We can actually do that. We can, pass that to an element and then assign. As of now, I'm showing you the most easier way. So if I go back and if I relaunch, this would work. The header is now fixed. So whenever you create a custom tag, it by default is always an inline element because inline is the default. Okay, and now I not only want to create a header, I want to create a footer tag. I want to create a section tag. I want to create an article tag. I want to create a main tag. What else do I have? Header, footers. Okay, then there is this nav tag as well. So I've created these many tags: headers, footers, section, article, main, and nav. I think that is all that we have used in this work, in this exercise. H group. Okay, but we did not do any styling on that, I guess. Yeah, we did not. That's okay. Now, how is it a block level element? Okay, I'll show you in Chrome. It will become a block level element. And so with this fix, all of these elements will be a block level element. Okay, so now if I go back to the browser and replace and refresh this, notice, the CSS, everything looks applied as we expected to work in the new version as well. So this is a new version, and this is the old version. Okay, you can go in further down, version 7, which is like, obsolete now. Nobody would have Windows 5, Windows 6 and things like that, but still our application will work. So you should know what is wrong and how you can go fix it. So now moving forward, let us look into the other features of HTML5. So what I'm planning is I will go create some folders. Call this is day 1, day 2, day 3, day 4. Now we'll speak about form validation. Now this form validation is quite different from the JavaScript way of validating. I'll show you JavaScript validation also. I'll also show you how you can do the validation via PHP. So you will have many ways to implement this validation. As of now, I'm showing you how you can leverage on the HTML5 validation API. So let me change this to form validation. So we can create a validation for a text input, for a number, for a telephone number, for email, many such things. I'll keep this example really simple, and maybe we'll use some very basic validation. Let us say I want to check the validation for the name, for the age, and for the email, I guess. Okay, so I'll show you how you can do that, and with that you can expand this example to whatever that may be your requirement. So let's do that. So I'll go create one table, and in this table we'll have the T body will have a TR tag, and TR will have username. This would be a form input. Instead of a table, guys, I'll show you a good practice. Not use this table. We'll use a div tag. So inside a div tag, we'll have a label. The label specifies for what? I'll say this would be a user name. And inside this div, we'll also have an input. The type is text. And here the for and the ID should match. Always remember this. Now you may ask, Vijay, why is that a requirement? Okay, watch. So if I run this example in the browser in Chrome, see, if the user comes and clicks on this username, if the user comes and clicks on this username, I want the corresponding input to be highlighted like this. Okay, if I click here, this should be highlighted. How do I map this label to this input? Sometimes they may be one beside another, sometimes they may be little far as well, correct? So in such situation, for accessibility, the for and the ID should match. They should have the same name. Okay, they should have the same string. So if that is done, now if I click on this, you will see this will get highlighted automatically. Watch. Correct? So that's the purpose of the for. The for and the ID should match. The name is something that is useful for us as developers when we start working with PHP. Because when the user submits this form, name is used as the name for the field, and the value that the user will enter will be the value for the field. We get both of them on the server side. If the user is making a get request, we get it as a get variable. If the user is making a post request, we get it as a post variable. But the name of the form is important. Okay, so I will go give this user name. Anything which is quite descriptive that can help you understand that this is a username property. Okay, so let us go create another div. This will be for user, let's say age. This will be user age. This would be user age, and we'll have the user phone number. In this example, all three are same. That's okay. See, as long as this and this match, this really doesn't matter much. So now we need to have a form to submit. We need to have a button to submit. So I'll go create a button. Maybe I will create a div. There won't be any label. This is just for aesthetics. That is all. Okay. Button, login, or sign up, something like that. And we'll wrap all of them into a form so that the validations can start working. So form can either have a get or a post method. The default is get anyways. And action, I will specify that this will submit onto the same page. And I'm done. Okay. I will ask each one of these div to have a class called form input or form item, anything. Okay, and we can wrap all of this into a div. This will help us do some styling. I will paste this snippet so you don't have to bother typing this. Okay, and now we have got this example. This is how it should look. Of course, we'll have to improve this a lot because this is not looking all that great. So we'll go to this form and apply some basic style. So if there is a class called form, maybe I'm changing this, guys. Don't keep this form, make it box or something like that. So I'll say dot box, give it a width of about 400 pixels, a background color so we can see, slate gray, save, run this. Okay, this is about 400 pixel. I think this is comfortable, right, for the entire form. So I'll maybe make it about 300 or so. Yeah, this is also comfortable. Everything can be accommodated. I will add some padding of about 10 pixels each. I have 10 pixel padding, and inside this box, if there is a inside this box, if there is a label, I want the label to be displayed as a inline block element. There is something called as inline block as well. So inside this box, if there is a label, I'll give these labels a width of 100 pixel, but because I gave a width of 100 pixel doesn't mean that they will take it. There's no difference. Why? Because these labels are inline elements. They will only take the width that are required by the children. Who is the child here? The user age is a child. So it is only taking that width. So I can go assign the display type as inline block. So that would be an inline block element. See, now all of them are aligned properly. And we'll also say the text align is right side. That way they all are aligned to the right side. See, this looks nicer as a form at least. Okay. And now I want this button that is inside this, class box to be having a margin on the right side of about 100 pixel. So we will do that as well. So inside the box, if there is a button, I want that to have a width of 100 pixel, maybe 150 pixel, but I want that to have a left margin of about 100 pixels. Correct. Save and run this example. See, we forgot about the margin of padding that this guy had. So we need to ensure that this moves. So I will say the margin in the bottom will be about 5 pixels for all of them. Okay. So there is some spacing around. This is how it looks as of now. And I would want this box not to have a background color. Background color looks pretty bad, right? I'll apply a border to it. 1 pixel solid gray. I'll ask this to have a margin of auto. See, margin auto is simply assigning this margin auto, calculating this left and the right margins automatically. So whatever is available. So if the viewport size increases or decreases, it will always maintain its size position. So let's see, now this is applied. And for now, I want, I will paste this style as well in case if you have missed out some properties, you can pick it from here. So you have everything, guys. You have the form tag that is required and you have the style that is required. You have both. So both. So now the question is, how do I apply validation? So if I try and submit this form, it seems to submit on the browser. You can see the username property, user age, user phone got submitted with some blank values. So if I now go add Bruce 21, there are two age mistake. So let's, guys, you'll have to change this. This is user phone. But in the label it says as user age. So just realize that. So if I change and the phone, click on sign up. See, that information is sent to the server. Using PHP, we'll be able to cache this and use all of them moving forward. We'll do that. So for now, when the user clicks on this button, we would want to do some validation. If the fields are empty, if I click on it, they're submitting this form. So how do I apply a validation and stop that? So we can go to these inputs, each one of them, and add a new attribute called required. So if I say required, which means to say all of these are fields that are required. Without addressing these, you cannot submit the form. Without addressing that, you cannot submit the form. If I now try and click on submit, you'll say, please fill out this field. You see, the basic validations are now started to work. If I click on this, it says please fill out this field. So I fill this field, Bruce. Click on this, I get please fill this out field. I'll say 21. So now it says please fill out this field. I'll now give a number. Now if I click on sign up, it submits. Makes sense, right? So the basic validations are done.
Okay guys, a quick info: if you're looking for an end-to-end training in JavaScript, Intellipaat provides a full stack web developer course which covers JavaScript and all the JavaScript frameworks you need to know. For more details, check out the description box.
Let us take a look at what is CSS. So CSS stands for Cascading Style Sheets. CSS is an acronym just like HTML. CSS stands for Cascading Style Sheets. While HTML is used for structuring content, CSS is used for styling it. So if you're trying to style some content, CSS is a great tool for choice. Using CSS, we can define the styles including color, positioning, etc. Now, whenever you look at an HTML page, if you create the same content across multiple pages, then they all look the same. However, if you want to make them look different, such as change the colors, background colors, borders, positioning, size, there's a lot you can do with the styling aspect of it, and where they are laid out, you can use CSS for that. CSS allows you to target each specific element and then change the styling of that. You use cascading style sheet to do that exactly. And you change the colors, you change the positions, you can change a lot of different things about a particular element. CSS can control the layout of multiple pages. Depending on how you're using CSS, you can control the layout of a single element or all the elements on a single page, or all the elements of all the web pages available in your domain. Basically, you need to be able to control the layout of a page. You use CSS for that. You want to change how a button looks, you use CSS for that as well. So that's how CSS works in general. Why would you want to use CSS? Now, when no CSS is used, browsers apply their default styling rules to an HTML page. If you create two HTML pages with the same markup, then that markup will be styled based on the default styling rules of an HTML page that is applied by the browser. It is to be noted that the same HTML page might not look the same on different browsers because different browsers apply different styling rules to different elements. Nevertheless, if the same HTML page with the same content or markup is opened up inside the same browser, then it's going to give you the same result. Even if there are two different HTML pages. Now, if you want to customize the look and feel of these, then CSS is what is used for that. These rules may vary slightly different browsers and may make your user experience inconsistent. So for instance, if you are using a Firefox web browser and somebody else is using a Google Chrome web browser and someone else is using Internet Explorer, all of these browsers may render things differently if you don't take care of the styling of the thing. Now, because of this, we take care of the styling of all of our elements and the layout using CSS to make it look a bit more consistent across all the pages. Now, these default styles do not suit our needs for many organizations when they are building the websites. Now, this may be the case that when you're building a website, your organization has a particular color scheme, they want certain elements to be displayed in a certain way. You get a web design from a designer and you want your application to look like that. In any of these cases, using the default styling that is provided by the HTML is not going to help you out. You're going to need to have to do this all on your own. Now, CSS helps in addressing these issues by applying style rules to different HTML elements of the page. You can apply the styles on your own. You can choose which styles to apply where, and this will work exactly the way you would suppose it to work. You would have to firstly create style sheets, then write the styles that you want to write for the elements that you're targeting, and change the colors, layouts, positions, etc. to make it look as close to the design that you've gotten as possible. CSS allows us to define styles to make our web pages look different from other web pages. Even if two web pages have the same content, CSS can make them look entirely different based on not just based on the content, but based on the style. You can change the layout, make some element appear first and second, the other element appear later. You can change the colors used to display those elements. You can change the border, the width, the size, the position. There's a lot of things that you can change. CSS also takes care of making the user experience consistent across multiple browsers, as it defines styles that are applied all over the browsers uniformly. So it takes care of making your browsing experience or the user's browsing experience across multiple browsers, across multiple devices, and across multiple screen sizes. And we'll take a look at how you do that in a moment. Right, guys, now let's take a look at how you can use CSS in HTML. So since CSS has been around for a long time, there are several ways of using it inside a web page. Now you can use this inside a web page for many reasons, but there are several ways because it's been around for a long time. People have figured out several ways of using it. Out of these ways, the one you choose has to depend on the scope of the elements which you want the styles to be applied to. So for instance, if you want the style that you want to be applied to is going to be applied to only one element, let's say a button, paragraph, a div tag, then you can use it there. In case you're trying to attach your styles to multiple elements, such as two buttons, multiple paragraphs, multiple div tags on the same page, then there's another one that you can use. And if you are going to apply the same styles across your all websites in different web pages, then there is a different way. It only depends on the scope that you need these styles to be applied to. You can also use one or many of the ways available in the same project. It is a common practice in CSS to apply or use these styles and mix and match them. Although don't mix and match them without understanding why they are being used the way they are used. You should mix and match them only when the need is there. For instance, there are some styles that you want to be applied consistently throughout your website on all web pages. Some styles only need to be something that appears on just one web page. In that case, the one kind of style is fine. And in other cases, if you have a style that only needs to be applied to one element on one web page, then that's another option. But don't mix and match them just because they are available there, because this could cause a lot of headaches, and differences in understanding on how this works could cause a lot of problems in the teams in the understanding of why certain style was used over the other. So these are the different ways: inline CSS, style tag, and CSS files. All of them have their own advantages and disadvantages. Let's take a look at inline CSS and try and understand what that is. So inline CSS is probably the easiest to understand out of all the ways. There are several ways of doing it. Inline CSS is by far the easiest way of doing it. The reason why is quite easy because it is the most primitive and the least configuration needed way to get started with the CSS. Now, to apply the styles using inline CSS, we make use of style property of HTML elements and write the CSS code as its value. To understand it more correctly, as we have discussed, we have tags and attributes. An attribute that is available on all HTML elements that are displayed on the screen is called style. The purpose of the style attribute is to contain CSS code which needs to be applied to only that particular element. This is why it's called inline CSS, because you are inlining the CSS that you're writing. You're writing it in line with the code that you are writing, or in line with the element that needs the style to be applied. Inline CSS, as we have discussed, are quite easy simply because you don't need to configure a lot of things. You don't need to create new tags. You don't need to create new files. You don't need to do a lot of setup and management kind of stuff. You can just set the attributes value to a particular CSS rule, and you have the styles with you. The advantage is that the styles do not affect other elements on the page. So for instance, if you have 10 elements on the page, you don't have to worry about those elements being affected since the style is only scoped to one particular element if you use the style attribute. Similarly, if you have 3 buttons on 3 different web pages and you want them all to have a different style, if you use the inline CSS way of doing it, then the style that you're using is not going to be affecting the style of other page or other elements on the same page. This is one of the reasons why inline CSS is so popular, because it doesn't lead to a lot of headaches compared to other kind of ways of dealing with CSS. The disadvantage is that if two elements need to have the same style, then we need to copy the styles and make sure that the future changes are applied to both elements. Consider a scenario where you have 2 buttons. Both of them need to have the same style. So for instance, both of them need to have a blue border, a black background, and a white foreground or text color. In cases like this, it's not going to be easy for us to write code that's going to work across all the buttons, because if you just copy and paste the style attribute from one button to the other button, some new developer comes along with a new requirement being assigned to him saying that the buttons that are blue in color and blue border, black background, and white foreground need to have a slight change to them. Their background color needs to be changed from blue to dark green. Now the developer looks at the code and figures out that, okay, there's a button that has these styles, I'm going to change. And he or she end up changing them. The issue with that is that there's another button which is far down below the code. Let's say that the HTML page is 500 lines of code. First button appears at the top, second button appears at the bottom. And now you have no way of knowing where are all the buttons that need to have this style. Worse yet, if this style is applied to buttons across the web pages, then it becomes even more difficult. Now you have to rely on search and replace features which may or may not work depending on how the styles are configured. And there could be a lot of issues regarding this. So in cases like this, we can use some of the other styles available. However, if this was just a one-off style rule that only needs to be applied to one element.
Just a quick info, guys. Test your knowledge of web development by answering this question. What is WordPress? A. It is a software used to press text. B. It is a text formatting software. C. It is a content management system. D. It is a mail service. Comment your answer in the comment section below. Subscribe to Intellipaat to know the right answer. Now, let's continue with the session.
And then inline style might be a better candidate for that. So let's get started with some hands-ons and see how you can apply inline style to an HTML element. Alright guys, now let's take a look at the style tag. So this is the code that we had previously in our previous hands-on. We created a p tag with the style attribute set to color. We discussed the problem. Let's recreate the problem for those of you who didn't see that. If I were to change this to red color, I want both of them to be consistently with the same style, right? So I change it to this is another p tag. And since I want them to be in the same style, let's just do it this way. So I save this, I'll go back, I'll refresh, and both of them are currently in the same consistent state. Now let's say somebody comes along, looks, and by this time the code has grown. This another p tag is pushed really down the file, and the other one is at the top. Looks at it, says, okay, that this is something that needs to be in the red color. Saves it up, goes back, refreshes, and sees the p tag to be in the red color. He thinks, okay, I've done the job that needed, unaware that there's another p tag that needs to be changed, that needs its color to be changed. They both need to be in sync, as we have already said. So this is a very common problem, not just in CSS, but in computer programming in general. It's called don't repeat yourself. In which case you don't want to repeat the same style again and again because they cause duplication, and then keeping the duplication similar and in sync is going to be really difficult. Considering the fact that you might even forget that you had two p tags with the same styles, where same styles need to be applied a few weeks down the road. So in cases like this, what we can do is we can use the style tag. Take a look at that. Let me just leave it to be blue in color so that we can compare the syntax. Now the style tag needs to be embedded within the head tag. You write the style tag. Inside it, I'm going to write the style. Now here we have to use selectors, and we may not have understood selectors yet, but I'll show you how we can use it. So I want to style all the p tags. So I choose the selector to be p. I press a space and I create a curly brace. Now inside the curly brace, I'll write the same code that I had written inside the style tag. So I want to change the color. I'll write color and I'll change it to, I save this. Now as you can see that this, and if you take a look at the highlighting feature in Visual Studio Code, these and the thing that I've written inside the style tag is exactly the same. So I can just drop it up. And now if I were to save this, if I were to go back, and if I were to refresh, now both of them are of the same color. I can use different styles for different p tags as well. Let me just show you. If I were to create a class of red inside a p tag, and this is a red p tag. Now if I were to refresh this, right now it's going to be blue in color. But if I were to tackle this to, let's say there are two of these, and want both of them to be red in color, all I have to do is just say, okay, all the p tags with the class of red, and by the way, if this syntax seems a little difficult, don't worry, we'll read more about it later on. I want the color to be red. So the way it will work is this. Now both of them are red. So our HTML parser will take a look at this. We'll see p tags with no classes attached to it. So this is the tag that matches it, changes the color to blue. It's a p tag with the class set to red. So the p tag with the red class is the thing that matches with it. This matches with it as well. However, this is more specific, so it matches better, and it creates the color to be red. So that's how this works. Now, if I were to change the color to from red to some other shade of red, let me just use Visual Studio's. Save this. Go back and notice these two colors, right? Right now they're red, and now they are really red and blackish red. So they are a mixture of red and black, but the important thing is that the color has changed for both of them, even if I changed it only for one page. Now imagine that if this was a really huge page, multiple elements have the same class, and instead of you having to jump through all the pages, change the color to from red to the current color, it would be really difficult. But the style tag makes it really easy. However, great style tag is it also has the same problem, which is if let's suppose that this was another HTML page that I had linked to, let's say that this is the home page and I want to go to the about page, and I want the same styles to be applied to about page if the about page has a p tag with a class of red. The issue here is that this is only local to this file. If I have a new page and I write the styles there, it won't work. For instance, let me just show you. If I were to change the syntax highlighting to HTML, copy this code, paste it here, and this style tag is not here. Let's say it's not here, and now I have the same thing. It won't have the styles and it will look completely the same. If I were to change this, however, if I were to copy the styles and then paste it here, and it looks like this, now the color would work, but we run into the same problem that when we change the color here or we change the color here, the new page in which we have copied the styles won't be updated, and we have to go through all the pages, check if the colors exist, and change them. Now, to overcome this, we'll come to the next kind of way of using CSS, but this is how the style tag works. So just to recap, you create a style tag in the head of the document. Now, it's not necessarily the case that you put it into the head of the document. Let me just show you. If I put it into the body and I go back and I refresh, it still works. But the thing is, body is reserved for things that the user is going to see. SEO parser or any web crawler looks at your code and thinks style tag is embedded within the body of the element and it will get confused. So in cases like this, just leave the style tag in the head tag. It will give you better SEO and better performance. Anyways, after putting the style tag here, we can use selectors and properties and values to set the colors of, to set the properties to certain values. And finally, we can just close the style tag and then use it as we want. Now let's take a look at the third method, CSS file. So we have already discussed style tag and we have discussed inline CSS. Now let's take a look at how we can create the styles and embed them inside a file which can be referenced by multiple HTML pages. Now this is also quite simple. Let's take a look at the previous example that we had. This is what it looks like. Now if I want to create another style, all I have to do is just add the new style. However, if I want the same style to be applied to multiple pages, then I would have to copy and paste it. Or if I were to change the current style, then also the same thing happens. Just to recap, what we did was earlier we had a p tag with inline styles. Then we figured out that multiple p tags need the same style, so we upgraded them to be inside the style tag. When that worked out, but now we have multiple pages that need the same style, then style tag doesn't really suit our needs. So in cases like this, if I want multiple pages to have the same style, let me just close this. What I can do is I'll create a new style. Go to the file page. I'll create a file and you can call it anything you want. I'll call it style and make sure that you have the extension set to .css. If I press enter, this is what it looks like. And now if I were to add the same styles here, p of color blue. That's the first style. Now if I were p dot red or ed to have the color of red. Now unfortunately this wouldn't work just now because let me just show you why it wouldn't work. I have this and right now it's not working because if you look at this correctly, we have created a new file in the same directory, but this HTML file has no idea that this CSS file exists. Even though it's in the same directory, we have no idea whether it exists or not. So for that, there's a tag that's used here. It's called the link tag. I'll call it link. And again, this Visual Studio Code provides me with a lot of syntax highlighting features and syntax completion features. So I'll just select this, and since it's style.css, I don't have to do anything. Yeah, so this is how it looks like. I have a link tag with the relation set to style sheet. Now you can omit this if you want, but it's better for the search engine optimizers to, or search engine SEOs to look at this and see, okay, fine, it's a style sheet, we don't have to worry about that. Also, the web crawlers take a look at your code and take a look at a link tag and figure out, okay, it's a style sheet, we don't have to worry about that either. However, in the style sheet, we have created these colors and all of that, and we have linked it here. As you can see that I can click on this and follow the link. So it's currently linked as well. Always make sure that you have given the correct name to the file. Sometimes I end up writing styles.css and then I can't find it. So after doing that, I'll go back, and now if I refresh, as you can see, it has the same color that we expect. But the advantage here is that if I were to create another file, let me just call it about.html. I'll press enter. About us. I have an h1 tag, and it needs to have a class of red. Let me just make the styles a little more generic. So any element with the class of red will have color of red. Right? So if I were to then put red heading, and if I were to save this, now if you can see, this is what the code looks like as of now. So we have created a new page just so that you understand, and we have created the h1 tag, created a attached a class of a red to it, and have written about us inside it. Now again, that works. However, it's not something that's going to work as we expect it to work. And the problem is quite similar to what we had faced earlier. So let me just open it up so that you can see. And it's not getting the red color because if you take a look at the source code, let me just zoom in. The link tag is not there, so it's not working. Let me just go back, and again you can link it in the head. Make sure that you link it in the head though. And again, it's style.css. I can save it. I can go back and I can refresh, and now it's red in color. So the great thing about this is that if I go to style.css, instead of it being red, let me just again change it to some other color, a lighter version of red. How about that? I save this, go back, and if I refresh, take a look at the color here. It changes to a lighter shade, however, the shade isn't too different. Let me just change it more. Now it's very different. Refresh this. Now as you can see that it's more on the black side than red, but if I were to zoom in, you can see that there's a little hint of red in this one. If I were to go back and check this one, this also changes the color. So that's the advantage of using a CSS UI, that multiple pages can share the same style and they can be kept in sync. Now the thing to understand here is this. Let me just close this one, close this. We have taken a look at three kinds of ways of doing this. The style tag.
Okay guys, a quick info: if you're looking for an end-to-end training in JavaScript, Intellipaat provides a full stack web developer course which covers JavaScript and all the JavaScript frameworks you need to know. For more details, check out the description box.
The CSS file and the inline CSS. There's no particular reason to choose one over the other than the scope of the problem that we're trying to tackle. If the style that I'm applying only is applicable to just one particular element, then there's no need necessarily to create a style tag or CSS file. If, for instance, I'm applying styles and those styles need to be shared among multiple elements on the same page, then a style tag comes in handy because you don't have to create a new file and clutter up your entire directory structure. On the other hand, if you want to apply the same style to multiple pages in the same domain, then maybe a CSS file is more useful. So it completely depends on the problem that you're trying to solve. Now, I would recommend that you start out with this CSS file altogether, mainly because if you have a page and that there are multiple elements and you are given a task of applying a color of pink to a p tag, or let's say color of blue to a p tag. So you just create a p tag, create the style tag, style attribute, color to be blue, and you type this is a p tag. I save this, I'll go back and I'll refresh. So as you can see, both of them have the same styles. Now the issue here is this. Since the code here, imagine there's a lot of code in between where I've created blank line. Since there is a lot of code in between there, the new developer has no idea that this is already created. He doesn't need to create another style of color of blue. It's going to look exactly the same. But the new developer doesn't know that, so it's going to be a problem. However, had this been inside a CSS file, the developer would have opened up the file, gone through all the styles, taken a look at a p tag, or he could have just searched p here, and this is what he would have found, that the color is already blue, so he does not need to change anything. Goes back, refreshes, okay, the color is already blue, he has no reason to change it, and it works. So again, depends on the problem you're trying to solve. If you're confident that this is only a one-time thing, then maybe use inline style. If you're not confident that it's a one-time thing and you think the style needs to be shared among multiple elements, use style tags, and use CSS files if you think that the CSS files are needed and the style needs to be shared across multiple pages. In either case, just make sure that you're using the right tool for the job. A little more complicated than your normal inline CSS. The reason being that in the style tags, you have to apply the styles to multiple elements on a page. And applying that could be a little more typical than your inline CSS, in which you just use the style attribute on any HTML element. Now, we use style tag by nesting it inside the head tag of the HTML document. So if you remember in the previous ways where we have in the previous hands-ons in the previous modules, we had used the style tag before. In the head element after the title, we had put the style tag there. Now it's not necessary that you put it there, but it's a good practice because this is not something that needs to be shown to the user in the body. So just to make the meaning more clear, we put it into the head tag. So the styles get applied first and then the elements load, and that way our HTML elements know how to be displayed rather than being displayed first and then the styles being applied to them. Now we write the styles of the HTML page inside the style tag. We can use all the methods and ways that we'll discuss in later videos about how to do that. But in basic sense, we create a style tag inside the head tag. Inside the style tag, we write all the CSS code. Now the advantage is that if we elements without resorting to copying and pasting code, we can. So for instance, in our previous understanding of the inline CSS, we can apply a red border to one button. But if we needed that to be applied to multiple buttons, let's say two buttons, one at the top of the page and one at the bottom of the page, we can use the style tag and just target a button in general. Now using that, if the border is changed from red to blue, that would still work in the style tag case. However, in inline CSS, we would have to change it on both the sides. Now the disadvantage is that these styles cannot be applied to different pages. So we have moved up a bit in the level of abstraction, in the level of scope. However, the problem here is that if we have 3 pages and all of them need to have these buttons with the red border, then we can't really use the style tag, or we'd have to copy and paste the style tag across. And we can copy and paste it. However, this is going to be the same problem that we had with the inline CSS bit. So we need a different solution, and that's where CSS file comes into play. But before that, let's take a look at how you can use the style tag. Okay, now let's take a look at CSS file. So CSS file is the most complicated out of the 3 ways to apply the styles on an HTML page. The reason why we say it's the most complicated is because in this one you would have to create a new file, link it to the current file, and so on and so forth. So the steps are more, but it provides a larger scope for you to apply the styles to. Now to use the CSS file, the first thing we need to do is we need to create a file with any file name that you want to give it. Typically it's styles.css, but you can give it any name that you want. Make sure that you attach the .css extension at the end so that the browser can understand that this is a CSS file and the code inside it is supposed to be read as a style sheet, and I need to apply it to the elements of the page. The file contains the CSS code that needs to be applied to all the elements of all the pages in the website. So think of it this way: wherever this file is attached, in whichever HTML documents this file is attached, its style are going to be applied to that. Whichever elements match whichever styles that we have applied to them, they'll get applied. So for instance, if I create a button with a class of red border and I want that button to be usable across all my web pages. Wherever I create a button with the style of red border, I want that button to get a red border. I can create a CSS file, create a style for that, and then link that file to all my web pages. Now it's going to work exactly the way we expect it to work. Now that file is then linked to each HTML page using the link tag in the head. Earlier we were using the style tag to create some page specific styles. However, we could use the link tag, and inside the link tag we can give the URL or the location of where our CSS file is stored. It is to be noted that in the link tag we can also give URLs to external style sheets such as CSS framework or external CSS files that someone else has created but we wish to use. All of that is possible using the CSS files link tag in the head of the document. Now the advantage is that you can have a single place where we keep all the styles, and these styles can be applied uniformly throughout our website. Many HTML elements can have the same style and across our entire website as long as they have the style sheet linked on their in the head of the document. The disadvantage, however, is that if not careful, this file can grow very large and become difficult to navigate and debug. So we have to sort of figure out how we're going to deal with the CSS files getting large and big. It's not really necessary for us to think about it right at the beginning, but as the files start growing, as the applications start going, we start adding more pages and we have more styles that we need to apply. You can see how it can quickly go out of hand. So you need to be aware of how you can use it. Now you can use different styles, different kinds of these styles applications, such as we can use inline CSS for some elements, style tags for some elements, and CSS files for some elements. I would recommend that you choose the appropriate method for the appropriate problem and then use that for your solution. Take a look at CSS selectors. Now a CSS selector allows us to target and select an HTML element to apply styles to them. So if I want to select a particular button, I can use CSS selectors. If I want to select all the buttons, I can use CSS selectors for those, so on and so forth. So CSS selectors allow us to define what is the element I want the mentioned styles applied to. Now there are 5 categories of CSS selectors. These are simple selectors, combinator selectors, pseudo classes, pseudo elements, and attribute selectors. Let's take a look at these one by one. The first ones are simple selectors. Now simple selectors are selectors that can select element based on their either the element name, such as P, H1 or whatever, ID, the ID attribute, or the value of the ID attribute, and the class attribute. So these are called simple selectors because these are the simplest formats of selectors that you can use, and they are the most popular ones as well. Now to select an element using name, you can simply use the name of the element as selector, as shown in the code example below. We have a p tag and we have changed the size of the font to be 15 pixels. Now, if I wanted to use an h1 tag, I can just use the h1 tag. If I wanted to use the form tag, button tag, input tag, whatever I want, I could just use the tag name and it will work exactly the way it should. Now, if I don't want to select all the form tags, all the p tags, etc. on the page, then I would have to specify class. Now, class, as we all know, or I hope we remember, that a class is used to target multiple elements on a page. So if you have multiple elements with the same class on a page and you want the same styles applied to all these multiple subsets of an element, let's say I have 5 p tags and I want 3 of them to be red in color or green in color, then I can apply the green class on 3 of those and leave the others as unaffected. So for that, I'll just use the dot green, which means a class of green. That's the syntax. That's how syntax works. And inside it, I've defined the style of color being green. So that's how I can specify more styles in it as well. So that's how it works. Finally, we can select a single element using an ID. Now, IDs, as we all remember, that not a single page cannot have more than one element with the same ID, and one element cannot have more than one ID. So if I want an element with the ID of green to have a color of green, I have to change the period in the previous class syntax to a hash. Hash specifies an ID, period, or full stop or dot, whatever you call it, specifies a class. So hash followed by the ID name and then inside curly braces, I define the styles that I want to be applied. So this is how that. Now let's take a look at simple CSS selector. So far we have discussed three kinds of selectors: the tag selector, ID selector, and class selector. Let's take a look at these in action. So I have the previous code here. I'll just close this one out, and I'll just remove everything else. So I go up here, and let me just clear this one out. We start from blank slate, and we want the simple selectors. Now, if I were to create an h1 tag, and I were to say green h1, that's why I think you have seen how you can use style tags or inline tags or whatever. But I'll use the style tag. Now, make sure that you understand that if you're using inline styles, you don't need to use the selectors because you are already embedding the styles in the element that you need to be styled. So for instance, if I wanted to style the h1 tag, all I had to do is put the style tag here, and I don't have to use any kind of selector whatsoever. But if I'm using a style tag or a CSS file for creating a style, then that requires me to use selector. Simple way to do this is, if I want all the h1s to be of green color, I can create an h1 tag, change the color property to be green, and we're done with it. I can go back, fresh, and it's a green h1 tag. Let me just zoom in. This is what it looks like. Let me just zoom out again. Yeah. Now this is for a simple CSS selector. However, that's not the only simple CSS selector that we have. We also have a selector that can help us select elements based on class. So let's say I have two different elements, but with the same class. Let's say that the class needs to be, let's say P has a class of red P or red B tag, and let's say a B tag has the same class attached, red B tag. Now if I were to go back and refresh, both of them have the same color, although one of them is bold because we have used the B tag instead of the P tag. If I want to attach the red color to both of them, since I have provided the same class to them, I can just create a red color. Now it doesn't have to be this way. You can be more specific here as well. For instance, if I want the P tag to have this color, then I can say P red, and then I can also say B red and have the color to be red. But I don't have to do that because both of them have the same class, and I don't need to be that specific. If I go back and refresh, as you can see, the color has changed. I don't think the B tag changed its color. Let me see why. Class is red. Oh, sorry. Let's save this. Go back, refresh. Now the B tag has changed its color, so has the B tag. So that's how the class selector works. Just to give you a quick recap, whenever you want to specify a class, you attach a period at the beginning. You prefix it with a period or a full stop or a dot, whatever you call it, and then followed by the name of the class. So here it is. Now let's say I want to use an ID instead of a class. So I create an ID of, let's say that the ID is big, or let's say heading. I'll put it at the top, and it has to be an h1. I hope you guys remember that I had told you that you should not use the h1 to h6 tags to make the make an element or some text look big or small. You do that with CSS, right? Let's just do that. Big heading, and with the class of heading, I can change the font size here to be, let's say, 100 pixels, which is surely more than the current h1 tag, and I think it's less. Let me just change it to 400. It should be 4 times its current size right now.
Just a quick info, guys. Test your knowledge of web development by answering this question. What does CSS stands for? A. Current style sheets. B. current sheet style. C. Cascading style sheets. D. Cascading sheet style. Comment your answer in the comment section below. Subscribe to Intellipaat to know the right answer. Now, let's continue with the session.
Okay, it didn't change. Let's see why. Oh, because it's an ID. So for the ID, you have to put the heading here like this. Let me just change it to 100 pixels. So for the heading ID, I have to use the hash symbol instead of a dot symbol. Dot symbol is useful for classes and hash symbol is useful for ID. Now if I go back and refresh, as you can see, it's much bigger than the original H1 tag. If I want to make it smaller, I can do so as well. Let's say it's 10 pixels. It's quite small. It might not even be readable. I might have to zoom in. It's quite small, right? If I were to zoom in, this is what it looks like. So this is what we get when we are trying to use the H1 tags and P tags and B tags. And this is how you use the headings with the class or with the ID of heading, P and B with the class of red, and H1 tag as it is. So this is the simple selector. This is the class selector, and this is the ID selector. Now, one thing to notice here is that I have used it inside a style tag. It's not something that you use, the selectors are not something that you use inside a style attribute, which is the inline style. But if you were using a style.css file and linking it to this, you would just copy and paste or cut and paste the exact same code in this and remove the style tag, of course. So this code, if I were to place it inside the style.css, let me just show you. Here is style.css, paste it, close it, and now I have to just link it, style.css, save, go back and refresh, and as you can see, it's the same thing that we would have expected it. So that's how it works. That's how the styles, tags, and all of that work. And this is how the selectors, simple selectors work. Let's take a look at other selectors and understand how they work. Now we come to combinator selectors. Now, if you have already used simple selectors, you may notice that if you want to apply some style based on the hierarchical rules inside an HTML page, then that could be a little difficult. For instance, you only want to apply the red color to a p tag if it is inside a div tag. Now, that might be a little difficult. For that, you might have to hunt down all the p tags inside the div tags and give them a class and then use this. However, CSS provides us with selectors that allow us to define relationships between multiple selectors. For example, if I want a P or a span, will select any span nested inside a P tag. So if I were to just as in the example below, I have used div space P as the selector. That means any P tag, which is a child element of a div tag, will get the color of green. That's how the combinator selector works. Now there are several different kinds of combinator selectors. You can take a look at those. If you want to have the same style applied to multiple elements, you can separate them using commas. And there are multiple ways to use the combinator selectors. You can use multiple combinator selectors as well, and that would work as well, which we'll cover in a hands-on now. Alright guys, now let's take a look at combinator selectors. So combinator selectors allow us to essentially tackle objects or gain access to HTML elements using some relationship between them. So let's take a look at them one by one. Here I have the code. Let me just remove this one. And this is the output. As you can see, nothing's being outputted here because nothing is inside the code. Now let's say I have a div tag with a p tag inside it. Add p tag and black p tag. Now I want this one to be red. I want this one to be black. Both of them are p tags. Neither one of them have a class attached to them. So how are we going to do this? Well, the method that we have learned thus far is that firstly, let me just create a style tag. Inside it, I can create a class of red, give it a color of red, and then attach the same class to this one. Style, class red. Now I can save it, I can go back, and if I refresh the page, one is red and one is black. But if I don't want to use classes to muddle up my HTML, I want it to be clean and simple. Another thing I can do, if you notice, there's a difference between this p tag and this p tag, and that is that this p tag is nested inside a div tag. This p tag is not nested inside a div tag, it's nested inside just a body tag. So if I were to change this from red class to div with p, if I were to save this, go back, refresh, now it's showing with the p tag as red. There are several other combinator selectors as well. Let's say that I had another p tag, right? We call it red p tag, and this one is nested inside, let's say another div. Let's say it's not a p tag that's nested inside a div. Let's say that this is a p tag that is nested inside an h1 tag. Although that's not semantically correct because you don't have a paragraph inside a heading, but let's say that that's the case. If I refresh this, now you can see that both of them have red color. This is because although this one is a p tag nested inside a div tag and this one is a p tag nested inside an h1 tag, this h1 tag is nested inside the div tag. So eventually when we walk up the parent chain or the ancestor chain, we reach the div tag and we change the color. But if I were to change it to this, and then go back, save it, go back and refresh. Now, as you can see, only the direct children of the div tags that are p tags are getting the red color. Now, this may be a desired behavior if you want it to be. If you want only the div tags that are nested one level deep to have the red color, then you can use the p tag. And if you want all the p tags, no, it doesn't matter how closely they are nested or how much nested they are. If they are having a parent child or ancestor of div tag, then just change it to this, and this would work as well. Similarly, there are many other tags available. There are several combinator selectors available. We won't be covering all of them, but that's the way it works as of now. You can take a look at other combinator selectors as well, but these are the basics and the most popular ones. Let's take a look at other kind of selectors as well. Now let's take a look at pseudo classes. So the way pseudo classes or pseudo selectors work is basically you have an element in a special state. That special state can be one of many states. For example, let's say that you have a div with a user's mouse hovering over it. When that kind of state is reached, that's called a special state. And a pseudo class allows us to apply special styles to an element when its state changes. To give an example, let's say that you have a div tag with a green border and you want its border to be turned black whenever a user hovers over it. In cases like this, the pseudo selectors can come in really handy. Had there been no pseudo selectors, then we would have had to use JavaScript to figure out when the user has hovered over it and change the styles dynamically or programmatically. However, CSS has these abilities for us to do that, so we can have pseudo selectors or pseudo classes to do it for us. Now let's take a look at pseudo classes. So we'll try and understand what a pseudo class is, and then we'll apply it to one of the elements that we create. So currently our code looks like this, and we have just some code. Let's just remove that, and remove the style class from here as well. Go to here, use remove the style class, and everything works fine. I'll just change the name to pseudo classes. Now let's say that I have a h1 tag with the hover over me text written inside it. If I refresh it, I get the same text. It's black in color right now. Now let's say I want it to be blue in color. So again, in the head tag, I'll create a style tag. I'll check the h1. I'll change the color. It should all be familiar to you by now. And I use the blue color. I refresh this. I go back and I refresh here. And here it is. It's blue in color. Now what I want is when I hover over it, it should turn red and it should have an underline as well. Now to change it to that, I have to again go back, and here's where pseudo classes come into play. So I can just determine, okay, I want the hover pseudo class, right? So now whenever I'm hovering over h1, I want the color to be red as described. Color to be red, and it should have an underline. For that, I use the text decoration property and set the property's value to underline. I save this, go back, refresh. As soon as this goes over and I hover over it and I'm not getting the output, Whenever you want to debug something in CSS, just go over here, select the button over here that selects the element, click on the button, and you can take a look at the styles that are applied here. Okay, so the color is blue, and when H1 is hovered over, let me just save this, go back, refresh, and now it's working. So there was a syntax error. So if I were to hover over it now, you can see its color immediately changes to red and an underline is put here. Now, if I were to do this in any other way, I would have to use JavaScript. But right now, since JavaScript is needed, I am working without JavaScript and it works fine. So that's how pseudo classes work. Let's take a look at how the other selector methods work. Alright guys, now let's take a look at pseudo elements. Now a pseudo element is used to specify a specific part of an element, such as the first letter, the last line, etc. Instead of you having to wrap a particular element inside or a particular part of an element inside a span tag to tackle or gain access to it, you can just use pseudo elements. These pseudo elements basically allow you to basically change styles of either the first element, the last element, the first few elements, the last few elements, all the odd elements, all the even elements, and so on and so forth. Pseudo selectors are really helpful when building out user interface and layouts. For instance, let's say you have a table and in which you want all the alternate rows to have a darker color and all the even rows to have lighter color. You can do that. Or you want all the last 5 columns to have a particular font style and all the other rows should have the same font style. Now, all of that can be done using pseudo elements. So you can have a lot of power when using pseudo elements. Now let's take a look at pseudo elements. Now to work with pseudo elements, all you have to do is firstly create this. I'll just change the title here, pseudo elements, and save this. I'll go back and I'll refresh. As you can see, the title has changed, so we are in the correct file. Now let me just show you how it would work. So I'll create a p tag, and I'll say this is a p. Save this, go back, refresh, and I get a p tag. I've zoomed in so that you can see. As you can see here, zoomed out version. It's quite small. So let me just zoom back in again. This is what a p tag looks like. Now, if I want to change the color of p tag, there are many options I have. I can change the color to be red. Save this, go back, and the color is red. But what if I want to change the color of just the first letter? Now this is easier for us to do now. I can just change the, and I just have to embed this text here and then just work its way up. So if I save this now, if I refresh this, it's still red in color, but I'm just trying to see this. And if I want to just change the pen, no, this is what it looks like. So that's one way of doing it. However, it's a lot more code and I have to muddle up my HTML and add unnecessary span tags. So I'll just close this one out. And now I have a p tag. If I want the first letter to be this one, I can use the pseudo elements. Save this, go back, refresh, and the first letter is still red in color. I can even use other techniques like first line. I have the same line here, so it's not going to work that way. Add a bit more text here. Now let's see if it works. As you can see, the first line is clearly red in color. If I were to zoom out, as you can see, as many things get on the first line, this is updating automatically. I don't have to do anything. If only this content is coming on the first line, then only that one is colored red. So that's the power of using this. Let me just close this out. And that's how p tags work. And this is how the pseudo element selectors work. You can do it the other ways as well, but in that you would have to use a lot of different technologies and that would be really difficult. Easier ways are available, so we recommend that you use those. Now let's take a look at attribute selectors. Suppose you want to target all the A tags with the target set to underscore blank. If the target attribute of an A tag is set to underscore blank, that means that when that link is clicked, it will open up in a new tab. Now, if you want to tackle all of these elements and you want to change their color to green, the code below shows how you do that. So you can basically gain access to elements based on their attribute properties. If an attribute of a particular element is set to a particular value, then you can use this attribute selector to gain access to it and change its styles. Attribute selectors can be really helpful when you want to check whether an input tag is required or not, whether it has a no validate property, and there can be many use cases for that as well. Guys, now let's take a look at attribute selectors. Now, again, for the attribute selectors to work, I have this code that is not showing anything in the body tag. Let me just change the title so that we understand attributes select. And now let me just show you how it works. So I have changed the A tag to be nothing, and in the A tag I can type in anything. So let's say this is a link. I can again change an A tag, and with the target property set to underscore blank, this is another link. After saving both of these, all I can do is inside the style tag, I can change the A with the target property set to underscore blank, and here I want to change the color to be, instead of it being blue, it has to be red. So if we go back and if we refresh, now as you can see, these are the two links, but one of them is colored red, other one of them is colored blue. If I were to click on this, it opens up in a new tab. That's what the underscore blank attribute does to the target element. And that's how you can create attribute selectors. Different attributes can be used. For instance, if I wanted to use href is set to this, then I go back and if I refresh, both of them have the same thing. So that's how it works. Different attributes can be used, different selectors can be used, depends really on how you wish to choose it. So that's how attribute selectors work. Let's take a look at what else we can learn. So the background property in CSS allows us to manipulate the background of an HTML page. You can also manipulate the background of an HTML element, but that does apply to the page as well. Now the background property can be set either to a color or an image. That really depends on the choice that you're going for. You can even have an image of a particular color. However, images are usually rasterized, which basically means when you zoom into a particular color, if it's set to an image, then it's going to pixelate. But if you're using a color, then it's not going to pixelate, it's going to look the same. Now to set the background color of an image, we use the background dash color property and set it to a color. Now this color can either be represented as a hexadecimal code, as you can see in the blue background example here, where we have set the class of blue background, we have set the color to be hash 0000FF, which is a hexadecimal value, or you can use RGBA values, in which R stands for red, G stands for green, B stands for blue, and A stands for alpha. Alpha stands for the opacity of the entire color, and RGB stands for how much green, how much blue, and how much red from 0 to 255. This is how you can make colors in your HTML code. It could be in either one of those formats. It doesn't really matter. It would work exactly the same way. However, it is to be noted that hexadecimal is the one just usually preferred, unless you want to add some opacity to your color. In cases like this, RGBA is the one that's used. The alpha value specifies the opacity. If it's 0, then it's completely transparent, and if it's 1, then it's completely opaque. Now, to set the background property of an image or to an image, we use the background image property and set it to the URL of an image. Now that URL can either be relative or absolute, as with the links, as with any link that we can see on the internet. The relative URL will be the URL on your own website, and the absolute URL will be URL on some other website, and you can use images on other websites as well. The background image property to a URL use the syntax background-image colon URL, and inside the URL you create a parenthesis, and inside the parenthesis you create double quotations. Inside the double quotations you write the URL to the image. Now here we have created an image to the URL to the background image, but you can name it anything that you want. Just make sure that the URL is correct and it's reachable from your browser. Alright guys, now let's take a look at CSS background. So the way CSS backgrounds work is we can either set it to a color or an image. Let's take a look at how we can do that. Firstly, I'll just remove the previous code. Let's change this and this one as well. Save this, go back. Let me just zoom out for the clarity. Refresh it. and nothing's there. I'll just change the title as well. CSS background. Now the way it works is the first thing we have to do is we will create a div tag, and that's all I would do right now. Let me just style it a bit so that you can understand. Now the div tag needs to have a height of let's say 500 pixels, a width of 500 pixels as well, and now let me just create the background here. So the first property I will show you is background color. Save it. I'll go back and I refresh. And this is what it looks like. So a div tag is created, a box is created on my screen with 500 by 500 pixels of height and width. And the color is set to be red. Now the red color I've set is basically just a string of color, but I can choose a more advanced bit of color as well. I can make it hexadecimal as well. If I go back, refresh, stays the same. If I want to change the opacity of the color, then I would have to use something like an RGBA function. Inside it, I want completely red, no green, no blue, and the alpha color, let's make it to be 1 right now. I save it, go back, when I refresh, and it's the same. However, if I change the value of the alpha here, then I might get a different result. Let me just show you how that works. So I'm using Google Chrome's Chrome tools, but you can do it in the code as well. So it's here. If I change it to 0, then it becomes completely transparent. 1 is opaque. And if I were to change it to just a tiny little bit, okay, 0.9, 0.8, 0.7, 0.6. As you can see, as I am moving it down from 0 to 1, so from 1 to 0, it's becoming more and more light, or you can say transparent. Right now it's 50% opaque, 50% transparent. I keep going down and eventually it disappears. So that's the way RGBA works. If you want to change the opacity of some element with background color, use the RGBA format, and it works quite well. Now let me just show you what else you can do. So that was just for the background color, and background color can be set to, as we have discussed, it can be set the red color, the green color, the blue color in either the hexadecimal format or the RGBA format, or whichever format that you prefer. All of these formats work completely well, but the way we will do the other bit is we change its background to an image. So to do that, you can do background image, and here I can just change it to be a URL. In the URL, I'll pass in the URL to the image of Google. Refresh this, and as you can see, the image is there. Now it may not be something that you were expecting, because the background is bigger than the image that we have. The image is repeating. I can change the background images repeat for property 2. Background repeat, right? VAC. And as you can see, background repeat property I can set to no repeat. And now the image won't be repeating itself. It will just be there. There you have it. So you have just one image here, and you can change the position, you can set how it's supposed to look, and so on and so forth, but that's the way it's supposed to work. Alright, so that's how background properties work. Let's see what else we can learn. Now let's take a look at CSS borders. Borders are again one of the things that can affect your layout quite well, so we can understand how you can set borders on your HTML elements. Now the border property allows you to specify the style, width, and color of an element border. To do that, firstly, you just need to set the border property. Now that can have multiple things. You can specify it in the order of size, the style, and the color. So size is going to be the width, color is going to be whatever you want it to be, and the style is going to be either it's solid, it's dashed, it's dotted, whatever. Now there are several types of borders available for you, such as solid, dotted, dashed. Transparent borders are also available, however they are not very useful, so on and so forth. You can use it like this. As the example shown below, we have created a class of the borders, and we have applied the style of border of 1 pixel, solid, and black. This could be different. You can change the width of the border, you can change the style, and you can change the color as well. The color could be, it's just the color's name, which is black, but you can apply a hexadecimal color, an RGBA color, or whatever other different kind of colors you have available for to use. If the browser supports it, then it's going to work completely fine here as well. Now let's take a look at margin and paddings. So using CSS, we can define a margin and padding for an HTML element. As you can see in the image below, margin and padding becomes quite apparent as to what they are. Just to make it a little more clearer, margin is the additional space around the elements outside the border. So you have some content, there's some space around it, then there's border, and outside that border, if you apply some additional space, that's called margin. On the other hand, padding is additional space around the elements inside the border. So you have the border and you have the content. If you put some space between the border of the element that you're targeting and other elements, that's a margin. If you put the space between the border of the element and the content of the element, that's padding. So you have margins and paddings available for us to use. Now, setting margins and padding on any document or any HTML element is not very difficult. What you have to do is you can choose the margin and padding, either margin or padding, and just change the size of the margins and paddings available for a particular element by targeting it. Here we are targeting a class with white box and changing the margins to be 10 pixels and padding to be 10 pixels. It is to be noted that you can, for instance, change the margins on the top, left, right, and bottom side of the element. You can also change the padding on the top, left, bottom, and right side of the element separately. It's entirely up to you how you wish to do it. Usually people like to just keep the margins and paddings same across all sides, but it's your choice if you want to do it differently. Let's take a look at a hands-on and figure out how we can do that. Alright guys, now let's take a look at margin and padding. So for margin and padding, I'll just refresh this. This is the previous code. I'll just change the color here. Margins and paddings. Now if I go back and if I refresh, you can see nothing's there. So in order to use margins and paddings, let me first just create a div tag. This will have a p tag if you want it to have a p tag, and that p tag will have some color. Refresh and this is what it looks like. Now I can change the style here. Let me just show you how I'm going to do that. Firstly, I'm going to change the p tag. P tag is going to have a border of 5 pixels solid. Save this, go back and refresh. And similarly, the div tag is going to have the same thing, but the border's color is going to be red, so that we can differentiate where one element starts and the other element ends. So both of them have the same thing.
Okay guys, a quick info: if you're looking for an end-to-end training in JavaScript, Intellipaat provides a full stack web developer course which covers JavaScript and all the JavaScript frameworks you need to know. For more details, check out the description box.
Now, sorry, it's not supposed to be P, it's supposed to be div. Now it's working. So as you can see already, there's some margins around it or padding around it. Let me just tell you how it works. So if I were to click on the P tag here, as you can see, by default, there's some margin of 1 ems applied. If I can just set the margins to be 0, both of them will collapse onto each other. So that's how margins and paddings work. Let's just see how they work in a moment. I'll change the background color of P to be a little different so that, let's see which, yeah, this will get it blue. I refresh this and now it looks like this. And I'll change the color to be white.
Just a quick info, guys. Test your knowledge of web development by answering this question. What is WordPress? A. It is a software used to press text. B. It is a text formatting software. C. It is a content management system. D. It is a mail service. Comment your answer in the comment section below. Subscribe to Intellipaat to know the right answer. Now, let's continue with the session.
And refresh this, now it looks like this. So everything's visible now. Let's see how margins and paddings work. Firstly, let me just show you how padding would work. So on the p tag, if I add padding of 25 pixels, notice the change in the text here. As you can see, it shifted 25 pixels down, 25 pixels left, and outside the text we have 25 pixels of padding. If you want to take a look at how the padding is looking like, open up your Chrome DevTools, click on this, and it will show you how the padding is. Now I scroll down, padding is 25 pixels and it's highlighted here. Another thing to note here is that if I want to just set the padding to be on the top and bottom and not on the left and right, I can do so as well just about here. So top and bottom should be this, and 0 pixels should be left and right. So as you can see, the pixels, the padding has changed now. If I were to click on this, go back, the border is there, margins 16 pixels by default, and on the left and right side there are no paddings, and on the top and bottom is 25 pixels of padding. Another thing I can do, if I want to specify the margins and paddings on all of these, then I can just say 25 pixels, 15 pixels, 10 pixels, 0 pixels, and you'll see how that works in a moment. If I refresh this, the padding is quite wonky, but let's see. If I were to click on this now, it will show me how the padding has been applied. So the 25 pixels padding is applied to the top, then the 15 pixels is applied to the right hand side, then 5 pixels to the bottom, and the 5 pixels again is applied on the left hand side. So that's how it's working right now. No, sorry, 0 pixels is applied on the right hand side, yeah, left hand side. So the way it works is clockwise. So it goes to top, then right, then bottom, and then left. Now again, if you want to just specify padding for one part of the box, for instance, I just want padding at the top. Instead of going instead of filling all the numbers to be 0 and just top with 25 pixels, I can just type padding top 25 pixels. And this works the same way. All the other paddings are removed, and only there's only a padding from the top of the element to the bottom. So that's how that works. Let's say I want to add margin. So to add the margin, firstly let me just change the width so that I can show you some cool things. Width is going to be 150 pixels. Go back, refresh, and now it's, instead of spanning the entire section, it's going to span only 150 pixels. And now if I were to change the margin to be 0 pixels and go back, you'll see it collapses. And if I were to change the second part of it to be auto margin, it is pushed at the middle. This happens because I have specified the margin to from top and bottom to be 0 pixels, and on left and right it's auto, which means take the available space, put my content in the middle, and the margin on the left and margin on the right should be exactly the same. So if I were to go here and check it, here you go. This is the border, this is the div tag, and here's the margins. So 675 is the margin right now. If I were to essentially zoom it out or do something else with it, it might change. So for instance, as you can see, as I'm zooming it, the margin is automatically updating. You can take a look at here. So this is how margins affect our work, and margins and paddings work exactly the same way. The only difference is outside the content, but inside the border, if you need space between the content and the border, use padding. If you need space between the border of the element and outside elements, then use margins. Now again, the same way I had applied the margins with there, I can apply it here as well. So it could be 0 pixels, auto, top, right, and then 0 pixels and auto. Go back, refresh, and it's the same thing. Another thing, I have the same properties of margin top, margin bottom, margin left, margin right, if I want to use them. Right now I don't have to, so I'll just put it this way. And that's the way it works. Now let's take a look at what else we have to learn. Now let's take a look at CSS box model. We can consider each HTML element being displayed as a box and is often termed box model. Usually when we're trying to style any div or any HTML element, we can consider it as being a box, and all the sizes that are related to that box are considered in the CSS box model. Now these boxes are used when we are styling and designing our web pages using CSS. So box model is a really important concept, especially when you're trying to apply styles to an HTML page. As you can see inside the content, we have some content, and inside the box that we're showing, we have some content. That's the element. That element has some padding. Outside the padding, we have some border, and outside the border, we have the margin. All of this is considered as part of the box model. All of this is considered as the height and the width of the entire HTML element, with the content, padding, border, and margin one after the other. So we need to be able to take care of all of these if we want to lay out the element correctly. If, for instance, we want the element to be of height 40 pixels, however, we add the margins of 20 pixels on both sides and then padding of 10 pixels on both sides, the height of the element becomes 40 plus 20, which becomes 60 pixels, which is 20 pixels more. So we need to be able to guess what the styles are going to be. Now, CSS box model essentially consists of margins, borders, paddings, and content. Content is what we are providing, and styles define the margins, borders, and paddings of the content. Now, while creating the layout of a web page in the CSS, we need to consider margins, borders, paddings, and the content of an element in order to understand how big the entire HTML element is going to be and how we're going to lay it out on a particular page. In case we specify the size of an element to be 60 pixels but the room for accommodation is only 40 pixels, then we have essentially either going to create a scroll bar or we are going to drop the current element to a new line, in which either case the layout is not going to look as the user has intended it to look. So you need to be able to take care of that. Alright guys, now let's take a look at CSS link state. Using CSS, we can style links differently depending on the states that they are in. So for example, let's say that you had a link that was being hovered over by a person. Now you want the link to being displayed differently when someone hovers over it. Maybe you want an underline, maybe you want to remove the underline that is already there, maybe you want to highlight it, change the color. It really depends on your taste and your preferences. However, doing this could be a bit difficult. Had CSS not supported link state, you would have had to written a lot of JavaScript code in which you have to firstly hunt down the elements using the JavaScript DOM elements. After getting that, you have to attach an event handler, figure out when the user is hovering over it, and then change the styles accordingly, either by adding a class or by changing them directly in JavaScript. All of that is a lot of work. However, CSS link state make it a really easy thing to do. Now, a link can be in one of the four described states. The states are link, visited, hover, and active. Now, the link state refers to an unvisited link. This is the default state. Whenever you open up a browser and it's a link that you have already clicked, you will see that it has a different color. Sometimes it's a purplish blue kind of a color, while usually links display as a blue color. So that's the difference. The link that has not been visited is in blue color. So that's the link that has not been clicked yet by your browser. Now the second link state is visited state. Now this is the state when you have already clicked on the link and have followed the link to the page that it wants to redirect you to. When that happens, your browser looks at it and determines whether it should be in the link state or visited state. The third state is the hover state. This is the state that is used most often because the users hover over a link more often than they click it. So that's the state that that's used more often than not, and that's how you can essentially use it. When you hover over it, if you want to change the color to red, you just basically gain access to that link element using whichever selector you want. Maybe it's a combinator selector, maybe it's an attribute selector, and you attach a golden hover to the element on it, and then you change the color to red. Finally, you have the active state. The active state refers to the link that is being clicked by the user. Now, this state doesn't last for very long because it basically means that user is clicking on the link. So when I'm clicking on the link, its color should change momentarily, and then the page navigates to other direction. When I'm hovering over it, it's a different color. When I have not visited the link, it's a different color. And once I've clicked it, visited the link and went back, the link is in a different color. So these are all the ways that you can change the link. These are all the link states. Usually hover is used the most because hovering over a link should make it seem like you are hovering over a link, or it should have some sort of a visual feedback that tells you that this is a link and you are hovering over it and you can click it to follow it to some page if you want. So these are all the link states. Now let's take a look at an example and see how that works. Now let's take a look at CSS link states. Now, just to take a look at the code that we have, there's a link here. And if I were to refresh this, this is what a link looks like by default, a blue colored link with a blue underline on it. Now I have already written some CSS code so that you don't have to see me type it all out. I'll explain what that means. The link state, which is the default state, should be red. So by default, this link should display as red. Visited state, which means when I have clicked on the link, it should look green. As I'm hovering over it, it should have a color of hot pink so that it's discernible from other colors. And when I have clicked over it, but I'm not let go, it's an active state, in which case it should be blue in color. Let's see that in action. If I refresh this, this is red by default, unvisited link. Hover over it, it's pink. Let me just, yeah, now it's hot pink, the color changes. If I click on this, you are being shown a blue color. And if once I've clicked on this, this is what it looks like, red in color. So as you can see that all of this is working, and these colors are really useful for us to figure out what the state of the link is. And there are other ways of using this as well, but we recommend that you take a look at this and figure out how it works. So once we have taken a look at all these, let's take a look at the link states. I have opened it up in an unincognito mode as well. So now as you can see, it's green in color because it's capturing that the link is visited. In incognito mode, that would not work. So I will just close this up now and I'll go back. This is what the color looks like. I have an A tag with an href that's pointing nowhere, and we have a link. In it, we have a red color, green color, hot pink, and blue color. All of these work exactly the way we would expect it. Alright guys, now let's take a look at CSS positioning. Positioning is an important aspect of any CSS layout. Let's take a look at what options we have available for positioning elements and how CSS positioning works in real life. So to understand this, firstly let's understand how you can use positions in CSS. To use positions in CSS, you use the position property in CSS that specifies the type of positioning method that we are going to be using for a particular HTML element. Now there are several different kinds of positioning methods that are available, and we'll take a look at all of them one by one. So these are the 5 options that are available for you to use to position an element: static, relative, fixed, absolute, and sticky. All of them provide different behavior, and depending on how you're laying out your entire element relative to other elements, you can use one of the following. Let's discuss them one by one. The first is static. Now, all the HTML elements have the static position on by default. So if you have defined an HTML element, by default, it's positioned using static positioning. So you don't have to change the property to static in any way, shape, or form. It will be done automatically. Now, static positioning leads to an element being positioned according to the normal flow of the page. So how it would have been normally is how it is displayed. It's the default. So for instance, if there are 2 block elements, then they both will appear one on one line after the other. If there are 2 inline elements, they will appear one after the next if the space allows it to be that way. If the content takes up the entire width of the screen, then the next inline element will appear on the next line. That's how it's supposed to work normally, and that's how it functions in static position. Now, elements that have their position attribute set to relative are positioned relative to their normal position. So for instance, if I have a relatively positioned element, or what I can do is that when I have a normally positioned element, I can specify, okay, from this position, move 10 pixels left, 10 pixels down. That way, relative to my original position where the document would have been shown because of the static property, it would move according to that, keeping that as a frame of reference. Now to define an element's relative position, we make use of the top, right, bottom, and left properties. These define that how it should move from the top, from the right, from the left, from the bottom. So if we were to give an element property of relative display, and then we change its top property to 0, that means it should, at the top level, it should be exactly where it is. So it should be exactly where it is on the y-axis. Now on the right property, move this much from right and move this much from left. Left is going to be the left and right property, and the bottom property defines how much it should move from bottom to upwards. So these are the properties that we can make use of. Now, another property that is useful is the fixed property. And the fixed property allows us to essentially just put an element in a fixed position. Whether the viewport moves or not, that's a different story. An element with a position attribute set to fixed will be positioned relative to the viewport. So if you have a viewport and it can be positioned relative to that. So if I have a browser opened up and I say, okay, it needs to be fixed and it needs to be on the bottom right corner, it should be exactly attached to the bottom right corner. Then I can set the bottom and right properties to 0, meaning it should be 0 pixels away from the bottom and 0 pixels away from the right. So it completely attaches itself. Now, even if I were to scroll my browser, it would stay exactly in that position. Now, it stays in the same place even if the page is scrolled. That's the advantage of using fixed position. Now, the thing is, if you are using it to display some notifications, like for instance, some social networking site, and in the social networking site, somebody follows you and you have sent that notification to the front end receives that notification and now it's job to display it. The way it happens is that it creates a position fixed attribute notification, and in this it fills up the text that so and so followed you, and that way everything works. So even if you were to scroll up and down, it will still stay there. You can dismiss it by clicking on the close button. That's completely your choice, or it would disappear in a few seconds. An element with position attribute set to absolute is positioned relative to the nearest positioned ancestor. So to give you an example, let's say that I have a relative and absolute positioned element. What happens is when I set the position to be absolute, it's not positioned relative to itself, it's positioned relative to its parent element that has the position attribute set to relative. So it is positioned to some other element. That's the way it works with absolute positioning. Now, a positioned element is an element that has its position attribute set to anything except static. Usually it is relative, but it could be difficult to say. So if an element is positioned absolute and has no positioned ancestors, then it is using the document body and moves along the page with scrolling. So that's the way it works. Now, it's completely your choice if you want to use absolute or relative. Usually, absolute positioning is used when you want to make sure that the relatively positioned element inside which we have nested another element, and we want the nested element to be positioned according to the relatively positioned element, then we can use the absolute position. And finally, we move on to the sticky positioning. An element with position set to a sticky position is based upon the user's scroll position. Well, let's take a look at what that means. As long as the element is in its original position and it's in a viewport, it acts as a relatively positioned element, which means that it moves away from its original position. And when you scroll it, it will scroll up and down, it won't stay in the same position. However, when the element's original position is scrolled out of the viewport, it becomes sticky and sticks in the place. Which is to say, as soon as it reaches the end of a page, either at the top or the bottom, then it stops functioning as a relatively positioned attribute and just sticks to that end of the page. So, for instance, if you have a lot of text and you have a position sticky element in the middle, if you were to scroll up, the elements will scroll up, and as soon as it reaches the top of your viewport, it will stick there. It won't scroll out of the viewport. Similarly, the same thing will happen if you scroll down. So if you scroll down, then the same thing happens as well. We must also specify at least one of the top, right, bottom, or left for the sticky positioning to work. If we don't do that, then the sticky position may not work. So with that, now let's take a look at how we can make use of the CSS positioning attributes using a hands-off. Now let's take a look at CSS positioning. We have covered a lot of ground when we come to talk about CSS positioning. Let's take a look at them one by one. So here's the code. Now let me just go to the body tag, go back, and as you can see, there's nothing in it right now. Now let's add some code and figure out how the positioning systems work. So by default, it's statically positioned. So I don't think we have to explain it that way. If you want to change the positioning to static, which won't be something that works because it's already there. So all you would have to do is change to position to, and that change to be something other than this. We can change it to static, and that would work. but it's by default, so we won't be changing that. Now let me show you how the relative positioning works. So I'll create a p tag, and it would have a text p tag. Inside the style tags, I'll change the border to be 5 pixels solid black. Save this, go back and refresh. This is what it looks like by default, right? If I were to change the top property to let's say 50 pixels, and the left property to 50 pixels, sorry, the left property to 50 pixels, and if I go back and if I refresh, it has no change on it. But if I were to change the position to relative, save this, go back and refresh, now as you can see, it has moved from its original position 50 pixels to from the left and 50 pixels from the top. And that's the way it's supposed to work in position relative terms. Now that works with relative, but how about absolute position? To display absolute positioning, if I were to change it to absolute, save this, refresh, this is what it looks like. Now it works exactly the same way. The only thing is the width has changed, but that's fine. Otherwise, the position has been the same. Now, if I were to, for instance, wrap it inside a div, put it here. The div tag is here, and the position of div tag is supposed to be relative, and it needs to be from top 50 pixels, left 50 pixels, and let me just change the border of this as well. Instead of having black, it will be red. Now if I go back and if I refresh, this is what it looks like. So we have a div tag and a p tag. Let me just show you how this is looking about. Yeah. This is the div tag. Since it has no content, we have moved it 50 pixels from the top and 50 pixels from the right. Now if I were to change this, as you can see, both of these are moving. So the top property of the div tag is being changed and both the properties are moving. The reason this works is because the absolute positioning looks up the parent chain and figures out which element has any other display property, position property other than static. So in the last case, there was no parent, p was nested inside div, so body, and body has no, it has display static. So it had no option but to look at that as the point of reference. Now what happens, since we have a div tag that has a position of relative, which is other than static, and it's 50 pixels moved from top and 50 pixels from left, this p tag, which is nested inside the div tag, moves itself relative to that. So that's how position relative and absolute work. Now let's take a look at position fixed. I'll just change this border from black to green. Position is fixed, and I'll change it to bottom right. Save this, go back, refresh, and this is what it looks like here. I can also change it a little bit more. I can add some padding of 50 pixels. I go back and I refresh, and this is what it looks like. This is something like a notification. If I don't want it to be 50 pixels from top, then I can make it like this. Now it looks something like this. This is something like a notification. And if I were to add some content here, let's say, I'll just move it here, and I have a p tag, and it has some content, and I'll just copy and paste the p tag multiple times, more than 70 times, so that it allows me to scroll around. And okay, problem, I think we have p tags here, so p dot notification. Now if I were to go back, now as you can see, even if I scroll it out of the text, it remains in the same position as it is. So that's the position static. Now the difference here is that if I were to change it from position fixed to position sticky and change it from top right, bottom right to top right, you'll see a little bit of a change here. Let me just see where the element has gone. Okay, so it's here. Oh, so position is sticky, top is this, and I can change it from here. And now all I have to do is move it to the top. Save this. Now if I go back, and this is what it looks like. So as you can see, it's sticking to its position. Even if I scroll it out of the position, it looks like it's stuck to where it was. So there are several different ways that you can configure these. As you can see, notification properties can be applied to this one. And there are many other things that you can do. You can think of a lot of other things as well. Right now, we looked at all the kinds of positions that we can, and all of them have their own properties, and we can understand that. So let's take a look at how we can use the sticky property a little better. Right now it looks like this. So in order to make it work correctly, let me just try this out. Instead of it being p notification, div with the class of sticky, and I'll close the div here. Then I'll close this one here, remove this one here, scroll to the end, and I will just yeah, now it works. So I have this now it's working. So for that sticky tag, let me just clear this one out. I'll change the div with the border of 5 pixels, call it position is sticky. Let's say top is 0 pixels and right is, let's say left is 50, left. Now if I were to go back and refresh, this is what it looks like. And as you can see that this is let me just change it a little bit. From top, let it be 10 pixels. It should look fine now, right? So it's 10 pixels away. As you can see, notice this distance. As I scroll it, I try to scroll it out, it will stay exactly where it is. Now if I were to change it to 0 pixels and move it a little down, let's say here, then refresh it, this is what it looks like. But if I were to scroll it out of the view, it still sticks to the top. This is what the sticky property makes it. So that's how all the positioning attributes work. Hopefully this has been informative. Let's take a look at what else we can learn. Now let us take a look at what is JavaScript. It is important to understand what JavaScript is and how it can benefit us, mainly because JavaScript's meaning has evolved from time to time. Before the current versions of JavaScript rolled out, JavaScript was only used for web browsers, but now it can be used in different ways. So let us take a look at what it actually means. JavaScript is a high-level, object-oriented scripting language. It was created by Bernard Ike in Netscape in 1995. So JavaScript was originally created in 1995. Now, high-level object-oriented and scripting language are sometimes considered to be a bit more jargonistic than they need to be. Let us discuss them one by one. First thing is high level. So a high level programming language is basically a programming language that does not deal with the low level memory management stuff that other programs might have to deal with. This is because JavaScript has a runtime environment, and what it does is that it takes a look at the code that you have written, takes a look at the memory that it will need, allocates that memory and continuously at regular intervals of time keeps checking if there is some memory that can be freed up. And if it can be, then it frees up that memory, and all of the variables that were assigned in that memory are going to be completely wiped off. So it will allocate and deallocate memory on its own. That doesn't necessarily mean that you have just no control over how things are happening behind the scenes and how you that you don't need to care about memory management at all. But at smaller level to medium level applications, you don't really have to worry about how applications are being built and how they are going to be used. At a large scale application such as a large scale JavaScript application such as Gmail or Google Drive, you have to worry about how memory is being used, and you have to be very efficient about it. There are certain things that you can do in order to affect how the memory management is going to take place and if it's effective or not. So you can talk about this and discuss about this at length, but that's basically what high level means, that at the beginning you don't need to worry about how to allocate and deallocate memory. Whereas in programming languages like C++, you would have to do the memory management stuff on your own. You would have to allocate a chunk of memory to your program. When that program or that piece of program that executes is done, you need to then deallocate that memory. If you do not, then that memory is going to be reserved and is not going to be used by your program or by any other program because the compiler has not freed up the memory. So just keep that in mind. It's also object oriented. Object orientation is basically a paradigm of programming in which you write code so that your code can reflect real world objects and scenarios such as people, person, events, things like that. This is really important because in enterprise level applications, when you're building applications for companies, the common language that you use are going to be to describe these things. In programming, however, these things are not really something that people consider. So you can create your own objects, you can create your own nomenclatures and translate them into code. This is what object-oriented programming allows us to do. And it's a scripting language because it was developed in order to write and to be written and be executed by the browser. Scripting languages are executed by some other programs, not by the operating system itself. So if you are trying to write JavaScript in the browser, then it's a script, not a program. However, it's very important to understand that JavaScript has now evolved and now it can be used to build other kinds of applications as well.
Just a quick info, guys. Test your knowledge of web development by answering this question. What does CSS stands for? A. Current style sheets. B. Current sheet style. C. Cascading style sheets. D. Cascading sheet style. Comment your answer in the comment section below. Subscribe to Intellipaat to know the right answer. Now, let's continue with the session.
So when it started out, JavaScript was a very simple scripting language that was developed in order for the sole purpose of manipulating web pages, adding content, removing content, animating things into the frame, animating things out of the frame, changing the styles and whatever. Nowadays, because JavaScript is so popular and so easy to pick up, many of the programming languages many of the paradigms and platforms support JavaScript. You can build JavaScript. You can use JavaScript to build mobile applications, servers, program web servers. Web applications are already being developed using JavaScript, and there are many other kinds of things as well, such as native Windows applications and all. So you can use JavaScript to build different kinds of applications. It has been supported on multiple platforms and will continue to expand its support. So with that, we have a clear picture of what JavaScript is. Now let us take a look at how you can use JavaScript. In this presentation, we'll be taking a look at how you can use JavaScript in a web browser. There are multiple ways of doing so. However, JavaScript, as we have discussed, can be used to build different kinds of applications, and we won't be discussing it here. With that out of the way, let's take a look at how you can use JavaScript. So there are three ways to use JavaScript, especially in the browser. So in the browser, you are supposed to write the JavaScript code in the HTML file or some other file and embed it. But how do you do that? Let's get started and see how you can do that. The first thing you have to understand is that the reason why there are so many ways of writing JavaScript depends on what kind of code are you writing. And in the hands-on for this topic, we'll discuss what that actually means. So the first thing is that it can be inline. Basically suggests that the code that you're writing is completely embedded in the HTML. So if you have a button, it is right next to the button and it's only regarding that button that the code is going to run. So that's one way of doing it. The reason why inline code was invented was that if you had some small bit of code that only needs to run on a particular time or at a particular time, or when it is associated to a particular HTML element, then you can just write it there. Instead of polluting your HTML with different kinds of things, you can just write it there. Then there's script tag. So a script tag basically means that there, just as in HTML, there's a style tag in which you can write CSS. Script tags allow you to write JavaScript code. When the browser sees the script tag, it will take anything written inside the script tag, which is the opening and closing tag, and consider it to be, depending on the version of your browser and what kind of support it provides. So in scenarios like this, earlier we would have to have write some kind of a text that describes what kind of script we are writing inside the tags, such as text / JavaScript or whatever. Nowadays, it is considered that by default, you're going to be writing JavaScript in the script tag. So you don't have to worry about that at all. Then comes script files. Similarly to script tag, you can write your script inside a file, give it the .js extension, which is the JavaScript file, and you can embed it inside your browser. So you are going to say, okay, after you're done loading the HTML page, load this file as well. This file contains some HTML code, and this file contains some JavaScript code that needs to be embedded in the HTML file. Now, the reasons for the different kinds of script files is something we'll see in the hands-on, but basically it depends on how much of the entire HTML page is going to be affected by the JavaScript. So let's take a look at the hands-on and understand how that works. How you can write the JavaScript code. We'll be printing something on the console. I'll explain what a console is, but first let's see our setup. I have a file, I've called it index.html, and I have opened it in a code editor. I'm using Visual Studio Code. You can use any code editor or text editor that you wish to use. Open that file inside a web browser. My file is located in the E drive and it's called index.html, but you can call it anything that you want to. It's just a convention. Now let's take a look at the different ways that we have discussed using which we can create our JavaScript code and embed it inside our HTML. The first thing we have to do is we have to write some HTML code. Now in Visual Studio Code, I have a snippet that will automatically write most of the HTML that we need in order to get started. So just press this bang symbol and press tab. This will only work in Visual Studio Code. If you're using any other programming environment, this may or may not be available there. So just make sure that you know that it is there. I'll call the title to be JS tutorial. I will save it. And now if I go back to the browser and if I refresh, if you take a look at the title right now, it's index.html. Refresh it. Now it's called JS tutorial. So in case you're not familiar with HTML that much, I would recommend that you first understand HTML because JavaScript builds on top of HTML. So if you don't know HTML, then this is not going to work. Now let's take a look at the different ways through which we can use the JavaScript code. So there are different ways. Firstly, that's the inline code. So how do you write code that executes inline? Well, let's say there's a button. I call it log button. And what I want is when this button is clicked, I want to print something on the console. Now, what is the console? Different programming languages such as JavaScript and C++ have a console. Now, a console is basically just a terminal or a command window which will show the output of the code that you're writing. You can also put the output inside a file or inside some server, but basically this is where the output can be seen. Now, in a web browser, it's a little difficult. So what every web browser has is a JavaScript console. Right click on the web browser and click on the inspect button or press Ctrl-Shift-I. Nowadays, every web browser has this. When this opens, you can see that it has a console button here. I go up to that and I can execute my JavaScript here as well. To print something on the console, you can just execute some JavaScript code here as well. I can write console.log and I'm using Google Chrome, but you can use any web browser such as Firefox or the Edge browser using Microsoft, and it will work just fine. And you can write hello world. Semicolons are not required, but it is a good practice to write them. You press enter and this is what it prints. Hello world. Forget about this undefined right now, that doesn't really matter. Now what I want is I want this to be a little more interactive. To do that, I want to have a button which has the keyword log inside it. So if I refresh this, you can see there's a button, but nothing happens when I click on it. So that's a problem. Now I want to execute the same code that I have written in the console, but I want it to happen when I click on the button. So don't worry about the syntax right now. I'll explain what that means in a moment. Just write this JavaScript, hello world, and I can put the semicolon here as well. I go back. If I click, nothing will happen. This is because our browser has the old version of our index.html. We have to refresh it so that we can fetch the new version. To take a look at the current code, right click on the page and press view page source. As you can see that the button now has console.log because it has refreshed. If I refresh this, now everything will work. If I press log now, it prints hello world onto the code. Now, as I've already discussed, the reason why there are multiple ways of doing this is because I only want to run this code when a person clicks the button. Suppose that there are multiple buttons on my page. It's a huge page. There's like thousands of lines of code. And somewhere down the line, or like 1157 line, I write button and I want the same code here. One thing I can do is copy and paste it here, such as this. But this violates an important principle in programming, which suggests that you should never copy and paste the code. So console.log, console.log. It does work, but there's a problem here that you may or may not see. Suppose that this is like, again, as I've said, it's on 1000 line. Multiple people are working on this because this is such a huge file. Somebody comes along and says, okay, the message that we want to print is hello world, but we want an exclamation mark here as well. I put the exclamation mark, I save it, go back to my HTML page, refresh it so that I can see, press on the log button, and okay, it's showing the exclamation mark. So our code works, but the problem is now that the part where we copied the code, it's showing the old version because we didn't update it there. So now we have to go down again and press this, and this is only for two buttons. Suppose there are millions of buttons on a page. Suppose there are buttons and forms and we want to perform these tasks, multiple tasks, and synchronize them together. This could be really difficult. Right now it's working, but it's going to be really difficult. There are other ways of doing this, of course, and we will take a look at those one by one. But to overcome these issues, let me just close this up. Yeah, so I'll just put an h1 tag, look inside console. Now let me just show you what a script tag looks like. So after this, I can write script tag, and here I can write my JavaScript code and it will work just fine. This time it won't work when I'm pressing a button. That was just for the inline version. Here I can just write some code that will be automatically used. So as you can see, as soon as my browser starts looking at the code, it takes a look at the code, creates the h1 tag, displays it on the screen, then takes a look at the script tag. What it does is that it prints everything that needs to be printed on the screen and then closes the script tag. So everything after this needs to be interpreted as HTML, and that happens. So this is why when we look at this gets printed and then this gets printed in the console. So that's one way of doing this. Another thing to understand is that this isn't the only way that you can do this, but this is a good way to get started. Another way to do this is going to be if you can create a script file. So now script files are basically just files that you can use in order to write your code inside them. So you don't want to mismatch your HTML and JavaScript code. What you can do is you can just use script.js. Now to show you how that works, all I'm going to do is I'm going to open up a script.js file that I have already written. I'll write console.log. I'll print hello world. It's the same code that I have written thus far, but it works. Now I write it here, copy, paste, save. If I remove this now and I'll just keep it here. Now do you think it will work? Not exactly, because our HTML page has no idea that the script tag exists.
Okay guys, a quick info: if you're looking for an end-to-end training in JavaScript, Intellipaat provides a full stack web developer course which covers JavaScript and all the JavaScript frameworks you need to know. For more details, check out the description box.
So inside the script tag, I have to write another attribute called source, and the source file is going to have a name of script.js. Save this, run this again, and now it works. So now what happens is it takes a look at the entire web page, takes a look at the h1 tag, displays it on the screen, takes a look at the script file, opens up the script file, executes the code inside it, comes back, closes the script tag, closes the body, closes the HTML, and is done with it. Now, the reason why script files were invented, so that because we may have multiple web pages. So it's not that we only use one page. We could have about.html and many different kinds of files, and we want some file to have access to all these pages. So in cases like this, if I have an about.html, I can just copy and paste this script tag, and that code will be available inside that file as well. So when that file is loaded, it will be logged on the console as well. And if it's like 10 different files, all I have to do is just change it here. If I want to make another change like this, and all of this will be reflected in all the files. So that's the reason why we do it this way. Now, again, this is not the only way to do it. As we have discussed, 3 ways you can work them out and understand how to use them. Very much like CSS, in which you have inline styles, file level styles, and then external styles in which you can create your own CSS files. Script tags works the same. In other versions, because script files could be so heavy, let's say that you have 7 different script files, then it could be possible to just merge them all into a single file. This is called a build step, and you don't need to worry about it right now. But basically, in cases like this, all of the JavaScript code that you write is taken and merged into a single file by a program called a build system that you can configure yourself. And then it creates that single file so that when an HTTP request is sent, only one file is sent over the wire and multiple requests are not done. So you can take a look at that as well. But these are the ways that you can configure a JavaScript file to work with your HTML page. Again, you need to know HTML in order to work with JavaScript, because that's how it was created. So that's how you can get started with it. Alright guys, now let's take a look at what can you build with JavaScript. So we have discussed thus far what are the different ways that you can use JavaScript and what JavaScript is. But now let's take a look at what it can be used to build. So using JavaScript to build different kinds of applications has been the norm. Many different companies use JavaScript for different kinds of applications that they build and use. Let's take a look at what these are. So JavaScript can be used different kinds of applications. These are web applications, web servers, native mobile applications, and hybrid mobile applications. All of these have different ways of being used, and different JavaScript code can be used to use it. So let's take a look at them one by one and demystify how these things work. So the first thing is web applications. Using JavaScript to build web applications has been the norm. We have been building web applications using JavaScript since the invention of JavaScript. Now, the reason why it's so popular nowadays is because there are multiple ways of building a web application using JavaScript. The easiest and the most fundamental way is the way that we have discussed thus far, in which you create an HTML page, write the HTML code, embed some JavaScript in it, either using inline JavaScript or script tags or script files, and then that code is going to be used to manipulate the JavaScript, manipulate the HTML page using the JavaScript in some way or the other. Now this manipulation can be of several ways. Either you add some element on the node, remove some element on the node, get some data from a web server, and after getting that data, populate the entire HTML page with some new content that is available, let the user know that some new content is available, and many different kinds of things. That is important and very, very useful, but that's not the only way that you can do it. The other way is using something called single page applications, in which there's just one HTML page, which is used to just give the basic scaffolding and the shell of a page. Outside that, we have a JavaScript page that takes care of everything else. So if you've heard of frameworks such as Angular, Vue, React, they work on the similar premise. What happens is your HTML code is very minimalistic, and it is a big fat JavaScript file that is transferred over the internet. Once the user's browser has that JavaScript, it tries to execute it. When it's executing it, it's creating multiple HTML nodes using JavaScript, putting it inside the HTML page, and then JavaScript takes care of everything else. Navigation, HTTP calls, manipulation of the DOM, any kind of thing that a web application is supposed to do, JavaScript will take care of it. These applications are really JavaScript rich, and HTML is really used as a skeleton. Not much of HTML is used. CSS is used throughout, and it will be continued to use throughout, but that's the way it works. So because of this fundamental shift in how web applications work, the responsibilities of web servers have changed. So let's take a look at how you can use JavaScript to build web servers. Now, what used to happen before we had platforms like Node.js, which we can use to build web servers, which we'll also cover in this tutorial. But the reason why web servers were a little difficult, especially for front-end developers to understand, is because of the language barrier. So in JavaScript, in the front-end web applications, we'll be using JavaScript all the way. And since that was the only language that we would use to manipulate the web applications and its structure, but in web servers, you can build a web server using different kinds of technologies. JavaScript was not one of them. So the way you would use it would be using technologies such as PHP, which is still by far the most popular server-side scripting language. Then there's Java, which is very popular in the enterprise world. So is C# and the .NET platform. There are other languages such as Ruby and Python that were used, but JavaScript was not really a big player in that regard. So what happened afterwards is that we had the introduction of the Node.js platform that allows us to write JavaScript code so that front-end developers can sort of port their expertise to the backend. Now, it's important to understand that just because you can write JavaScript code on the web server or write the code to create a web server, that doesn't necessarily mean that you can just copy and paste your entire JavaScript file from the web browser to the web server and it will work exactly fine. Mainly because these are two different environments. In the browser, you will have elements such as a button, you will have elements such as a form, list, and whatever. It's a very visual environment. In servers, you don't have that. You have number crunching and different kinds of things such as accessing databases, caching data, serving up data, and whatever. So these are two different environments, although you can use the same JavaScript syntax, for loops, console logging, promises, and all the features. But you can't just port the code from here to there, just copy and paste, and it will work. So that's something to keep in mind. Now, in web servers, we use Node.js. Node.js has come a long way. We have Express.js, which is one of the most popular frameworks out there. Node.js is really popular among enterprise as well. And any kind of application that you want to build using backend development, Node.js is very much likely a good option to do that. Then comes native mobile applications. Now, the reason why we are making a distinction here between native and hybrid mobile application is something that we'll discuss in a moment. But the reason why we are saying that we can build native mobile applications is because before this, if you wanted to build an application that your customers could use, you had multiple platforms that you needed to tackle. Platforms such as Android, iOS, Windows Phone, and some other platforms as well. This was a bit problematic because then that means that if you want your application to be accessed by a large number of users, you need to write code for both Android platform as well as iOS platform. These two platforms have different programming language, different programming structure, different skill sets, and different environments in which you can develop applications. Android is open source, so you can build Android applications in both Mac and Windows. However, Apple doesn't allow you to build iOS applications on a Windows laptop. So you need to have a developer account, you need to have a Macintosh laptop, you need to have developer tools installed, you need to have an iPhone to test your applications. There's just a lot of upfront capital required there. In Android, you have the emulator, you have the open source tools and everything. But still, the languages are different. JavaScript is not really the language that they use, but they use Java in Android. And in iOS, the new language that is being used is Swift. And in Android, the new language that is being used is Kotlin. And the previous language in iOS was Objective-C. None of these languages are easy to pick up. And because JavaScript is so easy to pick up, more people know JavaScript than they know Java or Swift or Kotlin or whatever. Now, this is a problem mainly because the web applications that people build almost exactly mimic the features that we would want in an application, in a native mobile application. Now, there are ways through which you can use your current web application and have it work as sort of a substitute application inside your mobile applications. But the problem is that at the end of the day is using the web browser. So what happens is your web page is loaded into a web browser and it takes care of everything using JavaScript. Your application has no access to all the underlying features such as the camera, the machine learning features that have been developed, the Bluetooth, speakers, OS, internal hardwares, voice recorders. You have no access to them at all. So if you're trying to build a camera application, you can't do it using JavaScript, or you couldn't have done it. Nowadays, there are frameworks such as React Native, NativeScript, and many other kinds of platforms available where you can use your JavaScript skills in order to build native mobile applications. Again, it's not as simple as just copying your JavaScript code from your web application or your server application into a native mobile application. However, it is very similar to not learning a new language, but understanding the ins and outs of a platform and then adding your skill set on top of it. These applications are really native mobile applications, and the great part is that when you write the code, that code will get converted to both an iOS application and the Android application. You would still need to have the developer account, and for testing purposes, you would need to have access to an emulator or a Macintosh OS in iOS's case or whatever. But you can still have an application that will work. So that's the great part here. So this is what native mobile applications do, but still it needs a lot of configuration and understanding of the platform before you can even start building an application for the platform. On the other hand, we have hybrid mobile applications. Now this is a solution that has been available for a long time. What it allows you to do is it allows you to write JavaScript, and that JavaScript will then get converted into native OS calls. But this is a little slower than native mobile applications. If you're building applications that are just there to deliver content, such as an application that is there to tell people about the new concerts that a band is going to have, new conferences available, new videos available on a video store or whatever, then hybrid mobile applications are good. Native mobile applications, on the other hand, if you want to access the native features such as camera, browser features, voice recorder, Bluetooth, gyrometer, sensors, infrared, whatever your application has to, whatever your mobile has to offer. So hybrid mobile applications use platforms such as Apache's Cordova, and many other new platforms are available as well. You can take a look at these platforms and build these applications yourself. It's not very difficult to learn how to build these applications, but these are really helpful for us to use, and they're very easy to use as well. So these are some of the platforms that can be used. You can also build native Windows applications. You can also build native desktop applications using a platform called Electron, which was developed by GitHub. And there are many others as well. It is too much to count. But these are the platforms that are used. As you can see, JavaScript has evolved from a very simple programming or scripting language that was used to manipulate web pages to a full-fledged application programming language in which you can build applications of multiple kinds. Kind of like Python, but a little different. You can also write machine learning and AI code, but that's a whole different topic on its own. So that's how you can build applications. These are the kinds of applications you can build using JavaScript. This is exactly why JavaScript is one of the most popular job positions right nowadays. JavaScript developers are in high demand because they can use their skills or already existing skills and learn some new skills in order to build many kinds of applications. So with that in mind, let's see what else we can learn.
What is Node.js? It's a server-side JavaScript, the extension of the client side, that whatever you have learned can also be done on the server side. And it does help you develop scalable network applications. The primary reason why JavaScript on the server side existed is not to cater to developing web applications. However, that is what we will be doing in this workshop. But it was intended to do all the network related activities, like allotting resources, maybe taking parameters from the client, call different services, creating RESTful API on the server side, and so on and so forth. So when Ryan created Node.js, he did not create it on Windows per se. He created it primarily on Unix. One reason why you'll find a lot of Unix traces in Node.js. So in order to migrate those APIs to Windows, he replaced those Unix libraries with a library called libuv to make it compatible with Windows. And now the user will be using JavaScript to interface with Node.js. So something will have to understand JavaScript, isn't it, on the server side or on the Node side. In this example, we would be using V8 engine. We have choice to change it if you want to. And if you are quite keen on it, you can make a note of that. I'll give you some URLs by the end of this workshop, so you probably can use them. But the default configuration is that we'll be using a V8 engine, which is community driven, open sourced by Google as of now. Most of the browsers use them. Safari uses V8 engine, Chrome uses V8 engine, even the latest version of IE, that is IE Edge, uses V8 engine behind the scene. So there are two browsers that have still escaped this, Firefox and Opera. Probably they will also start using it sooner or later. That would be really nice. but you can't expect all the browsers to um, work the same way, isn't it? I mean, you want them to work differently. That's one reason why these browsers do exist. Firefox doesn't want to work like Chrome. Chrome does not want to work on render things like Opera. So they all are different. And now that we have V8 in place, we should be able to interface with that using JavaScript. And we can also use custom C++ syntaxes so that each syntax can be understood by the Node.js in the way that we want. If you are a C++ developer, I suggest you can dig into the documentation and sprinkle your own code behind the scene. For example, if I say console.log, it makes sense for the browser or for the Node.js to log a message that I would be entering. Similarly, you can also create your own commands using C++, and that can be interpreted and then it can interface with the machine language and then give you an output. So Node.js basically is the thinnest possible interface between the human readable code and the machine code. Why? Because it is purely built on C and C++. So that makes it really fast. Not that we don't have a competition for Node.js. Maybe moving forward you may expect few. As of now, Node.js will be transformed to something called as Deno moving forward. But again, that is not quite certain as of now. Just keep in mind and maybe keep looking out for this API called Deno. Moving forward, you probably can expect some changes to happen. It has happened in the past. One reason why I'm telling you. So once the Giant released Node.js, it did want to make things commercial, and it came up with a intention to commercialize most of these modules. So these modules, which were contributed by developers like you and me, many of them revolted and they created a parallel technology called io.js. When Giant realized that there is a competition, they kind of revoked their idea and they made an announcement that Node.js will continue to be a community-driven product, but there would be a commercial angle to it if people want. So after this training, you can write modules that you can actually charge people if you want to. So now how Node.js basically works, I've kind of explained it to you in a nutshell. You use JavaScript, and V8 engine will take that program, pass it on to a C++ class or a function, which then can communicate to the machine language, and then it does whatever it has been told to.
Okay guys, a quick info: if you're looking for an end-to-end training in JavaScript, Intellipaat provides a full stack web developer course which covers JavaScript and all the JavaScript frameworks you need to know. For more details, check out the description box.
Okay, so I'll give you this slide. Probably on different platforms you have different interfaces that can help you read the JavaScript code and then convert it back to the machine language. We have been speaking about this guy Rindal, who created Node.js, and he announced it in 2009 in a JS conference, and there was an overwhelming response for his talk about creating server-side programming language, which can take communities help to create modules.
Just a quick info, guys. Test your knowledge of web development by answering this question. What is WordPress? A. It is a software used to press text. B. It is a text formatting software. C. It is a content management system. D. It is a mail service. Comment your answer in the comment section below. Subscribe to Intellipaat to know the right answer. Now, let's continue with the session.
Now, where can you use Node.js is the question. It is not for every project. This is one mistake that many developers do. Just because they have learned Node.js, they try and solve every problem that they have with Node.js. It's like this: if all you have is a hammer, everything looks like a nail, isn't it? So similarly, if you learn Node.js, you would want to solve everything with Node.js. That's a good idea, but it is not the only tool that you can embrace. So these are some of the scenarios where you can use Node.js. If you have an application that has a lot of communication that needs to be done on the server side, let's say an airline ticketing application or a movie ticketing application or a stock application where you need to be updated on whatever is available on the server side instantaneously. Those are some of the scenarios where Node.js kind of dazzles compared to other technologies. When you have a requirement to upload files and video files really fast, and let's say a video chatting application, let's say, or a meeting collaboration application. Those are scenarios where Node.js will definitely help you. I've personally worked with some of these companies which use Node.js for advertisements. See, these advertisements will have to be changed on the user's preference instantaneously, right? So if I log in, my credentials are required, captured by the ad engine, and they would load a different advertisement. So that requires instant response, both from the browser side and the server side. So those are some of the scenarios where Node.js can definitely come handy. Multiplayer games are again one more area where Node.js, and now with the invention of the WebSocket, the socket programming has a big boost with Node.js. So I'll be covering this using a library called socket.io. I'll show you how a simple chat application can be created with very less code, or at least very minimal code. And then you can take that example and build whatever you really want to with that. There are few scenarios where I don't recommend you use Node.js. One, and then it is not for everyone. Again, this is because many developers fall in love with the technology and they think that no, this is the only thing that I have to learn. I mean, that happened with me as well when I was working with Flash. I could not think of any other technology which would be parallel to it. But now what happened with Flash is that it is dead. Uh, eh, People have started abandoning it. So I have to now look at other alternates, isn't it? So if you like a technology so much, then you'll have problems. Just have an open mind as a developer, as a person who creates something. Look at different alternates. Use these as tools, okay? You may find something which will replace Node.js at a later point in time. Be open to embrace that. And again, a Node.js is not for every project. As I told you earlier, don't think that Node.js is the only solution for every problem that you may have out there. So let us now start with Node.js. So these are some of the things that you should know before we start. There is no window object. So there is no document object. There is no location object. Why? Because we are not working on web. We are not using a browser. So there is no location object. There is no window object as well. But alternatively to that, what we have is some global properties that we can use. Something called as global, which can help you declare properties across multiple files. I'll show you how you do that. And you can also use require to import and module.exports to export. So the vocabulary is slightly different here. If you are coming from other programming languages, you have these terms import and export, correct? So in case of Node.js, you'll have to replace the word import with require, and export can be replaced with module.exports. Okay, the reason why they have embraced it is because those days there were no architectures available for JavaScript to be treated as modules. So Node community created a structure, created a definition for that, and called it CommonJS as a design pattern that can be used to load and unload modules, to import and export modules. And that has become a standard which is embraced by many platforms as of now. So CommonJS is a design pattern which allows you to use these vocabulary: require to import and module.exports to export. Towards the end of this workshop, I'll also show you one more way of working, because things have changed. It has evolved from the time this curriculum was designed till this date. So I'll show you how you can work with ECMAScript 6 way of importing and exporting as well. So maybe you can find some inclination towards getting that standardized. So the require and module.exports may fade out, but again, things may prove me wrong as well. So just be aware that there are many ways to work, and I'll show you both of these flavors. And it is up to you which one you would want to embrace. But whenever you start working in a company, the company will decide what kind of features you would be using, isn't it? And then in order to deal with what's happening in the file, what parameters are being passed to this file, we use something called as process. So I'll show you how all of them can be used in this workshop. So we'll start with the very first example. But before we begin, I want you to get this idea of what is possible with Node.js and what you can expect with Node.js. You need to be clear about this concept called synchronous and asynchronous, which is blocking and non-blocking. So what will happen with blocking and what will happen with non-blocking? I'll probably run my slides and then I'll explain it to you. So in a blocking scenario, let's say you want to fetch some data. You make a request and you wait for the data to come. When the data comes, you'll actually use it and then you go to the next step. So that's blocking, because until the data comes, you are basically waiting for the response to arrive, isn't it? So maybe the data may come or it may not come. So that's a blocking code. In other words, this is called a synchronous way of working. Synchronous way of working in programming. But you also have something which is asynchronous, where you actually don't wait for the response to come. So you make a request for the data. You will assign a callback function which will be informed when the data comes or when the data fails to come, and then you continue to the next step. It's, to compare it with a regular life scenario, guys, it is like this. Let's say you want to order some food. So you take your phone, you make an order, and until the order comes, you actually go outside and you wait for the order to come, for the food to come, food to be delivered. And then when the food is delivered, you actually bring it in. That's one scenario where you are blocking, you are synchronous. In another scenario, you take the app, you make an order, and while the food comes, you actually keep doing other work that is relevant for you. When the food comes, he will knock the bell, you go receive the parcel and you come. That's non-blocking, that is asynchronous way of working. So in JavaScript, by nature, you will actually see that most of these APIs would be blocking because it goes one line at a time. You can, however, convert it to a non-blocking by using some methods in Node.js. So I'll show you how you can deal with both of these. You will actually get a comparison between blocking and non-blocking for most of my examples, but just keep this idea in mind whenever we are discussing with blocking and non-blocking. I think these are the only things that I had in my slide, and everything apart from this would be a hands-on workshop. Okay, so a few things that you would need to get ahead. One, you need to have Node installed on your computer. You can open the terminal here, go to view and choose terminal. Notice there is a shortcut, control tilde or control backtick, and now you can say node-v and it should give you the version number. In my case, I'm using 14.16.1, which is what you see here, 14.16.1. Okay, if this is not working, after installing this is not working, it probably expects you to restart Visual Studio Code so that the terminal can pick up. If not, the environment variables are not properly set by you. So I suggest you go with the default options. Just simply say yes, yes, yes for all of them. That should take care of it, unless you have some errors. If I have the experience of solving it, I'll definitely help you out. If not, you'll have to look out for that online, because see, I'm not an encyclopedia of Node.js, right? I would not know answers for every error that you may get. Some errors are so new that they just surfaced yesterday and today. Okay, so now that you have Node.js and you have Node.js installed, for now, let us just understand the basics. The first few steps are really crucial. Once you understand, you can be free to implement the way you really want. And I'm sure, after this training, you'll all get the flair to do whatever you really want. Okay, so now that we have Node installed, what is Node used for? I think, in my example, I did show you that Node helps you do something called as read, evaluate, print, and loop properties, variables inside. So this terminal is now capable of working like your V8 engine, which is available in Chrome. So if you are running in the console, you can type this message var user equals, let us say I put my name Vijay, and then see I got undefined. Why did I get undefined? Is because this gets wrapped into a self-invoking anonymous function, and by convention, every function in JavaScript will return something. If it does not return anything, it returns undefined. That's why you are getting undefined there. Don't bother about that. And now if I say console log the user, a variable that I just declared above, if I ask, then it will give me the answer, Vijay. And again, now this command was executed inside a self-invoking anonymous function. One reason I keep getting undefined. But when you actually run a file, that would not be the case, okay? Because here, every line will be treated as a separate command. Now here, the same thing, if I want to run in this terminal, now that I have Node.js installed, I can now say node and press enter. So now Node.js has started working for me. So I can do what? Read, evaluate, print, and loop. Okay, so let us now evaluate. I will assign some variable. I'll say var user equals Vijay. You can put your name, don't copy my name, okay? And it gives you undefined. Why? Because this was wrapped into a self-invoking anonymous function, and functions do give you undefined. Okay, that function was called and then you got undefined. And now I will say console.log user, and then it should give you the name back. That's easy, isn't it? So you saw that JavaScript is working for you, but you can't be doing a complicated program, or at least any sizable program in terminals. This is useful, but more often than not, you would want to go ahead and modify the variable that was declared and maybe create an array and create something really complicated, not these 1 or 2 lines of code. Correct? As a developer, you would want to graduate further, right? Yeah. All right. So let's move on to the next piece of code, guys. This is where the rubber meets the road. We're starting with some basics. Okay. So here I will go ahead and create a new file. I mean, instead of writing this program in the terminal, we can use a file that is already existing and then call it here. So I will now call this. I'll create a new file. Notice it is outside the script folder here, and in the terminal I can directly access it. I will say Control C to come out of it, Node.js. Okay, and notice the cursor is pointing to node-april, which is the name of the folder here. And now I'll right click here, create a new file. I'll call this as step2.js. Notice the extension .js here. And here I can go ahead and do the exact same thing that I did earlier. I'll go declare a variable, call it user, and assign my name to it. And this time it will not be treated as a function. I mean, it will not be wrapped into a function. Why? Because you have a file, and then you have you can dictate how this file should be interpreted or executed. So I will now declare a variable, and then I would want to use console.log and call this user that I've declared. I'll save this, and now I want this file to be read by Node.js. So what I'll do is I'll say node, and I want to pass this file as a parameter to this node. Okay. So earlier, I simply pressed enter and then Node.js started without any instructions. But in this example, I want Node to run this file, step2.js file. So I know the context. I know where this file is. Okay. I will now say step2.js. The .js is optional. We'll talk about that. But when I press enter, it'll give you the output. So we're expecting console.log to log Vijay. I mean, you can also add some flavors to this. I mean, this user would be a string now, isn't it? I can ask what is the length of it. I can multiply it by 4 and then show you an output. So as of now, I have 5 characters here. The user.length will be 5. 5 multiplied by 4 should give me 20. Okay. You may have a different number because you will have a different username, isn't it? Okay, just let me know once you are done with this. Okay, so now moving forward, guys. So we have this file, but the question is, can I leverage from this? Can I use this file, the content of this file in another file? Okay, the answer is no, you cannot. Why? Because see, this variable is not exported so that I can't import it. Now the question is, how can I create a modular program that can be used by other files as well? Okay, so in order to do that, we'll create another example. Not that we can't use this, just that I want things to be separated. Okay, so I'll go create another file here. This is a new file, and this is going to be called as step3 .js file. So this is the first module that we are about to write. And let us go create a variable. You can use keyword var to create a variable. You can also use the keyword let or const to create a variable. Now, what is the difference? Does have a scope. I mean, it contains the scope of the object where you have written. Let and const, however, uses the block scope. Okay, maybe I'll show that with a different example if you are confused about that. But this is a minimum expectation. Many people already know about them. If not, just make a note of this and you can probably learn them on your own. Let and const and var and things like that. Okay, so I would want to create a hero. And I'm sure if you have attended any of my other workshops, I keep using Marvel and DC Comics heroes a lot. I mean, we can't be talking about potatoes and grapes and bananas a lot, isn't it? We need some example which is quite exciting. So I'll be using these heroes. So let us say we'll start with an Iron Man. And now I want this property hero to be available with other files as well. So we'll have to export it. So in order to export, you have a built-in keyword called module, which has an object called exports. And on that object, you can create a property, an arbitrary property, and then export something that you really want. Okay, watch. So I'll use the keyword module dot exports, and this exports is an object. I'll actually show you how we can use each one of them. I'll show you how you can override them as well moving forward. But for now, let's just stick to the flow. Exports, and I want to create a property called user, and I want to assign this variable hero to that. So what I have done here is I'm exporting this property called user, which has a value of the hero. Okay, so whenever I say hero, what do I get here? Iron Man, correct? So hero simply means Iron Man here. So the user will now get this value Iron Man, and that is what is exported from this file. Now it is exported to whom is the question. Whoever imports it will have the access to this property called user. Is that clear? And now you may ask, okay, Vijay, where did we get this module? Now I might ask you another question. Where did we add this console? Okay, so console is a reserved keyword. It's a global keyword which is available. You may ask, okay, Vijay, but we actually saw that in the browser, isn't it? See, what you should know is console is not a JavaScript command. Is it a JavaScript command? No, isn't it? It's a browser command in this case. Similarly, here, this is a node command. The purpose of this is to log something on the terminal. The purpose of this is to log something in the console. Okay, so I will show you all the keywords that are available. For now, I think we'll get started. So this module is also something that is available without having to import anything. It is by default available. It's a global keyword. I'll show you a list of global keywords moving forwards, and then you'll probably be convinced about it. So this has an object called exports. And on this exports, we can dynamically create a property. You can create a property by name potato if you want to, and it'll have no problem. And you can assign anything that you really want to export. So what we are trying to do here is we are exporting a property called user, which will have this value here. Now that we have a module and we are exporting it, I'll now create an example that can be used to import this. So let's go ahead and create a new file. I'll call this as step4.js. And here the intention is to use that. So which file? The step3.js file. Where is it available? In the same folder as step 4. Okay, so in my slide you recall that we had global, require, module, and process. So far we have just used module. Now I'll show you how you can use the require keyword. So I want to require, not request animation frame, require. What do you require? I want to require this file step3.js file. Now the question is, where is this file? It is in the current working directory itself, isn't it? So in order to denote the current working directory, we'd use this /. Okay, and then Node.js is quite smart. He doesn't have to be told that you should look for a .js file. He really looks for a file. If that exists, it'll actually use it. In fact, this itself is an alias. We'll talk about that moving forward. In fact, it is not the name of the file. In this case, it happens to be the name of the file, but it is an alias. We'll talk about that moving forward. But now when you import this, we need a variable that can hold whatever it is returning to us. So we'll go create a variable. You can use var, you can use let, or you can use const. Anything is fine. So I'll say let user name equals this. So what is username? Anything that is imported or exported from this file is now username. So in this example, what did we export? User. What is it now being called? Username. Okay. So now if I come here and do a console.log of what is this user name that we have, you will now be able to see the answer. Let us go give it a run. Now we are supposed to run step 4 here, isn't it? So I'll ask node to churn out this file, step4.js. And it tells you that it has got an object, and that object has a property called user, and it has a value called Iron Man. So if you go back, you can actually relate to that. Module.exports was an object. On that, we created a property called user, and that was assigned a name, and that was assigned a property hero that evaluated to this property, this value, isn't it? So here, hero is nothing but Iron Man. That is assigned to user, and that user is now assigned to this, or that object that was exported will now be assigned to this username, and that's what we are trying to look here. So you can say username dot user Iron Man directly if you want to. So you understand what is require. Require is to import, and module.export is to export. And here in the node April, I already have this step 1, step 2, step 3. We'll make another example. Step 5 .js. Okay, so this is just a JavaScript file. Okay, so we are using this example or this exercise to understand the difference between var, let, and const. Okay, so in order to illustrate this, I'm creating an example. Okay, you can follow along. I'll go create a variable called hero, which is a very popular example in my my classes. I use heroes exercise almost in every other example. So this hero will have a title. Let's say we'll name this guy Iron Man, and we'll add a power property to this. Let's say 5, 6, whatever. And now we'll go create a method, check power. So what is the purpose of this check power? What we'll do is, we will use this exercise to check the power property of the hero, and if the power happens to be less than 5, we'll change. If it is more than 5, we'll change the title. If it is less than 5, we'll leave it as it is. Okay. So this check power will use a condition if, and inside this we'll say hero dot power. If it is greater than 5, that's when this code block gets executed, isn't it? So we'll now then say var temp name equals hero dot title. We will concatenate this with this message strong. Now the temp name has both of these, hero's title and is strong, concatenated, so that string is available. We'll then override this hero dot title equals temp name. And now we have this functionality. We'll have to call this function so that it does its job. Now if I come here and console log hero dot title, what do you expect? What do you think you can expect here? It would say Iron Man is strong, isn't it? Let's go give this a try. I'll say node, run this step 5 file. So it tells you Iron Man is strong. Something that was expected, isn't it? So now let's take this example a little further. See, we know that now this temp name is something that we can access where here. So I'll say console.log temp name. So now if I execute this program, what is expected? See, I got Iron Man is strong twice. That was expected because this temp name is something that we can access here. Now, but what if I move it here? What do you expect to happen? So what is expected is probably it should be undefined because this should not, this is not available. But what happens behind the scene is something different. Watch. So I still get the output. Why is this happening? Why is var globally declared? I can directly show you that it is not declared outside. It is actually declared here. But what's happening behind the scene is this, guys. So this is something that we as a developer write. But you should know that there is someone else who is reading your JavaScript. Who is it? The browser, right? Browser compiles this JavaScript. So JavaScript is a compiled language. It's not an interpreted language. So the way the the browser will read this program is like this. It actually hoists this variable. So any variable that is declared with the keyword var or let or const do get hoisted. They get hoisted to different objects. So something that we need to keep in mind is this. So whenever you are working with JavaScript, functions are the smallest code blocks that are available. So in this example, this variable actually is written like this in the compiler. And here it becomes defined. Now you understand why this is accessible outside. There is a feature called hoisting in JavaScript. It is like flag hoisting. Whenever you're declaring a variable, so if you declare a variable here, it gets hoisted to the top of this object. First it gets undefined and then it becomes defined in the line where you have assigned a value to it. So there are two compilations that are happening to your JavaScript code, something that you need to keep in mind. Because of this feature, make a note of it and probably you can Google around and you will probably get some resources. But the idea of hoisting is this. It just gets hoisted to the top of its object. So in this example, which is the topmost code block that we have? The function. Functions are objects in JavaScript, guys. So this will get hoisted here, and that's one reason why you'll be able to access it outside. Okay, so first it is assigned as undefined. And here it becomes defined. So now you know why we were able to access it. Okay, so now whenever you are using this var keyword, you should keep in mind that it is hoisting to the object. Now we can say, okay, now Vijay, this is something that I don't want because I don't want to utilize that feature of hoisting. Then what? Then you can use let. What let does is it actually hoists to another object called temporal dead zone, which is not this object. Okay, so you will not be able to access it at all if you call it outside. So in other words, this let will have a block level scope. So you will not be able to access it outside this, this condition block. So if I now run this example, you'll get an error which says that, I'm sorry, temp name is not defined. But if you try and access it inside this block, you'll be able to access it. Let's run this once again. Hoisting, so any variable that you declare with the keyword var gets hoisted to its object. In this example, the function is an object, so it gets hoisted here and it declares itself as undefined, and then it comes back to the line number 9 and gets defined. So there are two stages of a life cycle for a variable. The first one is declaration and then assignment. So it is declared as undefined and then it is assigned with whatever value that we assign. So even here in this case, this variable also gets hoisted. Okay, you might expect that this becomes undefined first, and then it comes to this line and then becomes an object. So whenever you are working with the keyword var, hoisting is a default feature that you are subscribing to. So keep this in mind. So now you understand what is the difference between var and let and const. So let and const do have a block level scope. It do get hoisted, but it gets hoisted to something called as temporal dead zone. Make a note of this keyword and search for it on the developers.mozilla.org and then you'll get your answer. Temporal dead zone. So, but when you're using the keyword var, it gets hoisted. Let and const also gets hoisted, but it gets hoisted to a temporal dead zone object. Var gets hoisted to the topmost object. And that is why you will be able to access it outside the block. So now if I were to write my program very strictly, I would use let and const instead of var. I mean, see, I'm not saying that var is wrong. Var has its own features, let const has its own features. One reason why you still have the keyword var to declare a variable, let to declare a variable, and const to declare a variable. All right, so now let's move on, guys. So now you have a difference between var, let, and const. Now the difference between let and const. What is the difference between let and const? I'll explain that with an example. So let's go to the next exercise. Create another one. This is going to be called a step 6. Let const.js file. So this time around, I will go ahead and create a variable using let. This is going to be an object, or maybe what I'll do is I'll go make this a property, Iron Man. So this is let. Okay. Now if say console.log hero, what do you think I will expect here? Iron Man, isn't it? Let's try that. So I do get Iron Man here. So now after this log, I will try and change this hero. Hero equals, let us say, Ironmonger. Ironmonger happens to be the villain in the first part of Iron Man's movie. Then I'll come and access it. What do you expect here? Ironmonger, right? Because we did overwrite the property. See, first it was Iron Man, then it became Ironmonger. This is what we expected. Why? Because let is bound to change. It can take an update. It can override itself. However, if I replace this let as const, then you're not authorized to update. Watch. See, you got an error immediately. You cannot make an assignment. Assignment to a constant variable is prohibited. You can't be doing it. So const is a constant. You cannot change it. Is this clear now? So what is the difference between let and const? Let can be modified. Const cannot be modified. That means to say the type cannot be modified. So what do I mean by that is this. If I assign an object here and assign a title property to it and assign this value Iron Man, I go ahead and ask hero dot title here, and I will say hero dot title equals Ironmonger, and I will ask for hero dot title.
Just a quick info, guys. Test your knowledge of web development by answering this question. What does CSS stands for? A. Current style sheets. B. Current sheet style. C. Cascading style sheets. D. Cascading sheet style. Comment your answer in the comment section below. Subscribe to Intellipaat to know the right answer. Now, let's continue with the session.
I still get to modify it. You may say, wait a minute, Vijay, you said const cannot be changed. Why am I changing it here? That is because, see, const is now assigned to an object. You cannot change or you cannot replace this object with a string or a number. Okay, so you cannot do this. This is prohibited. But now if you are using a collection, the value of the collection can change. That's the flavor you get when you're working with constants. Okay. Yeah, so if I run this example, you get an error. But if I'm accessing the property, the collections value, and then assign a new value to it, collections property and assign a new value to that, that can be accepted. But the object itself cannot change. Okay, so now you have an idea of what is let, var, and const. Okay, so now let us go ahead and create a new file. This is going to be called as step 7, and perhaps I would probably be talking about using some inbuilt modules. Okay,
Just a quick info, guys. Test your knowledge of Node.js by answering this question. Which statement executes the code of sample.js file? A. Node.js sample.js. B. Node sample.js. C. Sample.js. D. None of the above. Comment your answer in the comment section below. Subscribe to Intellipaat to know the right answer. Now, let's continue with the session.
.js file. This is a lengthy, long name, isn't it? So I'll probably shorten this. But you know the purpose of it. I will be using this to show you how you can work with some inbuilt modules. So before I do that, I would like you to be familiar with the documentation. Node.js.org. And we have installed 14.16.1. I guess that's what many of us have. Now please click on this docs. Now you can see there is something called as API reference. So I can use this, and you can see that there are some modules. These are some inbuilt programs that are given to you by the Node community. There are tons of them, frankly. You have something called as buffers. When you deal with binary files and uploads, uploads and downloads, these will come handy. You also have some C++ add-ons. If you're familiar with C++, you can actually dig into this and then create your own API, frankly. There are so many of them. Okay, so we'll not be able to complete each one of them. I told you earlier as well, this program is not about making you an encyclopedia of Node. Trust me, each one of these APIs, for example, this itself has so many things to learn. But the point here is this: once you become familiar, you'll know which direction to dig in and then find a solution. So we will be using some of them in this workshop. Say, for example, I'll show you how you can handle errors. We'll be covering this in the workshop. I'll show you how you can deal with events, work with file system using some globals. We're working with HTTP, definitely. I'll show you how you can configure HTTPS. HTTP2 is by default available with most of the browsers, so we should probably be referring it as HTTP2 instead of HTTP itself. And then I will also show you how you can work with some simple modules like OS, modules like the path module, process module, read, evaluate, print, and loop. This is something that we have been doing, working with streams, so on and so forth. Okay, so let me show you how you can get started with this. This is called step 7. I'll go create let OS equals required OS. There you go. So now I have successfully loaded this OS into this variable. Now you may ask, okay, Vijay, in the previous example here, That is, I had a file name and I loaded it. But here in this example, what is this? Is this a file name? It can be a file name. It can be a folder name. It can be a module name rather. So there are a couple of things that may match this criteria. So you are basically asking a question. So in this example, it will dig into your Node.js installation directory on your C:, your user directory. You will have this module, which is inside a folder called node_modules. So I'll show you how that can be changed moving forward. Not changed, at least accessed, and what are the other ways to create modules moving forward when we create something a real use case module. So I'll show you how you do that. But for now, just to begin, this OS stands for the operating system module that is already pre-installed along with this node installation. So now what can we do out of this is we can call any of those methods. So now I'll come here and say console.log os dot. Now if you notice, os dot, I get a drop down of all the methods that we actually had in the help document. Let us say, moving forward, we will have lots of modules to work with. For example, Express is something that we will definitely work in this workshop. So if I click on it, Express itself is a module that has tons of methods. Seriously, there are so many things that you can learn with this Express module, and we won't be able to cover all of them for a simple reason that this has so many modules. In fact, this has so many methods and properties. Some of them may be useful for us, some of them may not be useful for us. So as a developer, when you start working with this module, it's important that at least I do that. Whenever I have a requirement to work on something, I get myself familiar with the documentation. Okay, that way I know the limitations. I know how much I can stretch with these modules, where I can find some help. Because see, we'll not be able to equip ourselves with all the modules, and we can't carry that every time. See, one thing about all these modules is that they keep changing. They keep themselves updated. This module was updated about a year ago, but not the case with many other modules. Let us say create React app.
Okay guys, a quick info: if you're looking for an end-to-end training in JavaScript, Intellipaat provides a full stack web developer course which covers JavaScript and all the JavaScript frameworks you need to know. For more details, check out the description box.
This was updated about 2 months back. So how much can you keep yourself updated with all of these modifications? There are hundreds of them that you'll be using. So how many of them can you keep yourself updated? It is not possible. So I suggest you know how to dig in the documentation whenever there is a need and get yourself familiar reading the documents. Okay, so now we are talking about assigning, accessing this method. So let us go see what will I get out of this. Basically, this will give me an, the architecture of the operating system that I'm using on my machine. So let us go ahead and run this. So this is called the step 7. Node space step 7, and it tells me that I'm using a 64-bit architecture. I'm sure most of you will have 64-bit as of now, isn't it? So let us now go explore a few more properties, okay? Like the way we had architecture. You can also go save and relaunch. So what do I get out of the CPUs is an array. In fact, you can see that array here. There is an array, the start of the array, and at the end of the array. So you want to find out how many CPUs you have. So you can say this is an array. You can ask what is the length, how many CPUs you have here. So let's now run this example. It tells you that now I've got 12 CPUs inside my machine. Okay. If you want to say no Vijay, I want to know the very first one, and I want to get all the details of it. So I'll say square bracket 0, then you get all the details of it. Let's add a marker between this, save, run this. All right. So you may also want to know, okay, how much memory you have on the server side. Let's say, you're doing some file writing operation and you may want to find out how much free space I have on the server. On my machine, usually it will be all full because most of my folders are occupied with the training stuff. So let's go find out. Okay, so here I will find out what is, at least now I've cleaned up my C drive. Free mem. How much memory do I have? In this example, this would be talking about my RAM. How much free RAM do I have? What is the total RAM and things like that? So I'll say total memory and free memory. In fact, now we can log both of them in one. Let's give this a try. Okay, what is the total memory available and what is the free memory available on my PC? You can try this on your own and you will get the answer on this example, and you get to see I've got some whatever. Okay, and out of that, the free memory is about this much. Usually this value is in bytes, so if you want to convert it into MBs and GBs, you'll have to multiply this with 1000, divide this with 1000, 1000, 1000, then you'll get the answer. There are other, very useful modules here. So this was just to help you get started. Okay, so let us see, other modules. Maybe, I will show you the file system module. So we'll spend some time on the file system module. So what can I do with this? Now, what can I use this? Where can I use this file system? You can use this file system module to read a file, to write a file, to watch a file, to create a directory, to empty a directory, so on and so forth. There are tons of things that you can do with this, isn't it? There's lots that we can do with it. And can we sit and learn each one of those properties and methods? No, we may not have time to do that, isn't it? But we'll definitely get ourselves comfortable with this so that you have the confidence that, okay, Vijay has taught us this, and whenever there's a need, you can dig into the documentation and find out more about it. All right, so I'll show you how you can use this file module simply to write a file. See, there's loads of methods, and right in the documentation, you will actually find one working example for every single property, isn't it? There's lots of them. So you don't need anything more than the documentation, frankly. Okay, so let us go ahead and use the file system module. So in this example, we'll create a file, and we'll create some content in the file, and then we will append some content to the file. And then what we'll do is let us go ahead and create a variable. Let fs equals require fs. So this module itself is called fs, file system. And again, this is a convention that you use the same name of the module as the name of the variable. I mean, if you call this potato here, and if you're talking about file system, it becomes confusing over a period of time, isn't it? So you'll have to keep a memory for what did you call what. So it's a good idea that you always give an appropriate name, something that is identical to the name of the module that you're importing. That will help you in the long run. I mean, even when you guys start working as a team, that will definitely help you. So now moving forward, I have this fs module which is loaded, and I would want to use this fs module to write something. Now I'll say fs dot write. Now if you say write here, I can use this method write file to write a file, Now there are two different operations, synchronous and asynchronous. So we will do the synchronous way, and then I'll show you how you do this asynchronous way. Why? Because somewhere we'll have to start, right? We can't do both of them together. So I'm showing you the synchronous way first and then the asynchronous way. So this file sync will take several parameters. The first parameter is the path. It takes a fully qualified path where we have access to write. Don't use a path where you don't have access to write. Maybe, let's say if you want to write somewhere on your C drive, you need to be an administrator, let's say. Please don't use that kind of a path. In this example, we will be allowed to write onto a folder node-april because I can do it. So the step number one is I would want to write to a path. The second one is the second parameter is the data that I would want to write. So in this example, I would want to write to a file called temp.txt file. Notice, I have not given any other location here. It is exactly in the same location. It's called temp.txt file. The next parameter is what you really want to write. So you are expected to write some data. Sometimes, see, notice, this data is a string or an array buffer. And now what does this mean? So when I say string, it's probably very straightforward. I mean, you would want to write some message inside. But sometimes you may not be doing some simple operations like this. Let's say you want to create an image file on the fly. Okay. So can you do that? Yes, with Node.js, you can do it. Can you manipulate these images on the fly? Yes, you can do it. And all those binaries are treated as an array buffer. We'll be talking about buffer moving forward. And you can also write some optional parameters like, what is the MIME type of the string that I'm about to write, and so on and so forth. Okay, so in this example, I'll be writing temp.txt file. I mean, I'm creating a file by that name, and I want to write this text. Welcome to your life. And as a parameter, I would specify it is going to be written as UTF-8. Why? Because that's the keyboard that I'm using. I'm using an English US standard keyboard with which each keystroke will have an ASCII value, and that's what will be used to represent WELCOME and space and so on and so forth, and you will be able to write this onto this file. Now if I run this example, it should create a file called temp.txt file right here. So maybe take a screenshot of this, and then when I run this example, you'll actually expect temp.txt being created. So let's say node space step 8. Okay, so you saw plunk, the temp.txt file got created, and you got this welcome to your life text. It's pretty easy, right? Of course, this example was easy. So when you actually start working on a project, you'll find that, oh, Vijay, you actually taught us something which is very easy, but when you start working, it'll be very tough. See, as of now, I don't know what kind of projects you'll be involving yourself into, isn't it? So I can't mimic all of them. So I had, created some applications where we read data from different web pages and store them as PDF files on the server side, and we can, we keep storing them. So since it is all JavaScript, I can run, in loops. I can, pass parameters and look for various data on different servers. Make a request with different parameters with user and password credentials. Get the data, store on the server, and load them as PDF files and store it. So you will definitely find requirements like that. Okay, so now we'll use the synchronous way of working. So how is it different here? We'll probably do the same job, and then you'll understand what is the difference between both of them. Okay, let's now create another another command with which we will be able to do this operation asynchronously. So I'll now say fs dot write file write sync. Sorry, it's called write file. So this write file will take a couple of parameters. The first parameter is the path. Okay, I'll use the same path name, and again, probably all of these can still be borrowed here. So if you look at the other parameters that we have a path, we have the data that we would want to pass, and we can pass some options, and then we have a callback function that we can use. So which is what I will do here. So I can probably use all of them as it is, no big deal. And from the documentation, you know that whether with this dash or without this dash still will work. And the last parameter would be a callback function. So this callback function that we are about to write will take two parameters. The first parameter, maybe at times you may have that question, Vijay, how do I know that this will be passing two parameters? How will I know? You have inside this function, you have a property of a function which is called arguments. You can ask what is the length of it. Maybe in this example, I will say console.log arguments.length. So now we know how many parameters are passed. You may ask, okay, Vijay, we did not pass any parameter. I told you this will be called by the framework itself, isn't it? How many parameters the framework is passing? How do we know? So if we actually get into the documentation, we'll probably know about that. Write file, not sync, but write file. Yeah, this one. So we have a callback function. I don't think I have an example here. Write file, there is nothing. So let us go find out, okay? Here, how many arguments are passed? With what I know, I'll be getting about 2 arguments. Let's try. There is some error. Cannot find fs. Okay, I don't know where this came from. So it says that it is passing 1 argument. So what is that argument? We can probably find out that argument square bracket 0. So you'll know what was that argument. Semicolon. Okay. Okay, so this says null. What this means here, if we have an error, that error will be logged. So I can simply log that error. See, what did we ask him to do? What did we ask this FS module to do? We asked to create this file and write this text. Now what this write file will do is, if this file exists, it'll use that file to write. If that file does not exist, it'll write that file. It'll create that file. So in the process, if we get any errors, that error will be logged here. Simple. Let's go run this example and see if that would work. So I did not get any error, and temp.txt got created. Okay, but if you are trying to write onto a location where it is not possible, or probably this is a locked file. I mean, let us say this is a read-only file and it cannot be modified, and you are trying to modify it, then you'll have a problem. Then you will probably get the error. Then you cannot write to that file and things like that. So usually you would use this synchronous methods, and you can assign a callback function onto that. What if we don't want to mention option as third parameter? That's okay. Node.js is pretty smart. Even if you don't, and if you happen to pass a function, it will treat this function as a callback function.
Just a quick info, guys. Test your knowledge of web development by answering this question. What is WordPress? A. It is a software used to press text. B. It is a text formatting software. C. It is a content management system. D. It is a mail service. Comment your answer in the comment section below. Subscribe to Intellipaat to know the right answer. Now, let's continue with the session.
Okay guys, a quick info: if you're looking for an end-to-end training in JavaScript, Intellipaat provides a full stack web developer course which covers JavaScript and all the JavaScript frameworks you need to know. For more details, check out the description box.
Let's go write another example. So you have write file and write file sync. write file and write file sync. So this write file sync is a synchronous operation where it doesn't have any callback function. The write file, which is a which is a synchronous operation, sorry, asynchronous operation, which does take a callback function. Okay, sometimes this is quite a tongue twister, synchronous, asynchronous. So moving forward, let us go do some other operations. So let us say I have a file that I've already written. I want to read the content of the file. So let us do that. So I've commented out. See, I know for a fact that this temp.txt exists and it has some text inside. Now I want to read the content of the file. So I'll say fs dot read file. Again, we have both read file and read file sync. I will use the read file sync first, and then we'll talk about the read file. The first question is, what is the file that you would want to read? So here I'll come back and tell that I want to read this file, temp.txt file. That's what I want to read. And once I read, what do I do with the data is the question. So what I'll do is I will log that here. I'll say console.log. Because this is a synchronous operation, isn't it? So it will wait for the entire file to be read, and then we will get to see that here in the log. Let us go run this. I think there is a colon and there is a quote. Run this example and let us see what would happen. See, you got an array buffer. This is because, see, when you wanted to read a file, you only said that I want to read the content. The default mechanism is to read the content as an array buffer. So what we can alternatively do is, send options as to how you would want to read the content of the file. Optionally, I'll show you some workarounds for this. Okay, not only this parameter, you can also say, I want to read it as UTF-8. And now if I run this example, you get this string, welcome to your life. This is definitely something that you can do, right? So I'll comment this out, but I'll show you some alternates as well. See, more the merrier, isn't it? If you know, different ways to get this done. So I know that, this content or this, will give you an array buffer. But if you convert it to a string, so you can say dot to string. If you convert it to string, notice, I'm attaching it directly to this method because I know that this would give me an array buffer, and I'm calling the toString method on that array buffer. And this will give me that value converted to a string, and I'll still be able to do this. I'll show you one more way to do it. So you don't have to do something like this. You can simply concatenate to a string, and it will implicitly convert it to a string, and then you'll be able to read it. I'll say console.log. So what do you expect? Will this console.log be read before this file content is read, or it will be written after, or will this console.log be logged after the content of the file is read?
Just a quick info, guys. Test your knowledge of Node.js by answering this question. The Node.js module can be exposed using which of the following? A. Module expose. B. Module. C. Module exports. D. All the above. Comment your answer in the comment section below. Subscribe to Intellipaat to know the right answer. Now, let's continue with the session.
After the file is read, isn't it? Why? Because you are doing a synchronous operation. It will not move the cursor to the next line until this operation is complete. Let's do that. See, hello there came after, isn't it? Because this was a synchronous operation. Now let us deal with an asynchronous operation. Okay. console.log. Maybe in this case we'll do the console.log inside. So I'll say fs dot read file sync. Read file. Where is read file? Read file. We have already done the read file sync. This is an asynchronous operation. Now this read file will ask you a couple of questions. So it'll ask you the path, the options, and then finally it has a callback function. Okay. And here we say we would want to read this file, temp.txt file, and then we can attach a callback function. Inside this callback function, we will have two possible scenarios. We'll either get the error or we'll get the data. So we'll use that same technique that we did earlier. I will comment this out for now. Let's say console.log arguments.length. How many arguments will be passed? Let us see that. Okay, so I know it will be about 2 parameters. So it's 2 parameters. What are those? So argument square bracket 0 and argument square bracket 1. So the first argument will be the error, the second would be the data. So the first argument was the error, the second argument is the data, right? So here I can go give a name now, error, data. So what we'll now do is, this is my way of debugging, okay? And it's quite useful. I'll use if there is an error, I will log that error. Let's assume this file itself does not exist. Obviously there will be an error, isn't it? Else I know the response came back, and then we will log the console.log the data. And maybe we can convert it to a string if you want to, or you can pass that UTF-8. If you know what kind of MIME type would be useful in reading that particular data, you can use that. Let's run this example. Now this is going to be a asynchronous operation, right? So we are reading this file, but we don't essentially wait until the response comes. We go to this line and execute it, and then come back at the appropriate time. When the file is read completely, we'll execute this or this. Let's do this. See, you got this hello there first, and then the welcome to your life. Now you understand what is synchronous and asynchronous.
What is ReactJS? We'll try and demystify what ReactJS is and why is it important for us to understand what it actually means. Why ReactJS is so popular is something we'll take a look at afterwards, but firstly we'll have to understand what ReactJS is all about. So ReactJS is a UI library. UI stands for user interface. So it's a user interface library that allows developers to build small self-contained UI components which can be used to build a user interface. So whenever you take a look at a user interface of any application, whether it's a web application, mobile application, desktop application, you will see that it's built using some components. These components are repeated all over the platforms. So even on an Android mobile, these components may be repeated. So the components could be a button, it could be a text field, an editable text field, a table view, it could be an image carousel in which you can take a look at all the images that are available by swiping on them or clicking on the arrow buttons. It could also be some image gallery and all of that. And many of these components are built by grouping together smaller components. So a good example of this is a form. A form which is used to collect users' information is built by grouping smaller components together. Components such as text field, input field, submit button, and labels and things like that. So ReactJS allows us to write JavaScript code that allows us to build these components. These components can then be arranged in a hierarchy structure in which we define where does a particular component go declaratively, and using that we can build up the entire user interface. The user interface built using React.js is built completely using JavaScript. So we don't have to understand and define how you can use these components. We just need to define what these components look like, what their styles is going to be, and how they are going to interact with the events that the user dispatches. So when the user clicks on a particular component, what should happen and should something happen or not, things like that. So React allows developers to write really declarative code in JavaScript to efficiently assemble together a user interface. So thing is that what React allows us to do is that it allows us to declare our user interface rather than imperatively dispatching commands that lets the browser know how to piece together the user interface. So React allows us to just declare, okay, I need a button, I need inside the button I need some text, and the text should be this. Instead of us having to create a button from scratch and then assigning some text to the text field and stuff like that. If you have dealt with the old school DOM manipulation way, which we'll cover in a few moments, is how it works in DOM generally is you have to create these components or elements yourself. Then you have to edit their attributes and you have to add the children attributes. Once you've done all of that, you have to assemble them together in a tree-like structure, which is the DOM tree or document object model tree, in which you have all the child components and parent components efficiently rendered together. So you have to create like a form. Inside a form, you have to attach all the text fields and labels. You have to associate labels with the text fields. You have the input fields. You have to associate types with them. So for instance, some input fields can have passwords. Some input fields can have email. Some input fields can have numbers in a particular range, and so on and so forth. So that's how we're supposed to do that. Keeping that in mind, when we declare our code using React.js, it feels like we're writing HTML, but that's not what we're doing, which we'll cover in a later segment. But that was one of the major controversies with React when it released. So if you've seen some code in React, you can see it as being written HTML with CSS and JavaScript, which is not exactly how it's supposed to. So we'll cover that as well. So it allows us to create user interfaces using just JavaScript and writing the user interface code very declaratively. We do have to create the markup for our components so that our components understand what is it we're trying to display, fancy button or something like that. Also, React.js is maintained by Facebook and were released in 2013. Sorry. So as you can see, React.js has been out for quite a while, and there have been some massive advancements in the development of React. Currently, React.js is in its 16th version and 17th version is being released. React.js is by far one of the most popular user interface libraries. It has overtaken Angular and Vue in popularity and in job requirements as well. React.js is very popular because it's very simple. It's very easy to understand and it's very easy to learn and use as well. Now, when I say easy, I don't necessarily mean simple. There is a sufficient mental model shift that you need to understand. If you worked with the old school way of creating a DOM elements and then updating those DOM elements and then inserting the data, that is going to be difficult in this scenario. So we'll have to take a look at that. But overall, it works fine. So in conclusion, what React.js is that it's a user interface library that allows us to build user interfaces by declaratively writing JavaScript code. The JavaScript code is maintained by React. So if any changes happen to the thing that we have rendered, all the components, React will take care of assembling those components, re-rendering the changes, and making sure everything is done as efficiently as possible. If React was not there, then we would have to write the code to figure out what are the things that we have to change. And once we do change, then we have to display it to the user, and that's about it. And that's how it's supposed to work. And now let's take a look at what else we have. What is DOM? We've been talking a lot about DOM and how React.js keeps everything in sync with the DOM, but we'll try and understand what DOM actually means. DOM stands for Document Object Model, and it's the tree structure of our HTML components, but we'll try and get a bit deeper into it. So DOM actually stands for Document Object Model. That I think we all knew. It is a tree-like structure that is used to represent the structure of all the elements of an HTML document. So when we create an HTML document with all the markup, the tags, the attributes, and all of that, it creates a tree-like structure in which HTML tag is at the top. Then we have the body tag, which is its child node. Then we have the head tag, which is also the child node of HTML tag, and it has a lot of information about the content of our website, such as the SEO related stuff, the style sheets, and so on. So these are all arranged in a tree structure. Now, why in a tree structure? Because it makes it very easy for us to navigate from the top of our HTML tag to the particular element that we're interested in, and we can manipulate it in Java. We can manipulate it by getting a reference to it. We can manipulate it by, after getting a reference to it, we can manipulate it by changing its attributes, its content, its type. There could be a number of things that we can do, and that allows us to manipulate it on the fly. So when we click a button and we want to make some changes to our page's HTML content, we can do it using manipulating the DOM. So DOM creates a hierarchical structure. As a hierarchy structure is a hierarchical structure, that we have parent and child and sibling and grandparent and all that. And in that, what it does is that DOM can be used by programming languages like JavaScript to interact and manipulate. Now, it can be used by JavaScript, but that's not the only language that can use it. For instance, if you're into web scraping, then you can take a look at Python, Beautiful Soup, and they also understand the document object model. And you can just traverse the structure of the tree once you understand the structure. And with that structure, you can pinpoint to the content that you want to manipulate or save, and you can do that. Now, DOM is a standard interface for interacting with web pages using programming or scripting languages. So it's not that DOM is something that people haven't used yet. People use DOM all the time, and it's a standard programming interface. So anyone who interacts with the web page, who tries to get data from a web page, converts the HTML string into the DOM structure and then manipulates it the way they want to. The reason why JavaScript does it is because exactly the kind of thing that it was built to do. JavaScript was created so that it can manipulate and add functionality to web pages. As times grew, though, JavaScript's reach of what it could do became even more, and now JavaScript can do a whole lot more than just manipulate the DOM. But it's still one of its major features and one of the major reasons why we use DOM, right? So now let's take a look at what else we have to do. Now let's take a look at React DOM. We've taken a look at what DOM is, but when we're working with React in the browser, we need to also work with React DOM, which is one of the libraries that React uses underneath the hood. Let's take a look at what it is and why do we need to use it. So React is a user interface library, but it's built with the purpose of building user interfaces. It's not limited to web. It could also be extended to be used on mobile applications or virtual reality applications such as React VR or React Native, not in that order. But you can use React to build applications for the web, for the mobile platform, which could be cross-platform such as Android and iOS. And you can also use it to build applications for virtual reality apps. Now, that being said, how can you build such applications for such different platforms when you have a single library? Well, the answer is that they have separated the essential parts from the variable parts. So when we're using it on the web, that is when we're using it to build the front end of the web application that we are going to be building, then it needs to interact with the DOM. To make that interaction easy and make that integration seamless, we use React DOM. So what React DOM will do, it will take a look at our component tree and it will take care of converting that component tree into DOM elements and keep track of managing that component. So we can create the components using React, and then when it comes to integrating our components with the actual web DOM, we can basically just use React DOM and it will take care of it all for us. That's what React DOM actually is. React DOM is nothing more than just a library. Now, it's basically just a package that contains DOM specific methods used by React to enable itself to interact with the DOM. So if you're using React and you want to build applications for the web, then you use React DOM. Other libraries such as React Native and React VR have their own bridging system, so you don't have to worry about that at all. All you have to worry about is how you can build user interfaces using DOM or React DOM in that specific scenario. So all React DOM does is that it bridges the gap between the React user interface library and the web DOM platform. So if you want to build React applications by creating components that can then be translated into DOM elements and managed by React, we use React DOM specifically for that purpose. Now let's take a look at UI without ReactJS. So when you're building user interface without ReactJS, what are the kinds of things that you need to tackle? The first thing is decomposition. So we can quite easily build user interfaces without ReactJS. So if you want to build a user interface without ReactJS, you can do it. Especially for smaller applications, it's also a recommended way that you go without ReactJS. But for any reasonably sized application, it involves some really difficult challenges. One of those challenges is decomposition. So when you're using React.js, we can create small isolated individual components which can then be composed together to create the entire user interface. So if you have a user interface that you want to create using React.js, you can do so. But without React.js, creating smaller components combining which you can create a larger user interface can be really difficult. Whereas with React.js, decomposition is really easy. So that's why React.js is much more preferred over other component libraries. So without React.js, we would need to create the HTML tags, then use the JavaScript to add event handling code and wire everything up. So without React.js, what we do in plain JavaScript is firstly we create the HTML code for our user interface, style it using CSS. Then we get a handle to each of the components that we're interested in, such as if we are interested in knowing when a button is clicked and all of that. We get those user interface elements, and then we add some user interface elements, add some event handling code to it. So if we have a button that we want to respond to when it's clicked on, what we can do is we can just create an on-click handler, which will run when the button is clicked on. Now the browser takes care of it all. When the user clicks on the button, the event code that we have associated with the event handling code will run. This is quite easy in theory, but in practice, it's really difficult because when we have multiple user interface elements and their interaction needs to be configured simultaneously, separating these concerns can be really difficult. How do you separate the event handling code of a button from an event handling code of another button, which are two different buttons, such as the submit and the reset buttons of a form? So that could be really difficult. And when that difficulty is something that we need to manage on medium to large size applications, it could be really difficult as well. So that is why decomposition comes into play, where we can just create self-contained isolated components, and those components will take care of their own logic. They don't need to worry about how other components are working, and we don't have to go through the entire DOM hunting for each element and then assigning the behavior that needs to happen when the user clicks on a button or some other aspect of the application happens. Then comes state management. State management is one of the most important aspects in any application, not just front-end applications. But it is especially important when we are dealing with front-end applications or applications that the users can see. The reason being that state refers to the data that our application stores in the memory. So that data can be used to display things later. For instance, when we are building a chat application, the messages that you have sent so far and the messages that you are going to send right now that you have typed into the chat box, all of these are part of the state of the application. This is managed by your application, and now your application needs to take that data, save it to the database, send it to the user. The user needs to be able to see it. When the user sees it, that notification needs to be sent out to all the other users who are associated with the messages as well, and that could be a really complicated task. With that in mind, what we can do as developers is we need to firstly understand how to use state. So state management is really difficult, mainly because if you have an application that has some data that is useful for one component and some data that's useful for other component, and then there's some data that needs to be shared between those components, that is really difficult because now we have to figure out where to put that data so that it can be easily shared by child components and so on. So that's really difficult, especially in an event-driven design such as the one that we saw earlier with plain JavaScript and HTML. Because if you're doing things like this, then what's going to happen is we're going to be able to just do state management. We're going to be able to do state management based on user interfaces event system. So when we get a click, then we are going to update something. When we're going to make some changes to the state. But all the data that we need is going to be stored eventually in a larger global context, in a global object. All the variables that live on a global object, that's going to be really difficult to manage because some part of our application not knows what are the different names of the variables that are saving the information that we need, will end up overriding those variables, and all the other parts of our application will start breaking, and that will be really difficult for us to figure out how that is happening. So that's why state management is really important. Now sometimes when data is being displayed, it gets changed or updated. So if you have data, let's say you have chat application, the data that you have is all the messages that you have so far when you load the application, and new data will be when the user sends a new message, updates previous messages if they have the ability to do so, and so on and so on. So the total price that is shown on a shopping cart when another item is added also changes the total price of the entire cart. So when you add new elements, the total price needs to change as well, and many different aspects of the application need to update the data, and that is all very difficult. So this is where state management comes into play, where we can specify local state. Local state basically means just the piece of information that only one of our components is interested in, and they only need to know. So for instance, if we have an application that fetches data from the external web APIs and displays images, well, the individual components are only responsible for fetching data from each of the user interface elements and getting the images from the web server and then displaying it into the user interface element. So this is why state management is important, and simpler user interfaces without React.js, managing state, defining local state so that if we define some other state variable with the same name doesn't get overridden, can be really complicated, which is why we use React.js instead of plain user interface without React. Now, React takes care of keeping all the data and the display in sync with each other. So if the data is changed, all components being displayed are updated automatically. So if you are not using React, then you have to take care of where all the state that we are using is being referenced, and then we need to update it one by one, and that could be difficult. So adding and removing elements from a DOM tree is very performance intensive task. Now, this is what causes a lot of performance hit in a lot of our applications that we build. Whenever we add and remove or completely delete the entire DOM tree structure and then rebuild all the components that haven't even changed, that would be difficult. Unless we are very smart about it and we keep a track of what is being rendered. If that is the case, then it's not really difficult. So in situations like this, we end up using React.js because it gives us a massive performance boost. What React does is that it takes care of rendering the user interface without us having to muddle through the entire user interface's code, without us having to figure out what are the things that need to be removed and what are the things that need to be added and what is the best way to do it. React will just do it automatically for us. That's why React.js is so popular. Now, React solves this problem by something called a virtual DOM, which we'll discuss later on. Now, virtual DOM allows us to make updates to the components, and then the React will take care of matching the updated virtual DOM with the current actual DOM and figure out what are the things that need to be changed. It basically dips the entire DOM and figures out what are the differences. The differences that are found are updated, and only the differences are updated. Other things are just left as they are, and that's the way it works. Finally, it comes to debugging. Whenever we're building an application that is using the user interface, it could be really difficult to us to debug this application. Debugging basically means if you run into an error, how are we going to solve it? The way we solve it usually is by going through console log statements, figuring out where the error has come from, taking a look through stack traces, but they are not really reliable ways of debugging an application. There are advanced ways as well, and you can use IDEs for that. But the tools for debugging JavaScript applications are not that good. Keeping that in mind, in React, we have React developer tools. And what they allow us to do is they allow us to, once we're in development mode and we have installed the React developer tools extension, greatly simplifies our component debugging. We can display components, we can take a look at the internal state, we can take a look at the props, where they are being passed from, at what level are the state, at what level are the changes to state are being dispatched. There are many things that we can do, and all of that is very useful. So as you can see, React is so popular because it allows us to do these many things. Now let's take a look at some of the ES6 features that are necessary for us to use in React.js, or in order to learn React.js we need to know. So let's take a look at that. So React.js recommends using ES6 features to create more readable and more concise code. Now a few of the most important ES6 features are the ones that we're going to discuss now. ES6 basically refers to ES 2015. ES stands for ECMAScript. It is basically JavaScript, but it has been standardized. So new recommendations are proposed, and then browsers implement those recommendations, and that keeps evolving. And those recommendations are given by the ECMAScript Recommendation Society. So that's how we do that. So this is why we use the ES6 features, because new recommendations were proposed in 2015. Those have been implemented and are now widely supported, and they let us write really clean and concise code. So the first thing is variable declaration. Now in ES6 we can use let or const variables and to describe variables and constant values in JavaScript. Before ES6 we would have to use the var keyword, var, which allows us to describe variables, but there were certain issues with var. If we were to define a variable inside a loop, it would still leak out to and be available outside the loop inside functions. That was really difficult for us to understand, and that led to a lot of issues. This was called variable hoisting, and that led to a lot of undesirable effects. This is why we ended up using let and const, and that's why they are most important. Then comes arrow functions. So arrow functions are used to write anonymous functions in a very concise way without using the function keyword. So when we're using arrow functions, all we have to do is we have to use the simple syntax instead of writing anonymous function with the function keyword and just not giving it a name, but the whole single brackets, all the element names, and then double brackets, double curly brackets. What we would have to do is we would, for arrow functions, all we have to do is create arrow like syntax, and that will work. And we'll take a look at the syntax just in a moment.
Just a quick info, guys. Test your knowledge of ReactJS by answering this question. What is ReactJS? A. Server-side framework. B. User interface framework. C. A library for building interaction interfaces. D. None of these. Comment your answers in the comment section below. Subscribe to Intellipaat to know the right answer. Now, let's continue with the session.
Then came classes. Now, classes are the fundamental construct of an object-oriented programming language, such as Python, Ruby, Java, C Sharp, C++. All of them have the keyword class associated there. But in JavaScript, the keyword was not present. In order to create a class, you would have to firstly create a function, which is called the constructor function, then create a new object out of that function and add things to its prototype. That was really difficult for people to understand. So what they have done is they have created, instead of creating functions, we now can use class keyword and just use classes the regular way. And that works just fine. And then comes array destructuring. So what destructuring allows us to do is it allows us to get the variables out of objects and arrays. So if we have an array with three elements that we know are going to be three, and we want to get these three variables out into three variables, instead of assigning them one by one, we can do it all in one line using this destructuring. Same with objects. So if we have objects that are key value pairs, we can do the same thing with objects as well. So that's why we do restructuring, and it's a concept that's available in many other languages as well. We'll take a look at the advantages that you can use to use React.js, the advantages that you get when you're using React.js. What are the advantages that you should be looking for when you're using React.js? So when we're using React.js, it provides us with several advantages. The first one is scalability. So React.js works well with applications of all sizes. If you've built React.js applications, you've built simple small applications like to-do list applications to really giant e-commerce applications. A really good example of this is going to be Flipkart, because they have built their entire front end using React.js, and it's scalable because we can see that their front end is working quite well. So you can build applications using React.js for smaller applications to applications that are of giant size. Another example of disadvantage would be Facebook. The company that has created React.js has built more than 100,000 of UI components that are being used in Facebook. Instagram also uses React.js, and many other front ends of the online websites that are of the giant scale use React.js. So it's quite scalable in that regard. When it comes to compositional UI, compositional UI basically means that it allows us to combine our user interface elements or smaller user interface elements that are reusable into other user interfaces, and then we can modify the things that can be modified and replace the user interface elements if needed. So we can just pick and choose the user interface elements that we want to combine in our front end, and we can easily do it by importing the component, then rendering it, and then changing its behavior if it's possible and if necessary. So that's why we use compositional UI as one of the advantages. Then comes portability. Portability is one of the major advantages of React.js, mainly because a component can be ported from one project to other project without much hassle. If I have a project in which I have created a button component and I want it to be used in my other project as well.
Okay guys, a quick info: if you're looking for an end-to-end training in JavaScript, Intellipaat provides a full stack web developer course which covers JavaScript and all the JavaScript frameworks you need to know. For more details, check out the description box.
All I have to do is just import the button component and then display it on the screen, declaratively creating the markup. Nothing more than that I have to do. If I want to configure it, then there's a bit more work to be done, obviously.
Just a quick info, guys. Test your knowledge of web development by answering this question. What does CSS stands for? A. Current style sheets. B. Current sheet style. C. Cascading style sheets. D. Cascading sheet style. Comment your answer in the comment section below. Subscribe to Intellipaat to know the right answer. Now, let's continue with the session.
But for simple usages, it's very easy to do. So that's why portability is one of the major advantages of using React.js, and that's why many people use React.js because it's very, very portable. Portability also helps across devices. So if you're using React.js on the web and you want to use it for your native mobile application, there are some components that you can carry over. Not all, because the environments are so different, and the platforms are so different. But if you want to, you can just create the styles for one component, and then at least can share the styles for those components across different user interfaces. So that's usable. And then comes performant. So React.js is very performant. What it allows us to do is it allows us to, instead of accessing real browser DOM, allows us to use virtual DOM. That virtual DOM can then be used in order to boost the performance when it comes to DOM manipulation. If we were doing it with the virtual DOM, then there would be a lot of issues. The performance would be really cumbersome, it would be really clunky, the user interface would lag at certain points, and that would be really difficult for us to get started with. So we don't have to worry about that. That will work just fine. And now we are done with the advantages. Let's see what else we have. Now let's take a look at some of the disadvantages of using React.js. So React.js is a library, but it's not free. So there are going to be some consequences of using it. So it's better to be advised of what the disadvantages might be. The first thing is its learning curve. Although it's quite easy to pick up the learning curve, the number of things that you have to learn in order to become a React.js developer are going to be quite a large number. Also, there's a steep or there's a big mental shift in the way you look at applications. So earlier we used to build applications by creating the markup, then getting the user interface elements, and then attaching event handlers to perform some tasks on it. Now we need to change that kind of thinking to applications being a function of our markup and our state. So the markup will be what our application should look like, and state would be the data that our application holds. So if the user logs out of the application, what are the things that need to change? If the user deletes a particular message, what are the number of things that need to change? That's the kind of thinking we need to adopt when we're building applications, and that could be a little difficult to understand right at the beginning. So a lot of practice is needed in order to get understanding of how to build applications like that. Then comes documentation. So React.js rolls out updates and new features quite fast. So every now and then new features, new updates, new experimental features are available as well, and old features are removed, new features are added with different syntax than the experimental one. Lots of changes are happening quite fast. So because of this, online documentation tutorials might not be up to date. Some new ways of doing things that are much more efficient might have come out. Maybe there are patterns that allow us to build our applications in a much more robust way, but we can't use those patterns right now because we don't know those patterns because they have been discovered recently and we're not aware of those. So documentation isn't always up to date. The tutorials aren't always up to date. There are new things that are happening every now and then. So it could be really difficult and frustrating, especially for a beginner. Then comes JSX. So JSX is the extension to the JavaScript language that allows us to write HTML6 text, which allows us to declaratively describe our user interface. And React will take care of creating that user interface and displaying it to the user. So what happens is, to work with React, we need to learn how to use JSX. JSX is not the easiest thing to learn, especially when you come from plain JavaScript background where you're supposed to separate JavaScript into a separate file and HTML to a separate file. When you look at JSX code, it looks a bit funny. It looks a bit difficult to understand. It looks like we're breaking some commonly used good patterns, like not mixing your JavaScript and HTML. That could be a little tough. Then comes state management. Now, depending on how your application is structured, managing the state of your application is among one of the most difficult aspects of React applications. If you want to manage state, you need to understand where does a particular piece of information needs to go in your component tree. So if you, for instance, if you have some list of users that need to be displayed and they have certain properties, but those properties are needed by other components as well, you need to find the lowest possible common ancestor and put the data there. It's called lifting up the state. So these are the kind of things that we need to understand. We need to be very cognizant of where a particular piece of information is going to live in our application component tree and how we are going to be able to use it. So that could be a little tough. Again, it's also a shift in the mental model, which could be very difficult to understand right at the beginning. But overall, it's quite easy to understand once you get the hang of it. And now let's take a look at how we can create our own applications that performs DOM manipulation. So I have an empty folder here. what I will do is I will open it up in my code editor. You can use any code editor that you want. I'll create two files. Just close this one. First one is called index.html. All right. So this is an HTML file. All right. And inside the file, the first thing I want to do is I want to right, and there's a button with the ID of add button, and finally an unordered list. Yeah. And it should have an ID of list. So I save it, and after saving it, I have it saved and created in my application or in my Explorer. Now all I have to do is I want to open it up, and this is what it looks like. So I need to add some text in the button. So this is what it looks like. Now if I want to create a new file, I can just create it, name it script.js, and finally I have to add it in my HTML code. So now that is done and we have our script. Now I need to get all the things, right? Firstly I need the list. So I just use document.getElementById, by ID, and the ID that we gave to the list is list. All right, that's done. Now I need the button, so I need to do the same thing. Now what I want to do is I want to create a variable named index. I'll show you why. Now button, which is the button on our page, dot add event listener. So when I click on the event, what I want to happen is I want to create an element. So I'll just create equals to document dot create element. That element needs what kind of element I want to create. It's just an li, which is a list item. Now element dot text content is going to be task hashtag plus index plus plus. So it will be task 1, task 2, task 3, and so on and so forth. And now all I have to do is I have to append it as a child element to my list. So I save it, go back, fresh, click on add, and as you can see, I'm able to manipulate the DOM. And to make sure that this is what's happening, I open the source code. As you can see, there are no list items inside the list. I can open my developer tools here as well. Click here. This is the body tag. This is the list. It's empty. Click on add. Something's added to the list. This is the task with the new tag, add new, and as you can see, I can add them one by one, and it's working completely fine. So that's how you can do that. Now let's take a look at what else we have.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat provides ReactJS online training mentored by industry experts. The course link is given in the description below. Now, let's continue with the session.
We will now build a user interface without React. So this would be us performing DOM queries on ourselves, and we'll be using plain JavaScript, and you can see how tedious it is. So this is what we have right now. And if I open the folder that I have created things in, this is what it looks like. I have a simple React.js application or a simple front-end application without React.js. All it has is a script file and an index.html file with a main tag. And now we want to build the user interface inside it. So we will be using the code that we write inside our script tag. So for that, we'll need to create a few functions. We want to display an h1 tag with the text UI without React as being displayed. So that you can understand how difficult it might be, let's take a look at that. So what we'll do is we'll create a function, render. Render will take children, and what we will do is we'll create our app, and for that we need document.getElementById, and the ID is main. The main is basically a div inside which our entire application will live. app.append child. That's all we need to do here. Now we need to create a few functions that we can compose with each other. First function I'll create is for creating an h1. It will also take children, and what it will do is it will first create an element. H1 is what we want to create, so we do that element dot, and what we want to do is we want to append the child and then return element. Finally, we want some text content to be displayed, so for that we need to create function named text. This will also take some content that we need to display. So now all we have to do is we need to return document dot create text node with the content that we have provided. And now all we have to do is we need to compose these functions with each other. We need to call the render function. We want to create an h1. Inside the h1 we need to pass in the text. The text would be UI without React. Save it. After manually writing all those functions and creating everything, if we rerun our app, I think we've run into some issues. We run into the console and everything is working fine. Inside the body tag, we have forgotten to link our script file as far as I can see. So all I have to do now is just type script src script.js, and since it's the same file, and now it's working completely fine. So as you can see, if we don't include our JavaScript, then it won't work. And we have a div tag with an h1 tag, and the h1 tag contains the text content UI without React. So that's how you can build a user interface, a really simple one without using React. However, as you can see that we have to plumb together all these components and figure out how to get things done. That could be really cumbersome. Now let's see what else we have. Now let's take a look at some of the new ES6 features that we have discussed thus far. We'll try and understand what these features are and what they look like and how they compare to the old syntax. So for that, all I've done, I've created an HTML page. I have created this is the HTML page. It has nothing but a reference to a script file and a console that I have opened. This is the HTML page. It has nothing, just the basic HTML skeleton and the script.js reference, and every code that we write will be written here. So let's first understand our variables using let and const. So the things that we have to understand are let and const are the first one. So what we do is if I create a block, so if I create variables inside a block, inside an if statement, let's say, so x is equals to 1, y is equals to 2, and z is equals to 3. So if I try to console log them outside my if statement, although I've declared them inside the if statement, they should not be available outside. Look what happens. As you can see, they are available. In fact, I can put them inside my console as well. So the reason why that happens is because of a feature in JavaScript called hoisting. What hoisting does is that it takes all of the variables and the function declarations that we have created, no matter how deeply nested they are, and it gets bubbled up to the top. So now it's available everywhere we want to use it. The reason that happens is because if we declare a function, let's say I declare a function named function a app, right? And inside it I have written whatever I want to do, and I call it before I have declared it. Now that would have been an error because my application knows nothing about it. But if I have done it using hoisting, then it knows that, okay, this is a function, I'm going to bring it when it tries to interpret it, brings everything at the top, and then tries doing things. But it doesn't make sense with the variables, and that causes a lot of issues. So to solve this scoping issue, developers of these languages came up with an idea. Variable is going to be there. We can create one for let, and we can create one for const. Now if I run this, as you can see, y is not defined. If I remove x and y here, sorry, y and z, just use x, it's available. Now what is the difference between let and const. Both of them are scoped to a particular scope, but what the difference is this dot log and let x is equals to 10, const y is equals to 11, right? And now if I print x plus plus, it works. So now the value of x is 11 after I printed it. I can also do it the other way, plus plus x, and that works. Now if I were to do it this way, it's going to give me an error. Assignment to a constant variable. So I can't change the value assigned to a constant variable. That is the only difference. So which one should you use? I recommend that you choose const as much as you can, because if you use const, then there's no way that someone who is using your code can end up changing it and changing variables that your application depends on if they are not allowed. Only when you explicitly need to change a variable, use let. So with that, we have come to the other part of it, which is us creating arrow functions. This is done. I'm going to delete it all. Now comes arrow. Arrow function basically allows us to create functions in a single line. So if I want to create a function, right, and what that function is supposed to do is it's supposed to print something. So let's say that I'm creating a function, perform, okay, and then we have milliseconds, and then we have a callback function, right? This is pretty standard so far. Set timeout. I'm going to simulate a delay for the milliseconds and then execute callback. So handler and then timeout. So callback and then millisecond. Now what will happen is if I call the perform task function, pass in 1000 milliseconds, and I pass in the function, I have to create a new function with all the syntax, and then I have to write console dot log done. Run this, wait for a second, and then everything's done. But I can also do it in one other way, which is I can use arrow functions. Inside arrow functions, I can keep the function body to be the same, and I can remove these things. So now all I have to do is create an arrow. As you can see, I can do it in a single line, run it, and then it's done. So what's happening is I'm just defining the list of parameters that I want. If I have some parameters, I can pass it here as well. But since I don't, I'm not going to be passing it. And then a single line of function, I can do it this way. If, for instance, it's a multiple line function, then I can wrap it in curly braces and do it whatever I want to do with it. As you can see, it still looks more concise than using the whole function syntax. So that's why we use arrow functions. Arrow functions are more concise way of writing code. Right. Now we move on to classes. So classes are, these are the classes. In old school JavaScript, we had to firstly create a function. Let me call it app. This would be my class. Inside my function, I would console log constructor. So this is the constructor function. And now I have to add things to the prototype. Prototype dot say hello is going to be equal to a function. And that function is going to log hello. Right? So I can create a function. Const object is equals to app. But since it's a class, I have to use the new keyword. So I create a new class, which is an object. Now after creating the object, all I have to do is say hello. Now if I run this, first the constructor function gets called, then hello function gets called. Now same thing I can write by using class. The changes I have to make is just class app constructor and instead of doing it this way, all I have to do is wrap all of this, and this should work similarly. Refresh it, as you can see constructor and hello. So everything's working completely fine. This is just syntactic sugar. And now if I want to create subclasses and superclasses, all I have to do is I can just instance base app. If I had a class named base app, I don't, but this is how you would do it. On the other hand, on all school syntax where we used function, we would have to do assigning the prototype, extending the prototype, and there would be a lot of tricky situations. So we don't do that. Finally, we have destructuring, which is one of the newest and one of the most used features. Destructuring, and what it allows us to do. So let's say I have a variable names A, B, and C. Now I want A to be assigned to a variable named X, B to be assigned to a variable named Y, C to be assigned to a variable named Z. To do this, I would have to then go const X is equals to names of 0, Y is equals to names of 1, and finally Z is equals to names of 2. Now if I press console log X, Y, and Z, and I run this, ABC is there. But as you can see, this is just a lot of code for something so simple. So instead what I can do is I can use the destructuring syntax. And now if I run this, it's working just the same. So what's happening is it's saying, okay, this is a variable. The variable at the first index goes in X. Second index goes in Y. Third index goes in Z. If there are other variables as well, they will be ignored. So that's how you can destructure an array. What about objects? So let's say that I have person, right? And they have name as John and country as England. Now, if I want to create two variables named name and country to be assigned with the variables with the keys of names and countries, what I want to do is earlier I would have to create const name is equals to person.name, that, and similarly for country. But here, all I can do is I can just use name, country, and now if I want to log name and country, I can do so quite easily. Fresh, everything's working as expected. That's how you destructure things. These are called syntactic sugars, basically because they just do things in a different way. They're not changing the performance, they're not changing anything underneath the hood. They just allow that with a more convenient way of describing the things that we want the language to perform. So that's why we do that. So with that in mind, let's see what else we have. Now let's take a look at Virtual DOM, or VDOM as it's called. Virtual DOM or VDOM is one of the fundamental concepts that React uses to keep the application performing. How does it work and what does it actually mean to use a virtual DOM? So let's take a look at that. In React.js, virtual DOM is just an ideal. So it's just an idea or virtual representation of the user interface. So to give you an idea, this is just basically how your DOM should look like. This is just an ideal or a virtual representation of what the UI is supposed to look like, that is kept in memory and synced with the real DOM. So the real DOM is the browser DOM, or the tree structure that we have discussed earlier in module 1. That structure is what it is then mapped onto. The real advantage of using virtual DOM is something that we'll see in a moment, but the real reason why we use a virtual DOM is because the actual DOM is quite expensive to work with. Whenever you make changes to it, there are going to be a lot of changes that you have to make here and there, and that leads to a lot of performance degradation. A good idea of getting over it is to use virtual DOM. In virtual DOMs, what we do is we create inline similar structure, and what we do is we use that structure in order to make sure that what we're doing is taking effect and then mapping those changes over to the real DOM.
Just a quick info, guys. Test your knowledge of web development by answering this question. What is WordPress? A. It is a software used to press text. B. It is a text formatting software. C. It is a content management system. D. It is a mail service. Comment your answer in the comment section below. Subscribe to Intellipaat to know the right answer. Now, let's continue with the session.
So a virtual DOM is used to encapsulate things, and it is encapsulated in the React DOM packages. So if you've taken a look at the module previously, what that taught us was that React was supposed to be, it's something that is supposed to be used with multiple platforms, ranging from the web to native mobile applications to virtual reality applications. So in order to abstract away all the DOM related functionalities from React.js, we use React DOM, and the virtual DOM is a concept that has been encapsulated in React DOM so that it can only be used on the web. Virtual DOM is not a concept that gets carried over to React Native or React VR because these are different environments. They don't have the concept of DOM. So React uses virtual DOM to improve performance, as we've heard many times. But the real question is, how does it do it? Well, React uses a virtual DOM as in to improve the performance, so that the real DOM is updated only when it's needed, and all the necessary updates and the transitions are made in the virtual DOM, which is in memory and it's really fast. This process of updating the real DOM from the virtual DOM is called reconciliation. It's a concept that basically means that once we are done making changes with the React DOM, we try and figure out what are the changes that need to be persisted to the actual DOM, what is the current state of the actual DOM, and how are we going to do those changes.
Just a quick info, guys. Test your knowledge of React.js by answering this question. What is React.js? A. Server-side framework. B. User interface framework. C. A library for building interaction interfaces. D. None of these. Comment your answers in the comment section below. Subscribe to Intellipaat to know the right answer. Now, let's continue with the session.
So for instance, if I have 3 nodes in my actual DOM and 3 nodes in my virtual DOM, and only one of those nodes in my virtual DOM change, we'll go and look through all the DOM nodes that are available, figure out what are the DOM nodes that have changed, and update those only, so that we do the minimum work required for DOM. That this is mainly because DOM is very expensive. The document object model, it has a lot of issues in itself, which is why we don't like to use simple plain JavaScript. Because if we do use it, then it's going to lead to a lot of problems in terms of performance. And the performance issues really degrade the user experience, which is why React is so popular, because it takes care of managing the performance behind the scenes. So we don't have to worry about how to manage the performance. React will take care of all of that. And the way it does it is using virtual DOM. So you don't have to actually deal with the virtual DOM yourself. React does it itself. But this is a concept that is used throughout the React community, and we have to understand what it actually means and how React does the actual performance optimizations that it needs to. And now that we have done that, let's see what else we have to learn. Now that we have taken a look at virtual DOM, next is we have to understand JSX. JSX is the syntax extension that allows us to use React.js much more declaratively and efficiently. So under the hood, React uses the create element method to create a new DOM node that need to be attached to the nodes. So React at the end of the day is creating DOM nodes, but for us to tell React that we want to create a DOM node of this type, we can use plain React, which will involve us writing react.createElement, and inside the function will pass in 3 parameters, and that is going to be really cumbersome. The main reason why React was not really that popular at the beginning was because it was really verbose. So as you can see that it's very difficult to use, especially when we have components nested into each other. So this can make our code really unreadable. So if you have react.createElement calls going from start to end of your code, it's going to make your code really unreadable. It might be fine for smaller applications, for smaller elements when you only have 3 or 4 DOM nodes that you need to add and manipulate. But it could be really difficult for the other parts of the application when you have like multiple applications or multiple DOM nodes interacting with each other, keeping the data in sync with the DOM nodes. It could be really problematic. So to solve this in React, we use a special syntax. That syntax is called JSX. So what JSX allows us to do is that it ultimately compiles to react.createElement calls, but it makes our code easier to read. So underneath the hood, once you've written your code in JSX, you just run your application, and JSX's compiler will take care of everything else. It will take your code, compile it to react.createElement calls, and it will be interpreted by the browser, which in turn will use the React library and build the DOM nodes. Or so that you can build applications much more easily and much more effectively. and you don't have to worry about making the calls that need to be made in order to create DOM nodes. Now, React does not mandate the use of JSX, which is to say that React doesn't need you to use JSX. You can reuse plain React in order to build your applications, and if you choose to do so, that's fine. But do understand that once you use the JSX, it makes your code easier to read and understand, and it is thus far the recommended way of doing it, unless they come up with a new way. But so far, this is the recommended way, mainly because it makes your code more readable, more concise, more understandable. So because of these features that React JSX provides, we use JSX throughout our React code. Most of the developers currently using React will use JSX as their primary syntax. In case you wish to use some other syntax, you are more than welcome to, but JSX is by far the most popular way. If you don't want to use JSX, then you would have to use the plain react.createElement calls, which are going to make your code much more unreadable and really not that concise. Could be difficult to part through a large DOM structure. So that's all about JSX. Now let's see what else we have. Now let's take a look at props. Props is an important concept in React.js. It's one of the two ways through which you can store data for a component. So props stands for properties. Props is the short form of properties, and they are arguments passed to a component by a parent component for it to use. So one of the differences between the other ways of using internal data and props is that props is not internal. This is data that is passed from a parent component. So if I have a component that is rendering other components, I can pass in some data for those components to render. And that's how the data should flow from in a React app, from a parent application, from a parent component to a child component, and props allow us to do that. Props are read-only and should not be modified by a component on its own. So if you have a component that has some data being passed into it via props, you should not modify it. They can only be modified by the parent passing those props. So if you are a parent component that are rendering a few child components and you're passing some data, you have the ability to modify that data. But the component that is receiving that data as props cannot change the data. This is one of the concepts in React in which you cannot change the data that is being passed to you. The reason for that is because if all the components that are being passed the data, some components pass data downstream. So anywhere down the stream, if some component ends up changing some data, then it's very difficult to reason about and it's very difficult to debug. So in order to overcome this, these are the few guidelines that we have to follow in order to make better decisions about the code that we write. And change in prompts from the parent component will lead the child components being updated and re-rendered to the DOM. So if you have some data in your parent component, since that is the only place where you can change it, and that is the only place where you're supposed to change it. When you do change it, it will lead to a re-render, which means updated data will be merged with the current representation in our DOM node, and the reconciliation process will happen, and anything that needs to be updated will be updated in the child components. And nothing in the child components could actually change the props, so that would not lead to a re-render. So this is why when you get something from props, make sure that you know how to change it, and the only way to change it, or the access to change these things, or the code that needs to change it, needs to exist in the parent component. If for instance you have some reason to make your data be changed by your child components, or you need some way to access the code that changes the props in your child component, then you can pass in functions that do the same, and we'll take a look at that in a moment. So that's how you're supposed to do it. Right, so now we're done with props. Let's take a look at what else we have. Now we come to state. State is the other way that we can change data in a component. So props were passed from parents to child component. State is the internal data. So if you have some component that needs to have data that's only localized to itself, and the parent component doesn't know about it, doesn't care about it, and doesn't have access to it, that's state. So let's take a look at that. State is similar to props, but it is private and fully controlled by the components. So if I have a component and it needs some internal data in order to display something, that data is something that needs to be stored as state. If it's something that the component that is rendering my component needs to be able to pass in, for instance, the color of the border or something like that, then that is something that needs to be turned as props. But if it's something like a behavior when the person clicks on the button and I want it to be just one thing, then I use state. So this is where state and props come into play. State holds data that is internal to the component, that is required by the component, and the parent components need not know about it. The state is used by components to determine what is to display on the screen and has been managed by the component itself, as other components do not have access to the state. As we have discussed earlier, that once we're building a component, we need to be able to understand that that component, if it has a state, that state is not visible to outside components. That's its state only. So that could be passed down to child components as props, but still, so you are the one who is able to manage it. You're the ones who are able to figure out how to manage the data and how to change the data. The other components don't have access to it. So that's why we use that. So what exactly is child components and parent components? We have all taken a look at that. That's just the hierarchy, and that's how we create components. So in React, a component state should not be changed directly. It should be done via a special setter method, because React keeps track of the state. So if you want to change the state, you don't just go and fiddle with the variables and mutate it, which is to change it. So if you have a state that's containing the name of the currently logged in user, if that needs to change, then you don't just reassign the variable to the new name. What you do is you call a special setter method. Depending on what kind of component it is, usually the method is called set state. So inside set state, you pass in an object. That object contains the key and the value. Key is the variable you want to change, variable is and the value is the value that you want to assign to it. In React, the state is kept as a JavaScript object. So that's how you can do that. In functional components, which we'll take a look at in a moment, we use hooks, and we'll also take a look at that in a moment. So that is a little different from the set state function, but the idea is the same. You have a variable and you have a setter function. The function's only job is to set the data and let React know that something has changed, re-render the thing that needs to be updated, or at least be aware that things have changed, and the next time you re-render, make sure that you change these things. So that's how state works. State are quite the opposite of props, in the sense that you don't have to get it passed from parent components. You derive the data yourself and you take care of the data itself. So those are state and props. Now let's see what else we have. Now let's take a look at lifecycle methods. Lifecycle methods allow us to hook into important events in our React component lifecycle. Let's take a look at what that means and how you can use it to your advantage. React manages the lifecycle of the components. So tasks such as adding or removing the component from the DOM, all of that is taken care of by React. So you just need to declare the component, and when the component is mounted, when the component mounted basically means added to the DOM, when the component is removed from the DOM, all of that is taken care of by React. Now that presents some challenges to us, because there are tasks as web developers that we need to perform when the components are being added and when they're being removed from the HTML page. So some of these tasks may include fetching some data and displaying it to the user. So only after the component is displayed on the screen, then do we want to update the data onto it. If it's not on the screen and we're updating the data, we're wasting time. Also, with that, another issue is that event handling is...
Okay guys, a quick info: if you're looking for an end-to-end training in JavaScript, Intellipaat provides a full stack web developer course which covers JavaScript and all the JavaScript frameworks you need to know. For more details, check out the description box.
Something that we need to take care of. If we are on a page where a component is mounted and it has an event handler attached to it, once we move away from that component, when that component is removed from the screen, we need to disassociate those event handlers. The reason being that that could cause a memory leak. These are the kind of things that we need to be aware of when we're using React components. And this is why lifecycle methods are such important aspect. There are many other things that you can do with lifecycle methods, but these are some of the things. Let's take a look at a few lifecycle methods. So to allow developers to execute code during these lifecycles, React provides them with lifecycle methods, which you can override. So these are component did mount, component did update, and component will unmount. There are many other lifecycle methods available, and sadly we can't cover all of them, but these are the most important ones. So the component did mount lifecycle method is something that you can override when you want to execute some code after a component is added to the DOM. So you want to, let's say you want to propagate an event that the component is available on the screen, and so that other components can manipulate it. It could also be that after the component is mounted, you want to make sure that it has a particular style. You can only do that once it's been mounted. Whether or not it's being displayed, that's a completely different thing. Now, this is ideal for when data is fetched and we want to add it to the DOM. So if we have a component such as an unordered list, and we have a lot of list items in our components, and we want to add them to our unordered list, that can only happen when the list is added. So to do that, what we do is create list items. We wait for the component mounted. When the component does mount, we write the code in component did mount, which will get executed. And that's the code that will add all the things into the components, and our code will work just fine. Then comes component did update. This is a lifecycle method that allows developers to execute code after a component gets updated. So these components may get updated due to props or state change. And if that's the case, if the props of your component change and you want to propagate those changes elsewhere depending on the props, then you can use this lifecycle method. You can also do this for state as well. If you want to pass some data down to child components as props, you can use the state components or use state, and that will work just fine as well. And then comes component will unmount. This is a lifecycle method that gets executed before the component is going to be removed from the DOM. So right before the component is going to be removed from the DOM, if a developer wants to execute some code that can be run at that point specifically, then we use component will unmount. This is ideal for removing event listeners from components to stop memory leak. So if you have an event listener attached to all the DOM nodes of your component, and that component is going to be removed, you want to make sure that all of those event listeners are being removed as well, so that your component don't leak things to memory. And if we have removed it, then the JavaScript garbage collector will execute, take everything away, and we can move on and with a clear of memory. So with that, we have come to the end of lifecycle method. Let's see what else we have.
Creating a full stack application like Netflix, we will be going through the system design architecture of Netflix, and also helping you know how you can create APIs, which probably Netflix is also using these days for their website, right? So I'm going to explain you the system design architecture of Netflix, right? And this is how basically applications are also designed when it is basically on the sketchbook. So for example, let's say you want to open an application like Netflix, or you want to open your own website. The first thing that you do is you write down the features that you want to have on your application, right? And then that application is then designed for resiliency. It is designed for failovers. And then once the plan is laid out, the architecture is deployed, and then and the parallel your development team also starts to work. So guys, Netflix is basically a premium video streaming platform, and it has around active 500 million users around the globe, right? And it offers a wide variety of videos to see, from series to movies to documentaries to even comedy genres, and all these are hosted on one platform. And with a simple click, you can watch any video you want on that Netflix streaming platform. Okay. Now, having said that, there are a few things that you have to keep in mind. For example,
Just a quick info, guys. Test your knowledge of web development by answering this question. What is WordPress? A. It is a software used to press text. B. It is a text formatting software. C. It is a content management system. D. It is a mail service. Comment your answer in the comment section below. Subscribe to Intellipaat to know the right answer. Now, let's continue with the session.
When you talk about a video streaming platform like YouTube, now YouTube is something which is free for all, right? So even if, let's say, there's a downtime time on YouTube, it won't affect their user base much. But when we talk about a premium service like Netflix, where people are paying monthly for the content that they see, Netflix has to ensure a lot of things, before they can actually provide a service to the customer. Now, what are those things? For example, if, let's say, the video that you are seeing, it takes a lot of buffering time, right? Then I think for a lot of you, you would not be interested to see that platform, right? Now, when people subscribe to a Netflix streaming service,
right? They come from all walks of life. Some people might not have a good internet connection, right? Some people might not have a laptop. Some people might have a very old phones. So how is Netflix tackling all these problems is something that we're going to understand, because that is what their business model is. That is how they're earning their bread and butter, right? So that's why they have put in place a lot of measures to basically address or basically take into account the different kind of people who are subscribed to their service, and we will be discussing that as we move along. Okay, so how does Netflix manages low latency? Now, for those of you who are from non-tech background, you might not know what low latency is. So guys, low latency is nothing but when you click on the Netflix app, it should just not buffer. It should play a video. So how does Netflix ensure that they give you the lowest response time possible? That is, it gives you the video right away. The only hurdle that you might have is your internet speed. How does Netflix ensure that their servers are all fully available to all their users, even if it's 100 million or a 200 million or even a 500 million user base which is watching at the same time? So let's understand that. So guys, Netflix makes use of something which is called as a content delivery network, right? So what is a content delivery network? So let me basically show you from the illustration that we have over here. Okay, so guys, this is your Netflix original server. Okay, now what do you mean by an original server? Now, as you all might know, that Netflix is basically a US company, right? So, when it's a US company, it makes sense that the company, when it must have launched, it must have, had servers which were there in the US region, right? Now, what do I mean by that? So let's say when we as a company, we are Intellipaat.com, right? Most of our users, they reside in the US and in India. Now we have users from other parts of the country as well, other part of the globe as well, but most of our users, they reside in India and in the US. Okay, now when we talk about the servers that we have as a company, all our servers are basically deployed in India, right? So, but that is something which was causing us a problem. Why? Because uh, if you talk about the distance, so let's talk about it in very simple terms. So when you, let's say, are living in a country, let's say over here, right? And when you have to basically access a server which is residing in the US, this is the distance that you will be covering. Similarly, let's say you are residing over here as a user, and this is the distance that you are covering for accessing the server which is for Netflix. Now obviously the content, if you are trying to access from this server, it will reach out to you faster than a user who is residing in a country which is as far as this particular circle over here. Okay, so how do you go ahead and give your content in the same response time possible, irrespective of the fact that the customers are living in different locations of the world? Now, one thing that you can do is you can deploy a server in each and every country, right? And then basically, route every user to that particular server, so that let's say if you are in US, you will be basically going to the US server. If you are in India, you will be going to the Indian server. If you are in a country like Africa, you'll be going to the African server, and it goes on. So it depends on where you are accessing the service, and based on that you're connected to the respective server. Now this sounds good, but it is a very expensive operation when you think about the kind of investment that you might have to make to create this kind of an architecture, right? Let's say, for example, you and me, we try tomorrow to open a startup which is again a video streaming service, or which, say, let's say, is an internet company, right, which basically has its own product which users have to use. And if our aim is to provide our users with the best service possible, we would also want to have an architecture where all our servers are deployed in every country of the continent, and so as to give the lowest latency possible to every user, right? But let's say you don't have that kind of an investment, so what would you do? So that's why we have things like cloud. So we have cloud providers like AWS, we have cloud providers like Azure, which basically provide us with infrastructure.
Hey guys, if you're looking for an end-to-end training on web development, Intellipaat provides full stack web developer mean stack certification training, and you can check those details in the description.
Okay, so now let me tell you how Netflix is solving this problem. So Netflix was again a startup in its early years, and what it did was, so let's say this is the place where they have their original server. So there is a service in cloud which is called a content delivery network. Now, what is a content delivery network? A content delivery network, basically what it does is it deploys, or it has servers in many parts of the world, right? So that is basically taken care of by your cloud provider. For example, let's talk about cloud providers like Amazon. Let's talk about cloud providers like Azure, like Google Cloud. So all these people, they are very big companies who can afford this kind of an infrastructure. Now, what they have done is they've made us, they've made available a service which is called, a content delivery network to the general public, and so that people like you and me can go ahead and deploy our content over there, and they will make it available to the rest of the world. Okay, so these servers which basically reside in countries, these servers are called edge servers, and it's not like your whole application will be deployed on these servers. These servers basically only serve static content. Okay, now I've used a lot of jargons over here. I've used jargons like low latency, I've used jargons like edge servers. I've used jargons like static content. So let me clear up then one by one. Okay. So when you talk about your original server, so there's a difference between something called as dynamic content. So you have something called as dynamic content. Dynamic content is nothing but a content which changes. Okay. Whenever there is a change, it's called dynamic content. And static content basically means no change. So when there is no change, it's called static, and dynamic basically means when there is a change. Now, what happens is that when you talk about a streaming service like Netflix, what is the content that you're dealing with? Okay, so I would want everyone's contribution over here. What is the kind of content that you're dealing with when you talk about a service like Netflix? Now, let me put down a question for you. Now, when the movies that you see on Netflix, right, those movies are all same. They're not changing, right? They're all the same. Everyone in the world, if they want to see Avengers as a movie, everyone will see the same movie, right? So, is it dynamic or is it static? All right. So let me make it more simple for you guys. There is something called as dynamic files. Now, what do you mean by dynamic files? Let's assume that you go to youtube.com, okay, and you search for a particular video. So when you're searching for a particular video, the video rankings, they differ, right? For example, let's talk about the trending page of YouTube. So the trending page of YouTube changes according to views which are coming onto the channel, or which are coming on the video. So your trending page is dynamic. Why? Because every time it has to go back to the database to see how many views have come in, how many likes have come in, and accordingly its algorithm then says, okay, so this video should be trending number 1, this video should be trending number 2, so on and so forth, right? So dynamic content basically means which changes in real time, which changes when time passes by. That is what dynamic content means. So if you talk about the trending page of YouTube, that is dynamic. Why? Because every time you load the trending page of YouTube, it will always give you the latest videos that you have to see. Let me give you one more example. When you talk about news channels, right, or when you talk about news websites, so every day when you log into your news websites,
the news, the list of news, they change, right? So you are always given fresh content. So that homepage of that news website is dynamic. But when you talk about the news itself, right? Let's say the newspaper has published news today on its website. That news is not going to change. So that news now is static. I hope you guys understand the difference. So when you are dealing with a website, you have a web page which in which probably the content is not going to change. In that case, the web page will be static. And if the content is going to change based on the changes or based on the dynamics which are going around that content, in that case it will be a dynamic page. Let me open Netflix for you guys and let's try to answer it from there. So let's go to netflix.com. So this is netflix.com, guys. Now what happened here, this page got loaded automatically, right? So this page, it has new movies added to it time and again, and that's why this page is dynamic. But let's say I play a movie. Let's say I play a movie like, let's say Founder, right? So when I'm playing this movie is now static. Why? Because the Founder movie, if you open it on your computer, right, it will be the same. If I'm opening it on my system, it is the same, right? And as you can see, this movie got opened in a separate web page, all right? But let's say, and also, notice the time that this video takes to load. Now, a video is a lot much size in MBs, right? But still, it does not take only 10 seconds for the movie to start. But when you talk about the netflix.com page, here you can see as I'm scrolling, it is still loading the page. Can you see? And when you compare the type of content which is coming on a video than what is coming over here on the web page, it's completely different in size, right? So this page is taking a lot of time to load, but when you compare it to your video, it's taking very less time to load. Although the size that you have of both the web pages is massively different, right? So when you're dealing with the home page of Netflix, that's dynamic, and when you're opening any video in Netflix, that is something which is static content. But for now, is everyone clear with respect to the content that we are dealing with on Netflix? That the content that we consume actually, it is static. Is everyone clear with that? Great. Okay. So now let's go ahead and understand how Netflix is managing its data. So let me just remove what I wrote earlier. So now since everybody is clear with what dynamic and static content is, so now what happens is Netflix has all their movies on the original server, and what they do is they make use of a content delivery network by their cloud provider. Now, as you might know, Netflix is hosted completely on AWS for all their needs except their CDN, which is basically hosted by a company called OpenConnect. Okay, so OpenConnect basically gives them all these servers, which are edge locations, where they can basically put their static content, right? And this process is called caching, right? So using caching, what they do is they put all their movies, they put all their static content on the edge servers. And when you as a user want to use that application or that or want to view that video, it gets to you in the shortest time possible because of this particular architecture. So this is called a content delivery network. And this is also something that we are going to deploy tomorrow when our application is ready. Okay. So this is an architecture that they follow for static content. Now let's move forward and let's ask a different type of questions. How does Netflix basically give you multiple video resolutions? Okay, so there is something called as video encoding and transcoding. Okay, now what that basically means is when let's say I am the Netflix company and I want to publish uh, the movie Avengers on my channel or on my streaming platform. So what will I do? So what Netflix does is it first approaches the production company who made that movie, and they say, you know what, I want that movie to be published on my platform.
So what do I have to do? So basically, the production company will sell the rights to Netflix, you know, using some deal, and when the deal is over, the production company hands over the content to Netflix. Okay, so let's say I'm getting the movie Avengers. So what you see in your mobile today, that Avengers movie, even if you're streaming it in 4K, the maximum size of that movie is going to be around 10 to 11 GB, right? But when you talk about the actual movie which is coming from the production company, it's in hundreds of GBs, because that is the kind of quality that they create the movie with. That is the kind of detail that each scene in that movie has, right? Now obviously, if a movie is around hundreds of GBs, you and I, as a normal consumer, we will not watch it, because if I have to download one movie for 100 GB, probably that will end my entire internet plan, right? So that is something that I cannot afford to do. So that's where these streaming companies, they come in, and what they do is they transcode and they encode the video. Okay, and how do they do that? So first of all, let's understand what are the different operations which are involved, in uh, converting a video, and why do we actually do it. Okay, so when we are dealing with the video, first of all, what we have to make sure of is that every device which is out there, which is using my platform, that device should be able to use, or you should be able to play my video. Okay, so that means if someone is using Netflix on their tab, they should be able to use it. If someone is using Netflix on their laptop, they should be able to use it. If somebody is using Netflix on their TV, they should be able to use it. If somebody is using Netflix, let's say on any other device which might have a different screen resolution, everybody should be able to use it. Okay, so first thing is, I have to make sure that the movie that I am basically converting, or the movie that I am having on my platform, it should have the desired screen resolution, so that everybody on their own device can watch it. Now how do I deal with that? So what I do is, every content that I have to stream, or all the kind of devices that I have to stream to, I will have a different copy of movie for all those devices. Okay, so if I'm dealing with an iPhone, I know what the resolution of an iPhone is. So iPhone for the iPhone, I will have a different resolution of movie. Okay, so let's say this is iPhone. If I am dealing with an iPad, then I will have a different resolution of movie. Okay, if I am dealing with a MacBook, again the resolution is different, right? So I will be dealing with a different resolution of movie, so on and so forth. There are so many devices out there which will have different screen resolutions. I will go ahead and have a video for each of these devices. This is the first thing that I do. Okay, now comes the problem of having videos in different formats. For example, videos can be in 4K, videos can be in 1080p. Somebody might want to view the movie in 4K, somebody might want to see it in 1080. Then you have 720, right? Then you have 480p, then you have 360, then you have 240, then you have 144, right? So all these are different resolutions, that all these are different sizes of my video that everybody might want to watch. Now the part over here which is interesting to know is, these things, they switch between each other, right? Let's say if you're watching a movie in 1080 and you want to switch to 720p, you can do that by selecting the video quality option and changing that to a resolution that you want, right? And then the movie starts to play from there, but in that particular resolution. So how does that happen? So Netflix maintains a copy of each and every video resolution that you want to watch on your device. Same goes with YouTube, same goes with any other platform. There is no algorithm which can which will on the fly convert a video according to what the user wants, right? It will take a lot of time, And that's why we do not do it by algorithms. What we do is we maintain separate copies of each resolution that we want to stream to our users. And at the same time, we also maintain copy according to different devices. On an iPhone, the movie will be different in size because the screen size is different. On iPad, it will be different, and on a MacBook also, it will be different. So all these resolutions, the 4K resolution, they will be both. They will be for iPhone also, they will be for iPad also, and it will be for the MacBook also. Similarly, a 1080p video, it will be for the iPhone also, for the iPad also, for the MacBook also. So that's how you basically go ahead and create this kind of content first before you can make it available to the users. Okay, then what you do is you make it available on a central location where all your movies are stored. Okay, so somebody pointed out that Netflix was using S3 before and now they're using OpenConnect. So now for all of us to understand, let me put it like this. So all of you might be aware of something called as Google Drive. Okay, so what I will do is, let's say if I have to upload a movie called Avengers, so I will create a folder on Google Drive. So I will have a Google Drive folder. Now in that Google Drive folder, what I will do is I will create a folder called Avengers. Now in this Avengers folder, what I will do is I will put in all the video files that I have encoded and transcoded, basically, which are basically in different resolutions, which are in different formats, and everything will be stored over here. Okay. And now based on what the user is asking, my Google Drive link will keep on changing. If I am asking, so link one, let's say it's for 4K video, right? Link one is for 4K video. Link two, let's say it's for 1080p video. So whenever you change your resolution on your device, right? Let's say this is your mobile device. So whenever you change the resolution over here, your link changes to the video that you were streaming from, right? And then suddenly you get that video streamed to your device, and that's how you see that particular resolution on your phone. So this is how it works when it comes to the different resolutions that we deal with every day without even us knowing when our internet connection becomes slow. Okay. So before we move ahead, I want to tell you one more thing. Now, let's say this is the Google Drive that we're dealing with. So when you want to use a Google Drive in cloud, when you want to use an equivalent service of Google Drive in cloud with unlimited storage, so let's say what Netflix uses is something called as AWS S3. So all their movies they store on this Google Drive like service, and what they then do is they enable the content delivery network on this folder that they have created in AWS S3. Now, when they make the content delivery enabled on this AWS S3 folder, which is nothing but having your movie, all these resolutions that you basically converted and stored in this folder are then distributed among all the servers which are there across the world, and every server will now have all those resolutions stored in them. And now you as a user, when you will be sitting in a location trying to access that video, you will be connected to the nearest edge location where the quality of video that you want to see will be available and which will be streamed to your device. Okay, so guys, now let's go ahead and understand, because that is something which I have also planned for you guys to explain. How does video recommendation basically work? Okay, so let's try to understand that. So what is recommendation? Recommendation basically means, let's say I am basically dealing with videos today, right? And I want to see how will Netflix identify what kind of movies I will like for next to see. And most of the times, what Netflix recommends me as videos, they're all correct, right? Probably that is the kind of movie that I want to watch. You would have seen a similar pattern even on a streaming platform like YouTube, where YouTube basically recommends you different kinds of videos that you might be interested to watch. Now, all of them you might not be interested to watch, but most of them is something that you are interested to see and you click on that, right? A similar thing you would have also seen when you play music videos on a streaming platform like YouTube. Sometimes the next song that is going to play after the video that you have played is something that is actually something that you want to listen to. So how is that managed, or how is that taken care of by a video streaming platform? Let's understand that. All right, now let's talk about how the Netflix recommendation basically works. Okay, so guys, when you deal with Netflix recommendation, again, how does Netflix know which kind of movies to recommend you? Let's try to understand that process. All right, guys. So when you talk about recommendation, so this is basically called a recommendation engine. Okay, so what is a recommendation engine? A recommendation engine basically deals with two kind of things, or it can basically be created in two kind of ways. One is collaborative filtering and the other is content based filtering. What is the difference between the two? So collaborative filtering basically means, let's say you and I, we both are on Netflix. Okay, now I as a user, uh, so you would have seen when you sign up on Netflix and when you're setting up your account, it asks you which movies would you be interested in. English movies, Hindi movies, Punjabi movies, or some other language movies. You select the movie that you want, the movie language that you want, and then you click on next. Then it'll ask you the different kind of genres that you will be interested in. For example, action movies, comedy movies, romantic movies. So all these you select, and what you're doing is in the backend, Netflix is trying to identify what is your kind of interest that you're dealing with. Okay, and based on that, it is creating a user profile for you, right? So that is what Netflix is doing in the backend, and based on this user profile that you create, it basically recommends you stuff, right? And now it does it in two ways. So let's say there are two people, as you can see on the screen, who basically answered these questions when they were signing up on Netflix, and they basically selected the same kind of answers. Okay, now what happens is when let's say this lady, she logs into Netflix and she watches a movie, right? And she watches that movie in entirety. She watches the whole movie from starting to end. That basically means that that movie had engaged her, and people who are similar to her, people who opted for the same kind of choices as she did, this movie can be recommended to other people, right? Similarly, let's say this guy also logs in into Netflix after selecting the same things as she did, and he watched a movie which basically he also watched in entirety, right? Let's say she watched a movie called, um, let's take the example of Avengers again. She watched a movie called Avengers, which was packed with action, which had all the good heroes in it, right? She watched two or three scenes repetitively, which probably had Chris Hemsworth involved in it, and then that by that Netflix analyzes, okay, so at this particular point in time, you'd have the actor involved in the scene was Chris Hemsworth, so probably this user likes Chris Hemsworth. Okay, so next time for this particular lady, when Netflix is again going to recommend videos, it is going to recommend videos more of Chris Hemsworth, right? But on the other hand, let's talk about, she watched Avengers, right? Now this guy, he watched, let's say, a movie like Lagan on Netflix. So Lagan is a Hindi movie. Some of you might not know about it, but let's say he watched Lagan on his movie, as since his preferences were also about Hindi movies, and she also chose to watch Hindi movies. So this lady will also be recommended Lagan now. Why? Because she chose that she liked action movies, she liked romantic movies, she probably liked historical movies as well, and this guy also liked historical movies, right? So based on this, because these two people are similar, Netflix recommends both these people the similar movie that they each one of them is watching, right? And this is called collaborative filtering, where we as a community who is watching movies on Netflix, we are giving the data to Netflix so that Netflix can recommend to other people that this is a movie that you might be interested in watching, right? And now there are a lot of things which goes behind this. There's an age criteria as well. For example, I'm, let's say, 21 years old, right? So if I'm 21 years old and somebody else is also 21 years old who shares similar interests as me, chances of me liking a movie and the other person also liking a movie would be more, right? Let's say I have similar interests and somebody else who is 32 or 33 years old also has similar interests, but the chances of us watching the same movie or same content would be unlikely. Why? Because there's an age gap, and hence we have a different maturity level as well. Okay, so similarly, you have a second approach as well in recommendation engine, which is called content based filtering. Now, what is content based filtering? Content based filtering basically deals with content which is of similar kind, right? Let's say I don't want to go ahead and collect data from my users. I'm not doing that. In that case, what I can do is I can punch in data for each and every movie that I have published on my platform. So let's say I have a movie on action, which is going to have a lot of Hollywood actors, right? And I'm interested in that movie. The second movie that I also watch is also is also packed up with a lot of Hollywood actors, right? And it's also an action genre. So now what Netflix is going to recommend me is going to be of similar kind. The content is going to be of similar kind, right? And this is a very high level overview of how recommendation engine works. Obviously, there are a lot of other parameters also involved in it. Recommendation involves machine learning, right? And when I say machine learning, uh, don't get scared with that word. Machine learning is nothing but going through a lot of data that I just told you about. For example, who watched which movie, what are the different kind of interests that they have, and based on looking at all these different kind of criteria, the system recommends you a video. Now if a human were to do that, it will take a lot of time to analyze for each user how many videos to recommend. But when you give this similar task to a system, it can concurrently give it to all the users who are watching the movie on the streaming platform, which is Netflix. And that is in a gist what machine learning is all about. It basically processes a lot of data at the same time, and then it crunches out data which the human told it to crunch out. Okay, so that is what machine learning is, and that is exactly how recommendation engine and in a Netflix platform also works around it. Okay.
Just a quick info, guys. Test your knowledge of web development by answering this question. What is the correct HTML element for inserting a link break? A. BR, B. LB, C. Break, D. UL. Comment your answer in the comment section below. Subscribe to Intellipaat to know the right answer. Now, let's continue with the session.
All right, guys. So now we'll begin with the coding part. I'd like to firstly begin by giving you an overview of what we'll be doing in this session, in coding session, what we'll be building, how we'll be building it, and what are the things that we'll be taking a look at. So let me first begin by giving you an overview of what we'll be trying to do. So I'd like to show you what I'll be doing. So I have created a small API-based application. We'll be using the technologies of Node.js. And for the database, we'll be using MongoDB. So MongoDB and Node.js go hand in hand. Now, for those of you who are unaware of these technologies, who have never worked with MongoDB, Node.js, it's completely fine. The aim of this webinar is not to show you what exactly the code is, but to show you how you go about creating something like Netflix, how you create the backend, how you create the front end, what do these terms mean, and how do you get about doing this. So I'd like to firstly begin by explaining to you how Netflix is built, or how things happen in Netflix code-wise.
Just a quick info, guys. Test your knowledge of web development by answering this question. What does CSS stands for? A. Current style sheets. B. Current sheet style. C. Cascading style sheets. D. Cascading sheet style. Comment your answer in the comment section below. Subscribe to Intellipaat to know the right answer. Now, let's continue with the session.
So the first thing is Netflix is divided into two parts, or any full stack application is divided into two parts basically: the front end and the backend. So front end and backend are quite popular terms, and I'm quite sure that many of you know what these mean. But for those of you who are unaware, Front end is basically the thing that you see, that you interact with. Your browser renders these things, the images, the buttons, the layout, video player, your click events, everything that is associated with what the user sees and how they interact with it. That's associated with front end. So all the animations, all the sliding, everything, it's all associated with the front end. So let me just show you. This is what the image looks like. Now, Netflix has a really big department for front end, and they do a lot of stuff. They try to make their front end as responsive and as quick as possible. To do this, what they do is they divide their front end into small chunks or small pieces. So these pieces you can think of as small components. So libraries like React and Angular do the same thing. What I'm trying to do here is I'm trying to show you how you go about coding these things, not what exactly the code is and what exactly are the features that we're building. We're trying to understand how to build Netflix from the ground up. So that's what I'll try to do here. So as you can see that it has several components of it, such as the search feature, your accounts, the TV shows, the slider, the background image, the play button, the information button. Everything is a component. And these components are basically things that are rendered on your screen, and they interact with your clicks and with your gestures, or however you interact with your websites. Learning a programming language and then building stuff on top of it is something that you do need to know. But for this session, you don't need to be a master in these kinds of things. Even if you have not worked with Node.js, you can still get a lot out of the content. So just stick around and you'll be fine here. So as I was saying that these are the components. Now, this is the front end. For those of you who are unaware, front end is basically what you see. So as you've already seen the buttons and all that, but all of the data inside the front end is not encoded. So none of the things such as the movies list, things such as the name of the film and your account name, not everything is pre-encoded. So the thing that I'm trying to get across is when you create another account, a new HTML page for your account is not generated. What they do basically is they create something called a template. Now, for those of you who have worked with other kind of programming languages, you basically know what a template is, but let me just show you. Let's say that I want you to create some program in which what you do is I give you my name and you return hello space and the name that I just gave to you. So this is what is known as a template. You have some static data combined or interpolated with some dynamic content. And what you want to do in the template is you want to define the dynamic static data and leave places or slots for dynamic content that you will get from some other place. You could get it from an external web service. You can get it from your own APIs. You can get it from a JSON file. You can get it from lots of multiple sources. So you can, or you may, basically you could also get it from the user. That's also possible. So there's a lot of things that you can do. So essentially, for instance, for the name thing, if I type hello space and I leave and I write it like this basically means, and don't worry about the syntax, what the time I'm trying to get across is that the hello, comma, and space, these are the things that are static. Now we talk about dynamic content. There's a variable with the name that the user has given me. They have given me their name and I have stored it inside a memory location, and that memory location is given the identifier of name. So whenever I try to reference name, that is what will be referenced. So with that in mind, this is what it is. And now for the dynamic content in our Netflix application, what happens is we have the backend that serves us the data that we want to fill the template with. So what happens here is that the backend is associated with a database or a DB, as you might call it. What the DB does is that it stores everything that you might need to send back to the front end so that it can build the entire page or the entire user interface. So it could contain things that might not even be visible on the screen, such as the user's username and password. So username and password. Now the user will input these things from the front end. Our backend will take that, verify that the username and password exist and are both associated in our database. And if that does exist, then we tell our front end that yes, the user exists, authenticate him, and let him do the task that he wants to do. So other things that backend can do is the authorization, which is basically when the user tries to delete some content or make changes to the content that isn't there. Or so, for instance, in Netflix you have multiple accounts, and from one account you can give access to other accounts and change those accounts. Those are called primary accounts. So whether or not one account is primary or secondary, the user has logged into it. That's called authorization part. Essentially, the flow happens like this. The front end renders, or basically what happens is front end is loaded. After it loads, it sends a request to the backend to get the data that we want to fill our entire page with. So for our Netflix example, the data that we want to fill it with are these images, this last days of America's crime, the title of the movie, these things such as the notification, unread notification count, the account title, and the play button, and all of that. So we want to get all of this content from the web page. So basically, it's just text and some data. So we want the name of the file. We want to do these things. So here, what we do is we get the data from the backend. The backend goes ahead, queries the database, and returns the data that it wants to return. Now, an important part to understand is that we want to return it in a format that everyone can understand. So let's say that my front end is built in JavaScript, but backend could be built in any language. The reason why we separate these things is because separating them makes it easy for us to build the backend and front end separately. Even if the front end is not complete, we can still continue with building features in the backend and adding features and refining the features. So what happens here is that we use a format called JSON. Again, it is a programming term. Most of you might not be aware of it, but basically JSON stands for JavaScript Object Notation. It's a lightweight data interchange format. It looks something like this. So this is one row of data that we'll be exchanging. And the properties that I want to exchange, let's say the ID of the movie. So let's say the ID is 1. Name of the movie, you can name it anything. Let me just name it demo. And there could be multiple things that you might want to show to the user, such as the movie's ratings, the release date, the genre, which all of this will be taking a look at in a moment. But this is all there is. So this is the flow of the application. The reason why things are broken up like this is because we want our applications to be completely decoupled. We want our application to be built by two separate teams, and those teams would have communications, but it's not necessarily the case that if some feature in front end is having a particular bug or we are not able to build that feature on time, the backend would not be stagnant. The backend team can still churn out the features that we need for other UI frameworks or other applications to work. Another good thing is that the front end could be multiple things. So it could be your website, it could be an Android app, it could also be an iOS app, it could be a Fire TV app on OS, or many other kinds of applications. So all they have to do is they have to send the request to our server. Our backend will pick up those requests. If those requests are valid, then we send back the response. So that's what this is. This is why we have front end and back end completely separated. Hopefully you guys understood this. So with that, let me just show you what exactly we're trying to do. So whenever you're trying to build an application, the first thing that you should do is you should write something called a spec or specification. So these are the features that we'll be taking a look at. We'll be taking a look at if we have a library of movies, and if the user asks for a particular term, let's say that they search for the keyword of dark, and we have lots of movies like Dark Knight Rises or The Dark Knight or many other, Black Delilah, or any other kind of movie that's associated with the word dark, and we want to send it back to the user. This is how we do it. Our application will be locally hosted, so you don't need to have a web server for your own purposes. You can create a local server, and which I'll show you how to do in a moment. And basically what we're trying to do is we're trying to create URLs that you can send requests to, get the response back, parse that request or make sense of that request, and then populate your front end with the data that is returned from the backend or from the from the response that you got by querying a URL. So this is the URL we have created /search. You might have seen this being used in multiple places, and we're basically passing this, which is a query string. A query string basically allows you to tack on a lot of information behind the scenes. So we're saying, okay, for the value of Q, I want dark. This is the thing that I want to query. Our backend will pick this up, look into our database, find out things that contain the word dark, and then we send back all the data that we get by querying the word keyword dark. We send it back to the user and they take a look at it. Similarly, we can list by genre. So if the user says, okay, show me all the movies that are belonging to the action genre. So we say, okay, send a request to this URL, and the data we want to send along is the genre that the user has requested us to give them. So the genre is action, and we give them all the movies. Here we can also show them that, okay, this is the URL, we want you to basically view the top 20 most viewed videos. So if you take a look at YouTube and you take a look at the most trending tab, this is how the feature is built. Netflix had something similar. This is how that is built. And finally, the streaming part.
Hey guys, if you're looking for an end-to-end training on web development, Intellipaat provides full stack web developer mean stack certification training, and you can check those details in the description.
So how do you get the URL to stream your data? Now, again, as it was explained earlier in the PPT that we don't have the entire server set up and we have not deployed it to the cloud, we'll be hosting some of the URLs locally, and those small videos will be hosted locally, and I'll show you how to embed that video in a web page. So we'll take a look at that. Now with the specification that we get, which is this one, these are all the features that we want, and it contains, usually specifications are very verbose. They contain a lot of things such as what to do when the things go wrong, what is the shape of the response, and so on. But for our purposes, this is what the specification is, and this is what our database will look like. So I have a NoSQL database called MongoDB. Basically, this is the name of the table, if you are aware of SQL databases such as MySQL or other databases. And these are the fields that I want, an ID or the identifier from which we can uniquely identify a movie. So even if two movies have different names, we have assigned a unique number to it, so from which we can recognize, similar to the roll number that you're given when you enter a school or join a school or a college. The name, the release date, genre, rating, and view count. It's important to note that we have entered all of that data in the database, and I'll show you how we've done that. Don't worry about it. And the videos table will contain the ID of the movie that we want the location of the video file to, and the location, which contains the name of the video file. So if I have a movie such as Lord of the Rings, which was released in 2001, and it has an ID of 2, now I want to get the video URL of any movie that has the ID 2. Since we have IDs to be unique, so content ID will be 2, and the location will be name of the movie, which could be Lord of the Rings 1. I'll show you how that works in a moment. This is what the database looks like. The benefit of using a NoSQL database, and Netflix uses NoSQL databases as well, is that you don't have to create the schema, or you don't have to create the table yourself. You don't have to describe to the database management system that this is what the table should be, these are the rows, these are the columns, these are the constraints on the columns. You can just basically tell them, okay, this is what I expect the user to pass in. If they don't, then they then leave those fields blank. I don't care about that. Is the table structure defined in JSON? So in other kinds of NoSQL databases, there could be other formats, but here, since we're using MongoDB, it will be defined in JSON. So you are correct in assuming that. So what is the location? Is it the path of the system? Yeah, so the location would be the location of the video file that our video player will get that it wants to play. So for instance, we need to have a video file such as for an MP4 file that we need the location for, so that the video player could play those videos. So basically we'll be sending the entire URL to the video player, and that video player will take a look at that URL, embed it in the source, and it will show us. So in case it didn't make much sense, don't worry, we'll take a look at some code and it will show you. Okay, this is what the specification is. We have got the database. Now for those of you, I just like to show you, this is my MongoDB shell. Shell is basically how you interact with a database by passing commands. So let me just show you the databases. Now I have a Netflix database. This is the database that I have created so far. There are other databases that come with MongoDB by default. So I'll be using Netflix. And now we have switched to Netflix. Now I would like to take a look at the collections. Collections are basically the tables and we have a media and the videos databases, similar to what we have here. This is the media, which is basically the information about the movie that we want to see, and videos is basically the path of the video associated to that. The reason why I have separated both of them is because these could be worked on by two teams. One team would be the one that is updating the information, and the other team is the one that is taking care of inserting the binary data or the video file on the Netflix servers and then replicating them and all of that. So that's how that works. This is what we have. And again, if you have MongoDB but you don't have all of this, I'll show you what to do. So now we'll be jumping into some code. But before we do, let me just show you one other thing, which is the command prompt. So this is the command prompt. This is where we type in the command, and the software that I'm using to build the backend, the language that I'm using is called Node. I have the 10.16.1 version, and this is not the latest version, but it works. So if you are trying to follow along and if you have MongoDB and Node.js, you can follow along quite easily. If you don't have that, don't worry, just take a look at the code. The video will be available to you later on. You can install these things very easily, and it's quite easy to do that. Now, what we will do is firstly, we will have to initialize a Node.js project. I have already done that, but the way to do it is you go npm, which stands for Node Package Manager. This is installed when you install Node.js, and it will be available in your command prompt. After you've typed npm, you type init init and --y and press enter. So once you have done this, your the folder in which you want to create your project will have this file package.json. That's all you need for your application, for your folder to become a Node.js application. So this is what it looks like. The information that it will ask for is the name of the project, the version, description, main, and these are the things that I have added, and I'll show you what that means. It will ask for the name of the author. I have kept most of the applications as simply blank, and these are the dependencies, which I'll show you what they mean. So with that in mind, now the thing that we need is we need to install certain packages. So to give you an example, a package is basically some code that someone has already written for us to use. So if you want to hash a user's password, you don't want to go through the entire mathematical concepts of writing the entire code to get the entire password and hash it. What you do is that you get the user's password and then you use some library code and hash it. That will hash it for you. So with that in mind, we use a certain libraries. First one is NodeMon. What it does is that it takes a look at your server files and then it loads it again. So if you make any changes, if you try to make any changes and you save those changes and then you run them again, then your server will be loaded automatically. I'll show you what that means in a moment. This is installed in a dev dependency, which basically means that when I deploy my application, this is something that I don't need. This is only for development. But dependencies that I'm going to be needing even when the application is deployed, we use Express.js, which is an web application framework. It allows you to build a web server quite easily, and Mongoose, which is a library that allows us to interact with the MongoDB database. So we'll take a look at both of them. So would you share the code and MongoDB content? Yeah, sure. So I'll share you the code and the MongoDB content will work just as well. Now let's go with, I have created some default data, and that's what seeding means. So when you're building an application, one thing you need is you need a database that contains some default information so that you can get it from the database and then you can get it from there. Yeah, the recording will be available and the link will be sent to your email after the session ends. So what we'll be trying to do is we'll try to seed the databases. So let me just show you. I use the node command and I run this file, which is seed underscore media.js and seed underscore lib.js. So I'll just show you what that means. These are the two files. And again, the code looks very daunting. Don't worry about it. I'll just explain what code means, what this code is trying to accomplish, and you'll know. So now that we have that, let me go back. So we are using Mongoose and we are using the models and all that, and I'll show you what all of that means. But before that, if you want to install a package, after you have initialized the project, run npm install. And since I wanted to install nodemon, I use save dev because I want to save it as a development dependency. It should not be sent to the dev production package. I press enter, and since I already have it installed, it's going to be rather quick, but it'll take a look at the metadata, which basically means, okay, this library needs some other libraries, so I'll have to download those libraries might need some other libraries. So all of this is done for you. Now it takes a look at it, and since we already have, we get the package itself. Now I want to install the Mongoose and Express package, so I type Express and Mongoose, and instead of save dev, I type nothing, and I would press enter, but it'll take some time, and we're running short on time, so I'll just not press enter. But you can if it's your new project. And what you do there after that is every library that you want to use is available on your project. So all you have to do then is just reference them, like the one that I have done here. Basically, I'm saying, okay, give me access to the Mongoose file and give me access to the media model. Let me just show you what model is. A model is basically a description of what your database should look like. So don't worry about those kinds of things. Basically, what we're doing here is we're saying, okay, I want an ID column with the data to be numbered. So anything that I put into ID should be numeric. 1, 2, 5, 7 are all valid. A, B, C, D are invalid. Name is a string, release date should be date, and if I don't provide a value, insert the current date. Genre is a string, rating is number, view count is number. The reason why we are giving it a data type and explaining what kind of data we are expecting, it's mainly because this data is important. And if we don't give it the data type, then user can enter any kind of data. In the view count, if someone trips up and makes a mistake, they'll be entering A, B, C, D, and our database will just accept it. That will be a problem. So Node.js is the runtime, or is the language that we'll be using. JavaScript is the language, Node.js is the runtime, or is how you write JavaScript on the backend. And Express.js is the package. It allows us to write web servers more efficiently and more quickly. It follows best practices, so you don't have to worry about a lot of things like parsing the request, getting the headers, and all of that. With that,
just a quick info, guys. Test your knowledge of web development by answering this question. What is WordPress? A. It is a software used to press text. B. It is a text formatting software. C. It is a content management system. D. It is a mail service. Comment your answer in the comment section below. Subscribe to Intellipaat to know the right answer. Now, let's continue with the session.
So we go back to our seeding file. We connect to the database by just saying if there is an error, then log it to the console. Otherwise, just connect to localhost :27017. This is the URL of my database server. If you have installed Node.js on your system, this is the default database, and this is the name of the database that I want. If it's not already there, then create it. If it's there, then use it. We send keep alive to be 1, which means that don't close the connection immediately. Use URL parser and use unified topology or some advanced features that you don't need to worry about. Just type this code and it'll run. This is the data that we'll be inserting. Movie names, you can take a look at them. We are inserting IDs and we are inserting the ratings as well. So we are inserting 6 movies, and then we use the seed movies function, in which I basically, if the database already exists, then I delete it. How to get the link of database. So basically, once you have installed MongoDB, then all you need to do is use this link. This is the URL that MongoDB lives on your local system. So with that, we just drop, if we already have a table of media table in which we have inserted this information, then remove that. And if it doesn't exist, then don't worry about it. and then insert many function is used to insert all the data that we have just defined, and we'll be using that. So the reason why we are using all of these seed lib and seed media library is because we need some data in our database so that our API can send it to you. So basically all I have to do now, let me just show you the seed lib library as well. It does the same thing we have, but instead of that, we will be saving the name of the files of name of the video files. Let me just open up my folder. In the Netflix clone, which is the folder that I have a folder called __ videos. I have a file that I have copied and I have given them names. So Dark, Lord of the Rings 1, 2, 3, Suits, and Dark Knight. These are the suppose these are the actual videos, but we don't want to spend the entire 10 GB so for disk space. So I have created a simple copied a simple Windows 7 default video, and then I have pasted it multiple times and changed the name. But you can imagine it to be something else. Now all I've done is I've saved it. I've said okay. The media with the ID of 1. So if you take a look at this, ID 1 is given to Dark Knight Rises or the Dark Knight. So media with the ID of 1, I want to get the video location of that. So I send the media ID and I get the Dark Knight. I know the location as well, so I'll just prepend it and I'll show it. How to run these files. I'll show you how to run these files. Don't worry about it when we get to it. So we get the movie data and we have associated a file name with the ID of the movies. So the fourth one is Lord of the Rings Return of the King, which is the third one, or the third Lord of the Rings. So we have Lord of the Rings 3.mp4. These are the name of the video files. You can imagine that these names could be something else because two movies with the same name could also be released. So that could be a problem. So with that, we create a seed movies function in which we just delete the video model or video collection if it exists. And if it doesn't exist, then we insert all the data and we close the connection. And we call the seed movies function here. So now if I want to seed the data, all I have to do is I have to run these files. And instead of typing this entire thing, the entire command, what I can do is I can just use the power of Node.js and I can just run npm run. Run is a special command. When I type run and then I type seed colon, as you can see, it's media, and press enter, what it will do is it will take a look at the script tag, which is here, and it will try and find the thing that I just passed as the argument, which is seed colon media. So it takes a look at the script, seed media is this, and it replaces everything with this command, and we run this. Similarly, with seed media, I can type seed lib and it will run, and everything ran perfectly. We didn't run into any errors, which is good. Now if I want to take a look at the data, I can just go db.media.find, and I want to get all the files. So I just type this. Now we can see the files or we can see the data, but it's not very pretty to look at. It's not very readable. So MongoDB gives us a function called pretty, and I have misspelled it. And as you can see, we have inserted all the movies that we wanted to insert. And if I want to take a look at the videos that I have inserted, as you can see, I had the videos collection or the videos table, videos, press enter, and media ID and location is inserted. So everything's working perfectly. Now I'll just show you the code and show you what we're doing. So this is what we have, and I type it npm run start, press enter, and what it will do is take a look at the script stack, take a look at the start one, and it says nodemon index.js. Now what happens? It runs. Now remember I told you the reason why we're using nodemon is because we want to reload our server. Whenever we make changes to our code, server is running in memory. So if I want to make changes to my code and then replace the already running instance of the server with the current changes that I've made, what I do, I go here. Let's say, for instance, I go to the let me just close all of them. And I go to index.js. And what I do is, instead of listening for incoming request, I type listening at port 8000. And yeah, and just take a look at what happens when I save it. Okay, take a look at this section. I save it, and as soon as I save it, it restarts due to the changes, and it restarts the index.js file, which is the entry file. So this is why we're using a nodemon, so that it reloads our server whenever we make changes, so that those changes will be reflected. Now let's take a look at what's happening. So this is the index file, which is the main file of our application. When we start it, what happens is it gets the web server that I have created. It starts the web server and listens on the port 8000. And if there is an environment variable that's already set, it takes a look at that. And when the server is established, everything is working, we console.log listening at port 8000. So this is what's happening here. Now let's go to the web server. I'll just close everything else. So firstly, we're saying that, okay, in the static folder and in the videos folder, whatever you see is all static content. Static content, you can take a look at it. It's basically just HTML files and video files. So if I show you the videos folder, it contains all the videos so that the user can access it without any problem. And the static folder contains an HTML file, which I'll show you in a moment, that contains our video player. So now what we do is we define certain routes. Routes are basically, if I would just show you, in our spec, we had defined certain URLs. So routes are this part. This is the route. This is the query parameter. The reason why we describe this is we want our application to respond to only certain requests. So if the request that is sent to a URL is not /search, /content, /video, or /library, we don't want to send it to, we don't want to respond to it. We just say, okay, we don't know what that is. You have entered an incorrect URL, and we go ahead and do anything else that we can. The webinar will be going on for 15 to 20 more minutes. I'll explain you the code and then we'll be ending. So I'll try and do it very quickly. So this is what it looks like. Basically, what we're saying is when the request, you send the request to /search URL, what I want you to do is I want you to extract the query parameter named Q. Again, if I show you, this is the URL and Q is dark. This is the name or the keyword that the user is looking for in a movie. So whichever movie has the word dark in it is the one that we want to return. So we get it. We check whether or not it's available, whether or not user has typed in a query, or whether or not the query has some data. If it does, then we want to return something. But if it doesn't have anything in it, basically the user has sent nothing for us to search for, and we send the request back. We send the response as nothing to search. But if he has, then what we do is we call a function named search by term. We open that function, and here it is. So here it is. And here what we're doing is we're taking a look at a repository, and in this repository we're finding the data by name and the query that the user has sent. Query contains the name of the file. Here it will be dark that the user has sent. Now let me just show you what the repository is. The reason why I have broken things up into such level is because later on it's easier for you. When building Netflix, people break their application into small modules. These modules basically allow you to separate your internal logic from external concerns. So if tomorrow somebody comes up and says we want to use an SQL database instead of a MongoDB database, all you would have to do is you would have to create a new folder called SQL repository. Make sure that that repository has a function named find by name that takes in name and query and returns the data. And you can basically do it without any problems. So what happens is we go to our movies repository and we say find by, give it the parameter, give it the term, and it creates a regular expression, which basically means that even if the movie's name is darkness beyond, it still contains the word dark, and this is the word dark, and we're passing in GNI, which means search the entire length of the data and find anywhere if it's dark. If it's named something like this, this is also something that you need to return. And I means that we want it to be case insensitive. So even though here D is capitalized and in a search term D is small, we still want you to give it back to the user. So yeah, the code will be given to you later on. You can contact our team to know more about it. So this is what we have. And let me take a look at the code. Since we have changed the files and saved it multiple times, you can see it's restarting again and again. Now to take a look at the data that we get, we can obviously go to our localhost /8000/search, and q is equals to, I'll pass in dark, press enter, and this is the data that we get. We get the ID, name, release date, genre, rating, and view count. This is the data that we were interested in. But if I don't pass in anything in queue, it gives nothing to search. Or if I forget to pass in the query parameter at all, it gives nothing to search. So this is the expected behavior, and this is what we get. Now let's take a look at the other routes. Here we are. In the content section, what we want is we want to search by genre. So any request that we get for /content and we have the genre as action, we want to return that. So what we do is we get the genre the same as before. We check whether or not the user has given us the information that we need. If not, we send nothing to match, and we send search by genre. We pass in the repository, we pass in the genre, and we let the function take care of the entire coding process. So again, if tomorrow they say that, okay, you have to use SQL, so I can create another file named SQL movie repository. I will write the code, import it, and then send it here. And that's all the changes that I would have to make. So with that, let's take a look at this. Now, if I go to the search by genre, here it is, search by genre. I open it up, it's inside this file, and it's doing the same thing, but here we're finding by genre instead of name. So we can reuse the code that we have already written instead of typing it again and again. We go back and we can type, instead of this, we can type content and genre is fantasy. Yeah, so we get all the movies with the genre as fantasy, as you can see. And if I don't want it to be fantasy, I want it to be action. Press enter, and this is the only movie that has the genre of action in our one. Now, since we get the data, I won't be showing you the entire code. This will be uploaded and you can take a look at that. But what I wanted to show you next was inside the web server. We have the videos library. So we find the top 10 viewed videos. Now, this is a very interesting one because we want to be able to pass in the limit, but if the user has not passed in the limit, we want to return the first top 5 videos. So what we do is we just find the limit the user has sent. If the user has not sent any limit, then just assign 5 as the default value. Now we check whether or not the limit that the user did pass was undefined or it was not a number. So if the user passed in limit as A, B, C, D, or the name of the movie, we have to send incorrect request as the response. Otherwise, we find the top K viewed. Now this is interesting, so I'll show you this one. So find top viewed, we go there, and here we just go to the repository and find the top viewed. If you take a look at the repository, in the movie repository, what happens is I get the by and limit, and I want to get it by what I want to. So basically what I do is then I sort the entire movies that I have. Let's say I have 7 movies. Here it is dynamic. Yeah, so here it's dynamic because we are sending back the data that the user is asking for instead of sending some static content like the entire movies list. So we find all the movies, we sort them in descending order by the parameter that the user has passed in. Here we'll be passing in the view count, and then we limit it to what the user has instructed. It's either going to be 5 or what the user has instructed. And if we can't do it, if we run into an error, that we return null. Mainly if you're dealing with error corrections, then you can basically log it to the database. But here we're doing this. So now if I go back to our data, videos, and I press enter, so as you can see, we have the top 5 viewed, 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. These are the top 5 values. But if I pass in the limit, and as you can see, they are sorted according to their view count. So the view count of 5,800 is the highest one, and we go down 4,200 is the fifth one from the top. But if I type in limit to be, let's say 2, so give me the top 2 viewed videos, and we have these 2. So it highly saves the bandwidth. If you only want a few chunks of the data, our database will do the work for them. And now finally we have the user's video file name. So if the user gives me the name, the media ID, I will give him back the link to the video that they can either download or play it in a video player. What happens now is, let's go here. I have the library section. I go here, press in library, and media ID is 1. The movie with the ID of 1 in our database is The Dark Knight. So I want the link to the video file for The Dark Knight. What I do is I send it here, and it sends with this URL. If I open it up here, it'll download the video for me, which I don't want, but it's already done this, so it's fine. But let me just show you what happens if I load the basic localhost. So this is what the Dark Knight URL looks like. Let me just show you the code here. And this is, we're using the default HTML5 video player. This is the video player. I have defined the width and the height, and this is the URL that the API would have returned. So what we can do is we can create a front end from which we request the data, and we get this data, and then we replace the current one that we have with the data that we get. This is the name of the file. If I play it, it will work just fine. Now again, Netflix has a much more complicated system in which they have to firstly take a look at the data that they have, then they have to convert it into multiple platforms depending on the platform that the user is using, use of the encoder, and there are a lot of things that they need to take care of. So this is how that works. If you want to take a look at the file here, I'll just show you. The code is basically, it's a static HTML file. If I open it, here's what it looks like. This is the data that we have. So this is what we have here. And now the code is done. A few notes about the code that I'd like to show you. For those of you who will download the code, I have created a readme file. Let me just rename it because I misspelled readme to readme. It has the instructions to run the code. Basically, you install Node.js and MongoDB, install all the required software, open the terminal in the folder that you want to run the code from. So this Netflix clone folder, wherever you have it, open your terminal or command prompt there. As you can see, I've opened it there. Then type in these commands, npm install. If it's the first time that you're running the software, then you type npm install. After that, you can run it however you want. And one thing you'll notice is that after you run this command, this folder named node modules will be automatically created for you. This will contain all the libraries that you wanted to use. Then we seed the databases by running seed media and seed library. And then we start our web API. And this is the API that we use. This is the API that Netflix, these are the kinds of API that Netflix builds. With that, I'd like to just end on a note to make you understand what exactly are we doing here. So firstly, we get the spec sheet. We break down features into the technical components that we want to build. The things that we want to build are, these are the kind of things that we want to build. We want to build a web server. That web server's job is basically get the request, parse the request, and send back the response. Those responses are built via the use cases. They take in repositories, which are basically connections to database. And what we do is we tell them, okay, these are the databases that we have, and I want you to get data from the database like this. So our use cases, all they do is that they orchestrate our interaction. Here they just call a method and pass in the required field, and that's what we do. If our use case expands, so let's say that I want to introduce caching here as well, so I can pass in a cache manager. Misspelled the word cache there, and here cache.set. If it's not already set, then I can pass in the media ID or whatever. So I can do it that way there as well. Let me just change everything so that we're yeah. So that's what this means. Basically, when you're building an application, especially when software developers at Netflix are building application, what they do is they break their application into smaller components, such as the web server, the database connection, the actions that we want to perform, static files, videos, database seeding, all of that. So I've created folders for all of them. Hopefully that gives you a good idea.
Okay guys, a quick info: if you're looking for an end-to-end training in JavaScript, Intellipaat provides a full stack web developer course which covers JavaScript and all the JavaScript frameworks you need to know. For more details, check out the description box.
So guys, we have come to the end of the session. If you have any doubts, please put down in the comment section below. We will try to answer it as soon as possible. Thank you so much for watching.